Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022 semi-final stage. We've had 2 days of jam-packed action, and now we're ready for day 3. My name is Sia, and I'm joined by Chase D on the desk. How you doing, my guy?
I am doing good, man. Wow, this tournament, right? 2 days of it has been absolutely electrifying.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's crazy. It's crazy how amazing these teams are, and they just keep leveling up on top of each play after the next. How have you been feeling about all of this, man?
Oh, so excited, just thrilled, waiting for this opportunity to hop on the desk with you. And like you said, these teams have been evolving to a large extent, right? They're becoming better and better versions of themselves through the semi-final stage as they get ready to really push it all the way to the finish line. But talking about the tournament itself, let's have a look at the format here, Chase. We started with the in-game qualifiers. We had so many teams coming in, and we've slowly but surely come all the way through now towards the semi-final stage. It's been a long journey for them, man.
Indeed, and we're talking about 256 teams, where it started off from the open qualifiers, and we're talking of the top 16 teams. And it's taken a lot, like you said, for them to get to this place. And we are seeing why they are who they are and what was there in them, what made them so special to be able to come to this. Because you are seeing, 1,000 IQ plays, we're seeing teamwork beyond anything that we all would have probably seen, us playing our own level of, even public games of PUBG, to even playing with our own teams or even friends. You don't see this sort of action.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why we get so excited for what these teams bring to the table, right? It's that camaraderie, that teamwork that really helps them work, but some crucial motivation as well. $30,000 up for grabs for these particular players, and they'll have to give it their all to make it happen.
Oh yeah, now look, this is a question which I even asked Kara the other day. $10,000 first place. The question is, it's not really a question. It is a life-changing thing. In fact, for the team or for each of the players as well. And just I was thinking one of the first things that I personally would be doing with that would probably be the fact that maybe going on a vacation. That's probably the first thing after such a long tournament. And the important thing to remember is, as you can see here on the prize pool, from the first place all the way to the 16th place, everyone is winning. Everyone is going home with money in the bank. That is something that we definitely need to take into consideration here at the PMNC.
Absolutely, and look, you don't want to be at that 10-point mark, right? Where you could have been 9th maybe, and you would have doubled your prize pool, and it carries on throughout the standings where that single marginal difference could mean so much more. It could basically mean the difference between a local holiday in your specific country, or you head on straight towards Bali or Maldives or something like that and have a nice beach holiday, like you mentioned. Hey,
or
having
just
a
drop
look at
into
the
Sri
point
Lanka.
structure.
Because we have
very true.
A quick plug in there. Yeah, point structure wise, it is important because we are looking at a twofold thing here. Elimination, each elimination gets the team 1 point. And first place, if you're getting that chicken dinner, that means you're going to get 15 points. Followed with being second, you get 12. Third is 10 points, with the fourth position being 8, and that carries on. But also to keep in mind, you see a big zero, that's from 13th position to the 16th slot. If you kind of fall in there, early elimination means as a team, you're going to be losing out. So those eliminations will come into play then.
Absolutely, and that sly 1 elimination point as well. It may not seem like a lot, but the more it stacks up, the better it can be. But talking about all of these amazing teams, let's have a look at the players we are going to see in action. Every single one of these teams here, Chase, they've truly given it their all to make it to this stage. But it's the kind of case where you're like, yeah, we did brilliantly to make it here, but the journey isn't over yet. The trials aren't done just yet. They still have to keep persevering. They still need to give it their best, and especially today, right? Because in general, when we go through semi-final stages, these day 3s are so crucial because they can be that linchpin just to completely change the way the first 2 days have gone by.
Indeed, and this is where the strategy really plays in because you've seen 2 days of what your contenders are doing, and it is trying to come up on top against them and trying to understand what even their strategies are, which some might in fact see it and even use it themselves. So the question comes, hey, how are we going to be ahead of the curve? So there's a lot of things which even the IGL and the team as a whole need to kind of like work together in being able to figure out
100%.
how they can build up and come up higher on the overall standings.
Absolutely. And I like the fact that you mentioned the IGL as well, because coming into day 3, right, some of these teams have had a brilliant run, some of these teams not so great, a below average sort, and it's where it's going to come down to the IGLs in both regards. If you have had a great run, you got to make sure your team doesn't overheat, and if you haven't had a great run, you need to motivate them, you need to rally them back and really make sure your troops come online going into these matches today.
Indeed, because as you mentioned, some teams didn't necessarily have the best of runs. It is also the fact that we're playing in such a big tournament. The nerves come in. Like on day 1 itself, I think I was kind of feeling what they were going through before we went live. My palms were already sweaty, because the nerves, it's all there, comms, it's very important. So there's so many of those sort of things that really do come in to play, and we need to now have a look at those standings from yesterday. So post-match of this is 12 games which we've had, and if you're taking for Retaliation X, unfortunately has not been having the best of runs. Maybe today is the day that they would change things up for themselves, and we can see how those who did end up on the end of day 1, who are in the top 8, who've now kind of like creeped their way into the bottom 8. Like MacPen was in fact on the 8th position, when we finished off day 1. So one of the other teams which haven't really fired is 7AKS, who in the quarters was in 2nd place. So it's going to be interesting to see how are they going to change things, because especially having had the good run which they have had until this point, they need to kind of like fire. And here we're looking at like the top 8, SITM. They are dominating right now, and there's a target on their back. I think everyone is going to be gunning for SITM and try to get early eliminations.
Oh, 100%. SITM, 4 winner chicken dinners picked up. This is a team with a large belly built up over the last few days. They've been on a roll. 95 placement points, 83 eliminations, and almost double of all of the teams contending with them. But where SITM has really separated themselves, you look at our next 4 teams so damn close. You got Classic, Bad Intention, NB Esports and Equinox all separated by a margin of 4 to 5 points, and that's absolutely insane. It can all change in a matter of a day or a matter of a game, to be honest.
Indeed, and we have seen some of these teams explode, and those sort of things do happen, and sometimes it is in fact you see it taking place from those top performers which we're seeing right now, and which we're just mentioning when it comes to especially Bad Intentions. They're having the number 1 spot with Matt with 33 eliminations. So we're talking about the rest of that team also firing. SITM having 2 people in the top 5. We have Kayubi on the 5th position with 21 eliminations, and Desert. Well, he's had quite a few deserts. That's 26. I hope his tummy's doing okay in these last 2 days, because he's definitely been eating them up. Then we have Equinox and VG, who again have had some great moments but haven't been able to capitalize, but they do have some star players. So these are things which hopefully they'll be able to capitalize with these top performers who at the end of the day almost played all 12 games, apart from VG gone.
Yeah. And look, these particular performers, right, like you mentioned, SITM, of course, they've had the 2 players in the top 5. It speaks to the fact that they've been on a roll, but there are teams that haven't necessarily been able to really step apart, but I do still have this X factor in the bag. I want to see if they can come alive today. Now, as we head into day 3, I'm curious to see which teams are going to really set up that Cinderella story and show us that they can indeed come back. And to do it, they're going to have to head to Erangel first, Miramar, Sanhok, and then we rinse and repeat.
Yeah, and that rinse and repeat moment which you were just mentioning, Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok, the second time around, we see how these teams are really changing the way that they play, even tactically, and also at the same time how they, amp it up. So we've seen a few teams that have played the first 3 games a little bit more on like gauging on how the other teams are working, and then afterwards, playing their aces one after the other in the second, in that rinse and repeat moment. So it is 6 games, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, which are running twice over of each, but with each of them, the important thing is the fact that even though the map is the same, the circles don't come back in the same positions. So that is where we start seeing the plays changing up. Get close quarter in houses which are happening, or it's just white, or it's just like king of the hill moments, and then it's just like an open field, and all you have to protect yourself are vehicles, which too can knock you out and eliminate you because they too explode. It just keeps changing.
Exactly, and that's why we love the game, right? The ability to not just keep the players, but also us observers and the audience on the edge of our seats as the action unfolds, and it gets so exciting, especially with the maps changing every single round. Erangel, of course, I'd say the most standard for all of these teams to a large extent. It's something that they're going to be the most comfortable in, but I think in Miramar and Sanhok, we'll see specialty styles come out. We're going to see likelihood of teams being able to push it out. Now, we are just about ready to start heading into our day though, so I want to ask you, Chase, do you see SITM continuing their run of form, or maybe do you have another team in mind who can really steal the spotlight?
I'm one to always, cast my bet on the underdogs. So I think I'm going to go with the underdogs this time around as well. I would try to give maybe 7 AKS. I would definitely like to see them firing up today. That's my prediction. How about you?
I'm a math nerd, man. I gotta give it to you straight, and I follow the statistics. And currently, SITM, they're just looking too damn good in terms of those numbers. So I think they're likely to continue their run of form. But hey, I think my favorite part of esports and traditional sports in general as well, I'm sure everyone was rooting for the GOAT yesterday when it came to the World Cup. So it's going to be something similar today. And the idea is anything can happen. Now we get our flight path finally. Very standard one, starting off some Sosnovka military base, and already we see teams jumping off. I wonder if there's going to be any drop contentions. Day 3 is when you start really, using your pre-match prep to start attacking specific teams maybe.
Yeah, but we have always seen something which tends to happen is at the very beginning, we do have those very early skirmishes. Some of them may be a elimination or 2. Sometimes it is a team elimination. So those who have had those previous experiences having gotten eliminated early on, I think they themselves would be, quite. That's actually a very interesting circle which we're going to be having, I feel. That just popped up, and we see a fair bit of the teams who are already outside what's going to be the next zone. But yes, it is trying to not let history repeat itself. I think those sort of nerves may continue to play on some of the teams. And, like you said, just like in any sort of tournament, you never know. Even though there's someone who's at the top seed, things may well just change. And right now, this is a map which vehicles are used quite a fair degree because it is a relatively open map and it has its advantages. And also something with the fact that because you have fancier vehicles, it kind of drags a bit too much attention. And we've seen where they get spotted a bit early because the vehicle itself is a little flashy. But, it is the risks with those particular players take. And also at the same time, they kind of try to get those, early eliminations in through that, because they've kind of like caught that attention and they try to like outmaneuver and maybe try to get like
I
a
mean,
knock in.
but at the same time, you gotta like really tread that line carefully. Like, of course, like you said, it does draw attention, but you gotta flex a bit too, you know? You gotta really show off
Indeed.
the skins you've got in hand and be able to prove to the players that, hey, I've got it better. But I especially definitely should mention this is that I am a magnet for ridiculous circles. It's something that throughout my PUBG Mobile casting has happened to me a lot. So just a disclaimer to our audience and a warning to you as well. We might see a lot more of these. I'd say this one at least isn't as ridiculous. It's a lot more spicy, so I'm curious to see how it does unfold. But one thing that will come through is, as you saw, a lot of the teams dropping towards the western side. We're going to see a lot of action towards maybe like in the next few minutes when the rotations begin. When they start trying to get into the circles, we may see them clash during those rotations.
Yeah, those bottlenecks, especially getting into the zone. And we've already seen in many instances a lot of knocks and people being eliminated from just being outside the zone, where they've had certain skirmishes and they just don't have the time to get into the circle. So they try to instead like play with the placements by healing as much as possible. So those sort of things what we've seen. Though also at the same time, when you look at this map right now, all the teams do seem, spread. I feel that SITM is in a comfortable position. They have been very fortunate with some of these circles where they have not had to move, and the circle just has come to them. And that's something which has been in their fortune, just as you were saying that you have, the ability to hopefully get in interesting circles. They also kind of have a lady luck on their side, especially with that. So overall, no eliminations yet. Everyone is still doing their looting. It's the first game. Maybe from like the second circle on, we may start seeing action heating up. But right now, it feels like everyone is just enjoying the map, enjoying the sunny weather, and just trying to loot up as much as possible.
Oh, absolutely. And what you mentioned about SITM, I think definitely there is an idea that luck plays a part, but I always say fortune favors the brave. And this is where, again, the idea of how crucial these IGLs are comes into play, because for them to not just necessarily predict the circle, but rather call early rotations, call adaptations can be crucial. Now, it seems like Yasnaya picked up for SITM, and with the way this circle is, I wouldn't be surprised if our end circle actually ends up somewhere in the mountains between Yasnaya and Mansion. And that's where I want to see which team will pick up the pace nice and early. The issue for most teams, though, is going to be that bridge, the eastern bridge towards Novoripnoi and Sosnovka, where we're already seeing teams take up their spaces and farm and Milta, and those teams could just choose to gatekeep. They don't need to go deeper into the circle. They can instead gatekeep on that particular bridge, hold on, wait for the rotations off of Sosnovka, and try to find those early eliminations.
Indeed, and we also were looking at the map. We were just I was just talking about 7AKS, and 7AKS and Inertia Esports are very close to one another. They have not had any conflict between the two of them as of yet, but already in the circle. But that could be, maybe that might be where the initial spark actually happens, and things start to blow up. Because we all know how third partying happens, especially in PUBG. It happens quite a lot. You have to have eyes right around, 2, 4, 6. That sometimes just doesn't feel like it's enough. And like as you mentioned, those the bridges, especially those who are going to be moving in from military base, they are going to get bottlenecked in those areas, and the gatekeeping is most certainly something which we would see, and maybe some early eliminations from that. I just feel like right now, maybe you might agree with me, I think everyone's kind of worried to be the first to be eliminated, and already we can see B is out of the zone.
Yeah. I think we expecting to play late rotation potentially, maybe worried about the fact that we mentioned that teams looking for those early rotations might catch each other out while doing so, and trying to avoid that confrontation. Maybe. At this point, all we can do is speculate though, and teams now settling into their positions. There's those high grounds that I'm keeping my eye out, like that mountain next to Pochinki. That's going to be crucial. We've got the Yasnaya River Bridge as well. That's going to be crucial for SITM. They're going to look to spread themselves off, make sure that they can effectively have a point guard on either each end of the city, and make sure that no one actually manages to sneak their way in, because you've got teams trying to do exactly that, heading towards the bridge. Every single team now on that rotate, and certain teams quite spread apart. I must say it's a little risky for me at least, because you might get caught up. It's also a high reward play, because you get rewarded with extra vehicles, which, like you mentioned earlier, are going to be valuable in the later game when you have no cover to play behind. When it is that open ground, those extra vehicles come up huge.
Yeah, and what would be funny is if we start seeing multiple teams trying to gatekeep in the same positions, and at the end they end up having confrontations. Let's be honest. That was something which we'd like to see.
Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, yeah. Indeed, it'll probably be just like that Spider-Man meme. But yeah, even still, we are locked in with our first circle. Still nothing. It's very slow. This was kind of like what we were hoping for on the first day. I think we just had like a few shots go off.
Yeah.
Not really sure where about that was. And Retaliation X is who we're looking at right now. They have a lot to do for themselves, and here we go. I
it
think
already
that
starts
was
popping off.
Yep,
Yeah,
the
we've got
Team
our
Classic.
first skirmish coming through. And yeah, exactly. First blood on the map, and call. We'll just try to hold on. They're in the middle of nowhere though, and this could just be crucial, because it's like that butterfly effect, right? Just like as soon as you hear those shots, as soon as you hear that kill feed popping off, every team starts feeling bloodthirsty. They're likely to set off the rotate, and see, this is what I mean. Already we've got another fight popping off.
Yep, that's like two like VG Gone, who is their top player, just now getting I'm not sure. I think it was an elimination. I think Gone is gone out of this map. That's a big loss for VG. Oh dear. It does feel like they are in a bit of trouble. I think it's them taking on Astra Esports from the looks of it. And as soon as this happens, people start converging. VG just left with Warzone all by himself. This is a tough.
Yeah, Victor Gaming not able to live up to that name. They're not going to be victors, at least in this game. Oh, that solo player surviving. I thought he'd be spotted out, but no, they just drive past him. He'll get a lucky chance to live to fight another day. Never mind.
No, he doesn't.
So Warzone is done for him.
Yeah. I told you, these vehicles are a lethal weapon. So first squad elimination. There we go by Astra Esports, and it's unfortunate when you see those sort of things actually happen, because the last thing you want is to get eliminated or get run over by a vehicle. And even right now we have 7AKS with who's one of their members are down by a knock as well. But it's not big explosions. It's like very quick skirmishes. I feel like everyone is trying to avoid and trying to last. I feel like it's a lot of placement plays is what everyone's looking. Oh, and you have SITM we're looking at right now.
Oh, and some crucial
Desert.
shots. Desert. He's able to pick Ryuko off. It secured the elimination as well. SITM, this is what we expected from them, because you look at the map, they're all nicely spread apart through Yasnaya. They're gatekeeping that city effectively, denying the other teams an opportunity to push in, and really making sure that their damage felt. And at this point, it's basically that war of attrition. You've got to, if not eliminate, just bait out those bandages, bait out those heals, and really make sure that when it comes to that late game, you have that big advantage. And SITM doing exactly that. But it's still a double-edged sword, Chase, because the more you spread apart, the more opportunity the other teams have to slam you down and try to isolate. But as we head on to yet another fight, it is BITX getting sprayed down. Fistboy, though not able to land his shots.
Yeah, like NB Esports has had like some good instances, some highlight worthy plays, and again it has been a team that hasn't been able to really capitalize. Just going back to SITM, if you look at it, their strategy is positioning. As you mentioned, they've spread themselves not too thin. They're able to cover each other, but the fact that they're able to position themselves so well shows how well they understand the map.
Yeah, exactly right. And that map understanding going to be crucial. Equinox, though, in a bit of trouble. Cage even down, should be able to get picked up. His teammates laying down the cover fire, and across every single part of the map, the fight's breaking out while Equinox trading blows with CM. We've got Classic, was that just strolling by like, yeah, you guys can carry on with your work. And on the other side, we've got the ISSL Noob Alliance trying to put down the pressure on Equinox.
Yeah, and they are getting a bit of a clip damage as they're trying to do those reses. And Equinox, at the same time, they know where he is, where he's positioned. So they are trying to provide that cover fire and trying to get the rest of their team resed in so that they can make a quick exit, because they seem like they're open, in a very open position. And again, vehicles, it is a danger in taking those in the cover behind it. But it seems like Equinox will continue to live for at least a while longer, as we're continuing to have eyes on ISSL Noob Alliance. And that is MacPen, which we're seeing again seem to be out in the open. CMF still having all of their players in, however, not being able to open up their accounts. And opportunity, it could just be moments away.
Oh, OPX meanwhile flirting with danger right here. Equinox, they'll stroll right by. OPX just happy to play for that late game, and we're going to see contrasting strategies from many teams here today. It is day 3, so for many teams, it's that day for them to really push back and come back from their bad starts. So most will look to play it safe, but some just can't help it. They love that danger. They want to make their presence felt, to make that statement nice and early, and they're looking for those fights to make it happen. The circle, it takes a northern shift, and again, this is why I say fortune favors the brave, because look at SITM, they're smack bang in the middle, in perfect position to deny all the teams trying to make their way into that circle.
Yeah, that's like beautiful positioning all over again for them. They don't have to risk exposing themselves, whereas everyone else has to move in. And in those instances, just because you have a vehicle doesn't mean that you're going to be safe. Many have gotten shot out of it and been eliminated because of it. And we've seen some close quarters here with Equinox getting their way up the stairs, trying to get... I think that's SITM that they're rushing in. Yeah, it is. Equinox taking the battle to SITM, trying to eliminate them with all 4 members in, and it's just a QB and a Desert who are trying to scamper away and regroup with the rest of the team.
And these are the perils of being split apart, right? The opportunity for that team to bum rush you and try to catch you out. And try to make it happen for SITM. Slippery as ever, make their way out now. The action really starting to go down. We're nearing that 16-minute mark as teams try to pick up some space. A crucial nade and INES, they shut one down, and B now in an impossible position. They have no cover, just relying on these smokes to make something happen. And as soon as they try to bring their comrade back, surely teams will come through with a flurry of nades. Equinox though, that bum rush has got them a crucial spot in this house. And now they're able to spray and pray for at least one elimination, but so far no dice. Call, they'll make their way out. Wow.
Yeah, it seems that Equinox did manage to oust SITM from their position, however have not been able to get those eliminations in. B right now still in a bit of trouble with one eliminated, and Looks like we have another which has gotten knocked in the B squad with just Ryuk remaining. Still, the early exit is VG, and B is being eliminated, leaving us with just 14 teams left.
They might have OPX join them soon enough, and just as I say it, they have been taken out. It's STR actually coming up huge, and STR now with 4 eliminations in a prime spot. They are also a team that picked up an airdrop nice and early. I'm curious what they got from it, but Retaliation X, meanwhile, their troubles continue. Our bottom team as we head into today, and they're dying to the circle no less, just not able to make anything happen. It's all about the high ground now, and SITM once again, they've regrouped. Neighbors with each other, playing that 2-2 split and ensuring that teams are not able to capture those extra buildings. But again, in that 2-2 split, one team will surely make that desperation call, try to bum rush them down. But in this open area, anything can go down. ISSL not in the greatest of places here, Chase.
No, they're not. They are really caught out in the open, and they can't seem to move from this position because as every time they seem to try, they keep getting shot at. And that is not the good position to be. And then on top of it, the pressures of the circle as well, which means that they are going to have to be thinking very quick as to what their next move is going to be. And as you can see, you know, Fistboy from NB Esports, eyes on ISL. ISSL may well be in a lot of trouble. Nades going off around them. They're trying to make the exit in the vehicles. I think they just managed to reposition. I feel like that was a stroke of luck. But you can see how much of smoke. Lucifer is still there. He hasn't managed to
stranded. Escape. Oh, and Jimmy will face the brunt end of a nade, but I don't think they realize that one player left right here. Lucifer could make his stand.
They don't.
Oh, but he's not able to find much.
Right,
Lucifer still uncontested. He'll finally get taken down, and yeah.
He is. There you go. So unfortunate, one person left behind. Sometimes these sort of things happen, and ISSL have lost another person just to a. Yep, we got Lucifer who is down. Mamanta as well. Jimmy, it may well be. It is another elimination. That's Noob Alliance, which looks like they too have been eliminated. Even with that escape, harrowing escape from the field, unfortunately weren't able to get into a position which was of advantage to them. Equinox seem to have finally been opening up their bank account with another elimination there. It's the madness now. It's about to start. 11 teams left.
NB Esports though still playing it safe. They're hugging the edges of the circle. They're happy to let these fights go down. But we've seen Equinox before. Take that gamble. Look to be a little risky and push them down. And they're trying to shut down Call right here. And Call sandwich to a certain extent. NB Esports on one side. Equinox on the other, but their savior comes in terms of another team, SITM, to put the pressure on NB Esports, is sure to help Call out. And NB, very spread out. Now Seka facing the blue zone off. There's nowhere for him to go, just a tiny rock. Surely he'll get caught out.
Yeah, and now if you're looking at the teams eliminated, we have 7AKS, who I was hoping would, fire up their cylinders. Unfortunately, eliminated. ISSL also joining them with RGC, OPEX, B Esports, VG, and NB Esports. So these are the 6 teams that have gotten eliminated at this time. And every time we look at SITM, it feels as though everyone is fighting everyone else except SITM. That positioning, I cannot seem to understand how it is that they're able to play so well with 6 eliminations already on the board for them.
It's that high ground really, right? On that 2-2 split, they're able to contest 2 angles at the same time. But since it's a 2-2 split, they make sure that they have the backup in terms of their teammates now. They'll have to make their move though, because the circle is taking a southern shift to a large extent, meaning several of these teams playing in the city left caught off guard. 2-8 trying to make that exact move. They get caught as well, and now STR, their vehicle spotted out. 2A still not in the greatest of spots. They're outside the circle, but they're trying to make the eliminations count as SITM, they're facing the blows as well. A man knocked up but instantly brought back to his feet. I think the best position right now it is for STR. They're holding on, trying to make sure that their position not given away. QB?
Yeah, and Team Classic too, joining with those in the back benches, as they too have been eliminated. We are now starting to see more and more eliminations, close quarters, everyone in their own respective houses or buildings, and the utilities. The utilities are what's getting these extra knocks in. And right now we are looking at Astra Esports. We managed to get 4 eliminations, but 2 of their members have been knocked.
Hey, look.
These nades are most definitely proving to be the viable option. All we're seeing is utility after utility, from smoke to nade. Outside the play zone, CMF have lost one of their members.
Oh, and 2A really coming through with the flurry of nades. Deathstrom here, 2 eliminations with those grenades. He's really making them count. 2A with yet another, might find one. They burn down Dictator, and that's a crucial one. CMF knockout out, they're most likely to be eliminated. Pressure on them in the blue zone, it helps them out. CMF actually push it back. And just like that, Deathstrom, he will stay alive, but not for long. Score, it has been them now eliminated, but Deathstrom still standing for CMF. Astra Esports taking off the cards, and now we're just left stranded to 7 teams, I believe, in this lobby. It's all down to SITM once again, and STR, the only teams in great positions trying to make that high ground count.
It is all about the high ground. That's what we're seeing with just 5 teams left. And 4 teams. As I just said 5. It became 4. Retaliation, unfortunately, also making an exit. Equinox, BITX, SRT, and SITM are the ones remaining. Equinox only having 3 players. They seem to be the ones with that disadvantage. But look at SITM. Even in this, they still have such an amazing vantage. It cannot get better.
For them, it's open fields.
Oh no!
Oh no,
Friendly
Pakage
fire.
mollies himself! That's just a whoopsie daisy there, and Equinox, they'll pay the price now. For STR, this position is crucial because the number 7 on the total leaderboard, this could be their rally back on day 3. STR trying their best to push back, but they are still stuck in a tough spot. It's SITM with the best positioning, and SITM looking to close this off. QB in that high ground, just spraying down hell and again, and he's able to spot STR out. Desert will down roller, and now for Hart taking some crucial shots. QB dialing up the temperature and really tuning down the pressure on STR. Finally able to eliminate quite a few players, but instantly turns his sights on BITX, knows that he can't leave his flank uncovered.
Yeah, and BITX is not in a very good position. If they try to move, SITM is going to start pick them off one at a time. And you can see how one of their members is in the lower ground, just on the ground level, trying to gauge and then trying to get that pick, which we're seeing here. Their eyes are on BITX. Stronger Esports, SITM, and BITX are the top 3. And who is going to be getting that winner chicken dinner? SITM is playing this very, very, very smart.
Yeah, now they know they're in a bit of a Mexican standoff, right? Each team needs to make their move, and that's why the nose nades are crucial. BITX, they take a chunk of damage, but still the knock not coming out, and crucially so. Only 8 seconds left now as the circle closing
5
in,
seconds.
pushing them all the way. And STR in the best spot because they've got that house for themselves.
Yes, indeed. And STIM, all of them have now, apart from QB is still holding that vantage point up there. But as the circle, as you mentioned, as the circle is going to come in, that is where we are going to see things. Right now, I think it's all about trying to get a bit of damage in so that the opposing teams end up, using up as much as their health as possible. And Oh, it looks like QB is out of the play zone. He tried, but it looks like STIM is down 1 to just 3.
When it's a crucial one, that's their highest damage dealer across this game. I wonder if they're able to get him back, though. He doesn't seem to be eliminated just yet, so should be able to get him back on his feet, but that gives the other teams that blood in the water. Like Sharks, they smell the vulnerability and they pounce. QB now falling prey to that blue zone, and SITM, they've been dealt a fatal blow. SDR looking to now make that moment count while SITM occupied. Turn up the pressure on VITX. They found a crucial one, and SDR with yet another. They down Math and VITX under severe pressure. But look at Desert, slowly but surely with the help of Dobu. He's coming through on the flank. Stronger may not expect this. They may get caught out.
Just trying to follow this action is mind-boggling right now. How are all these teams still remaining in a circle so small? STI getting yet another frag in. BIT with one more knock. Again, one out of the BITX eliminated with just now STIM and Stronger Esports.
They've still got that house chase. This SDR's game to lose. They've got to just hold on strong. But SITM, they persevere. They keep pushing back. They will not give up. These nades absolutely crucial. If single one of them lands, if they can find a knock, SDR, they can move in for the kill and find that winner chicken dinner. Rola still managing to play safe. Spots out Dobu.
They don't need to push because STIM, as you mentioned, they are on the disadvantage. And even if the circle comes in just a little bit, they can still hold on with a little bit of cover. And we are seeing how Stronger Esports is putting, those smokes in, trying to get a rotation, maybe trying to get a flank.
Oh, it's Dobu though, and Desert in these crucial positions. Meanwhile, Rola still in the house. Now, Dobu and Rola have been in this game of chicken almost for so long. Just trying to bait each other out, trying to force out a mistake.
Desert is lost!
But 7 finally makes it count. Desert taking out that flank, taken away. And STR, they make their mark. Stronger Esports really standing up today. They pick up the winner with a chicken dinner. And with 12 eliminations, no less. That's a big match.
Wow, how about that? Stronger Esports, they... what a play. Because in 12 eliminations in that with 2,556 damage. Oh my gosh, that was a beautiful first map to kick things off. Whew. Like, I love it. Like that last two circles. STIM had that advantage for the longest time, and the circle just wasn't in their favor. They got pushed out of that comfortable position, and it was handed on to Stronger Esports, who managed to capitalize, as you were saying. They were able to capitalize on that positioning. Oh man, it was at that point, it was anybody's game. It was bad intentions could have come out on top. Stronger Esports, even SITM.
And I have to applaud the patience for Stronger, because despite losing Farhad early to SITM, they persevere, they hold on to their position, and fortune favors the brave. I mean, the circle eventually includes that tiny bit of the house, which was so crucial, because then SITM, they had to bring themselves to the crosshairs of Stronger, and they're able to pull this crucial winner chicken dinner off. And I say crucial because they started this day off in the number 7, number 8 position, Stronger, with this winner chicken dinner with 27 points. They're sure to get themselves damn much closer towards the top 5 fight.
Yeah, look at these eliminations. You know, we have a Sensor with 5, Rola with 4, Farhad with 2, and 7 with that 1 elimination. And at the same time, look at Farhad, 6 knocks. Sensor with 4. And if you just look at their stats for the damage, which they have been able to put out there, it's definitely showing Stronger Esports for their name. They've come out stronger today, and this might be that momentum which they might continue to keep going, and maybe a team for us to continue to keep an eye on through the course of today's next 5 games.
Yeah, and look, these next 5 games, they're going to be exhilarating for sure, but they're also going to show us a lot of new storylines. Now, one thing is for certain, SITM, their domination continues. While they were not able to pick up the winner chicken dinner with 14 eliminations and that second spot, they're able to easily solidify themselves in that top spot. And if they continue this run of form chase, they're not going anywhere from that top spot. They're going to hold it on strong. They're the kings of the hills.
Indeed. But, we're looking at something that is maybe the change. SITM also being as strong as they have been, and I do think that they would have felt that this was their game and it not going in their favor, because everything worked out for them. The circle was in fact in their favor until that very last bit. And when we look at the post-match summary here, have a look at it. SITM, as I mentioned, they have had the highest eliminations, the highest amount of damage and assists. But then, when you look at it, it's not just about these stats. It's the overall aspects of it. And Stronger, also in all 5 of those blocks. In the third place, we've got Sensor with those 5 eliminations, and even Astra Esports faring up quite well with those 5 eliminations themselves. So we're definitely seeing a mixed bag here, and it's if anything, it is going to be a very interesting third day. As you said, third day is the day that we're going to see those, the shakeups happening, if at all. And you know what, your prediction there was spot on, because if this is any indication, we're going to see a lot more of this. Take a quick analysis on the most valuable player. Ooh. We have 2 eliminations, survival time of 24 minutes and 44 seconds, and the longest distance elimination, that's 277 meters.
Wow.
Oof. That's saying something. That's playing a key role for his team.
And when you think about the fact that this was one of the earlier players eliminated for Stronger, you can really feel how much of an impact he was able to make to be able to pick up the MVP despite getting eliminated nice and early. So Farhad doing his job, his team then able to pick up exactly where he left off and find that winner chicken dinner. Now the question is, can Stronger turn this into more than just one map? Can they find the momentum to keep pushing back and truly live up to their name, be stronger, better, faster as we go throughout the day?
It almost sounds like we're going to be like, it almost felt like we were going to jump into a song right there. A very well-known one, in fact. But here we're looking at our top players. Thus far, we have SITM Desert. I don't know, Desert, he's something else. He's also, as a player, he's in his own zone, is what I'm feeling. 6 eliminations, 825 damage. Credit also for Astra Esports to Dami with those 5 eliminations. Sensor and Roller, both from Stronger Esports with 5 and 4. Again, bad intentions, making a mark, and maybe also the beginning for them. Maybe that moral boost which they also needed to get that confidence in, because sometimes everything's great except that self-belief. And these players, if at all, a pat on the back for each of them for coming out on top in this first game on Erangel.
Yeah, 100%. I do like Domi though up there in the stats for Astra Esports. Astra Esports languishing currently at the start of the day all the way back towards the 14th spot. And remember, for all of these teams, while it's all about, of course, getting to a good start, it's also the clock ticking down in terms of who qualifies towards the next stage. Our top 11 teams will be able to make their mark, and for the teams like Retaliation X, like Astra, like B, for example, they've really got to make things count. So maybe Domi can be that shining light, the silver lining for Astra to help them rally back and somehow pull off a miraculous day.
Yeah, and we're just looking at the last bit of the highlights here from our first game. And, we're through the last 14 moments. This is where things were getting really exciting. Again, here, Equinox had a chance, but unfortunately, they kind of hurt themselves as well with those utilities, knocking themselves out. And, it was a very unfortunate for them and being taken out from that, the top 3 chances that they in fact had. And then you had Stronger here, being cheeky, taking out Desert, their main person, and then clutching and getting this first match winner chicken dinner. And when you look at the standings right now, Stronger Esports with a total of 27 points, 12 eliminations, and they're getting that 15 placement points. SITM in at that second position with 26, Bad Intentions in at third with 16, Equinox with 11 points at that fourth position, with CMF IPG at the fifth position with those 9 points. This time around, we did see Retaliation. They managed to get 6 points in. Maybe not the amount which they were hoping for, but it is definitely a start.
Yeah.
Bottom seeding, though, we've seen Noob Alliance, OPEX, B Esports, Victor Gaming. Unfortunate exits for them in the first round. Even Team Classic managing that 1 point thanks to that elimination. Rather the placement as opposed to being able to get any eliminations. So that's also very important for us to just see that that the bottom have not really, even though they were having those the skirmishes, they weren't able to at least get an elimination in. So those are things which might be working in their minds, and something which they'd probably like to, what it is the first game. It can get a bit rusty. Come the second game, things may well change for them.
100%. Hey, Matt from Bad Intentions still able to hold on to his top performance spot as QB sneaks into the picture now with Desert and Giro as well. SITM not just dominating in the team scorecard, but the individual performances as well. It's still Desert very much leading the charts though for them in their team in terms of the eliminations and in terms of the overall tournament in that survival time. And I think that really speaks to SITM's play style. They're a team that plays a smart macro game. They like to make sure that they're able to step back and really focus in on ensuring that rotations come in early so they can pick up better spots and then be able to pull something special off later in the game. Those high grounds, they came in crucial chase, but in that last circle, just the luck not favoring them, and strong patience from STR, because while of course luck favored STR, I can imagine a situation where they just why not, all guns blazing, go out of that position and give away the fights to SITM. SITM would have been sure to pounce and be able to pull it off, so you've got to respect that discipline coming through from Stronger.
Indeed, and they didn't want to get retribution straight off the bat. As you mentioned, SITM did manage to get one of them eliminated, but it didn't mean for them that it was, that retribution. They were like, hey, you know what? We're still going to play this patiently. We have this advantage. Let's not let it go. And they did just that. And this is the sort of action that you see here at the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022. And if you just tuned in, welcome to this stream. And please tell us where you are from as well in the comments. We'd love to know. And this, even though it is about the South Asian region, it most definitely we have viewers from all across the globe who are tuning in to see the talent which is here, and the talent which will very soon be playing in the bigger leagues of PUBG Mobile. So it was just the first game, and when it comes to our second one, I can only imagine what we have coming up with Miramar. What are your thoughts on what we could maybe expect coming into our second map of the day?
Well, it is Miramar, the biggest map of course in this game, so it is going to be, at least to start it off, a bit of a snooze fest. But in a large extent, of course, when you have such brilliant teams in play, it comes down to that macro game sense and an ability for that team to make those early rotations happen. And especially in Miramar, those high grounds can be crucial. You want to make sure that you've got your own mountain range, so to speak, and ensure that you're able to take those long range fights to success. Now, it's easier said than done though, so we'll have to see which team is really able to step up to the plate and show us how they can pull it off, because this Miramar, again, can be crucial to just play it safe, try and bait out other teams and edge out those crucial placement points, because again, for while teams like SITM, it's about making sure they stay at the top. While teams for like Classic and Bad Intentions trying to contend for SITM, the real action lies at the bottom of the table as teams try to make that cutoff towards the 11th spot.
Yeah, and that is undoubtedly what we're going to be seeing. And it is also a bit difficult even for you to, like, sometimes just like when strategies don't work as a team, you keep trying, and it can get a little frustrating. Like 2 days coming into the third, you kind of feel like, this is not working out right now. So what's going to be the next thing that we do? Because if you look at it, yes, there's only 16 teams. The maps are big, but then at the same time, we are seeing so much of action taking place in all of this. And predictions are in order. For those who are watching, who do you think is going to be coming up on top in the second match here in the PMNC? Please let us know on the comments, and make sure that you hit those reactions and those likes, and also share this with your friends and family, and see this great talent performing here on this stage. And yeah, Nikhil, I need to know who you think this time around. You know what? You can't go with Matt this time around. Okay, it's not SITM. I'm taking SITM out for you. No way, no way. You gotta go with someone else. As Stronger Esports already proved it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the only reason I'd say SITM is because, again, for Miramar, those rotations are so crucial, and we already saw them pull it off. But I actually think Bad Intention might have a really good map here in Miramar, and I'm curious to see how they can make it work, because I do think to a large extent they got the unlucky draw in that last trio standing, where both of the teams focused their pressure in on them and some crucial nades were able to land. So maybe if Bad Intention can make those similar rotations, get themselves into a better spot, maybe they can pull off that winner chicken dinner.
This time around, I want to give it to Equinox 922, because they came up strong, kind of lost the plot towards the end. It's an opportunity to kind of improve on. So in my case, this time around, I'm going with Equinox. Let's see how this goes on, as this is the semifinals, day 3. We are in Miramar, and it is the second game, and things are just getting started here in the PMNC South Asia Wildcard 2022. And as we can now see the map, all right, Nikhil, this is your moment.
Yeah,
you definitely have what we love to hear, especially when it comes to the map analysis.
Well, I think simply said, right, very standard in terms of that flight path, and I think we're gonna likely get a very standard eastern circle here. But what I would really love is just circle based off of Chimisera. Maybe we get to see those mountain regions coming into light, or maybe even a San Martin circle, where it's really all about those flanks and all about how you play those ridges all around those mountains. But for these early stages, we didn't get any fights in Erangel. I'd be very, very surprised if we get any skirmishes or fights in Miramar, because teams likely just to spread themselves out, focus on capturing those early vehicles and get those rotations going.
Yeah, and the thing with vehicles, especially in Miramar, is the fact that because there's so much of mountains, it also works as a disadvantage, because you kind of have to stick to as much as possible closer to the road, and that is also exposing you. And as you can even see right now, with I believe it's Mamatha, you can't really move too much away from the roads unless you want to take that very extremely bumpy scenic route. And we may well just see that very slow pace to kick things off, but according to our looks like everyone so far is well and good. They've all gotten out of the plane safe and sound. No one in the middle of nowhere as of yet, and it'll be interesting to see how things are going to be playing as these circles one by one become smaller and smaller.
Yeah, and just to highlight, of course, our The teams right now that really need to step up, of course, Retaliation X is one of them. They had an average start, I'd say, in the first map, 6 points. Not too bad. Not enough either because they've got a lot of ground to recover, so they've got to really push back. But similarly, so for Astra Esports, I'm curious to see how they are able to perform because, again, they had a decent map 1, and we head into Miramar, they'll get a lot of options. Now, very standard circle here towards the mostly central part, and I wondered if it ends up going towards Monte Nuevo. Maybe a power grid circle would be kind of nice, but hey, we've got a long way to go, so we don't have to find out just yet. We can wonder for just a little longer. Now, NB Esports and ISSL are actually quite close to each other, and considering that NB Esports on the edge of that circle, they're likely not to move away. So I wonder if ISSL, maybe they'll run into them. Maybe we actually get to see that early skirmish happen.
Yeah, it looks like at least from what we're seeing, they're getting closer. I think ISSL don't want to make the same mistake which they did last time where they kind of fell behind. So they may well try to get into the circle early on instead of waiting for that last moment, which didn't prove too well for them because they got caught out in the open by multiple teams. When one passed, it was another one just trying to get... And it looks like we have one elimination already taking place. Wow. Oh dear, it is Equinox with one of their members have already gotten eliminated. Oh, that is unfortunate. No, that was my protection team.
How... Yeah,
I'm in trouble.
Oh no, maybe the rest of them can somehow pull it off because losing that early member will force them to play it a lot more safer, you know. So yeah, maybe it might just work out, end up being, at the end of the day, a blessing in disguise, but you never want to lose that player that early, and I'm curious how it happened. Oh, I see now, OPX able to pick up that elimination, so while Equinox did make their way out, OpenX, maybe they're able to strike back again. In fact, they've found yet another team, 7AKS under trouble, and OPX, they're doubling down. OpenX really stepping up to the mark.
I feel like the Equinox member may have just strayed out a little too far from everyone else and kind of walked into that sort of a situation because you're not hearing any gunfire right now as we're looking at Kage as well. And like you said, 7AKS as well down with one player themselves. OPX, so far, the ones seem to be dominating the map. But it's very early. It's very early. Things can most definitely change. And now it's kind of like, down to just 3. How are we now going to re-strategize and take this on as this match progresses?
Oh, 7AKS, they're trying to get some vengeance for their fallen comrade. Just a couple of stray shots fired. They're not actually going to commit to the fight. And I must say, while Equinox, they're in the top 5, top 6 almost. They've crossed the 100-point mark. More so. Oh no. The flip. But the same can't be said for 7AKS. They're towards the 10th, 11th position, right? So they can't afford these mistakes where a player gets caught out because it's going to result in likely a low-point game for them and potentially to be pushed out from that top 11 mark and therefore in danger of being cut out. So 7AKS, they've got to definitely play it safe and play it smart now. They need all the points they can get.
Yeah, and we have like 62 people still remaining. All 16 teams are in. And right now it is about that loot. I think a lot of them are just keeping an eye on that and trying to get those utilities. It's you can't stress how important those utilities come into play towards that very end, and the way it helps you to get out of very difficult situations. And like right now, if you're looking at Riley from Astra Esports, he has like a level 3 helmet. Oh, damage, in a bit of trouble, being pinned down there by Inertia Esports. Though he seems by himself.
And Victory Gaming, they were one of the first teams to be eliminated in Erangel as well. Already damage in trouble, but so far he's able to dodge the damage. And INES not able to land any shots. Still no backup available. Like they're now looking for the crunch as Alpha goes in for the slam in. Inertia, they're looking for the kill, but they're tumbling down the hill as well. Damage could certainly live up to his name and do some damage at the same time. And he does exactly that as the backup comes through from Urkas. Victory Gaming ready to save their teammate. They're able to instead punish Inertia. They took too long. They waited for a second. And now Damage in fire, trying to live up and shut them down. But he does get traded. He's now down to Victory Gaming to make sure that all the time he bought is valuable. They need to avenge Damage's life.
Yeah, and the thing is, he is still, they can still res him, so that opportunity is there. And as you mentioned, like, you know, like, Damage held them off, and kudos. And Gon just managed to get one of the players down with a molly, coming in for that quick res, is gone.
And Damage should be able
almost looked, it almost looked like, you know, Damage was done for. Oh! And run over.
It almost looked like Warzone was done for, but he runs Inertia over. I think now one man left standing, and that should be Faisal on top of the hill. Victory Gaming trying to hunt him down, but they don't know exactly where he is. And you can see Faisal, his tail tucked between his legs. He's going to quickly make a fast exit and make sure that he at least lives to fight another day and maybe claw out some placement points for his team, because they've taken a heavy chunk of damage there, Inertia.
That play could not have gone any worse for Inertia Gaming. They had the opportunity. They went in for the push, and when the third man came in, unfortunately tumbled. And right now we're seeing CMF and a Noob Alliance taking it on with one another. Things have already started to heat up on this very, very big map, which is Miramar. Much to all of our surprise. And both teams. Oh,
and a crucial
Trotter is down with those nades coming in from CMF.
Still though, I think Trotter should be able to get himself into cover, and the resurrect potential is there, and that's why you can see CMF now. They're gonna push in while they know they have that one-man advantage. Looking for that rush, but it's down to the close range fight, so they've got to play it smart. Lucifer, he picks up one. Faisal though with the instant trade, and it's all down to these nades. Mamata just trying his best to hold on, wins out that duel, and that should be a crucial backup for ISSL, but no, it's Naruto to pull it back, downs and finishes off Mamta, and now ISSL in a really bad spot. Two members left standing is just, sorry, one member left standing, one member left kneeling, as Touter, he's still knocked out, and Jimmy left on his lonesome. Touter doing his best to crawl back to his teammate.
Yeah, and I think this is where Jimmy is probably going to have to make that exit as soon as possible with this res. Because as you can see, CMF, even though they were all knocked, all four are back in and they know exactly where they are. Shots coming in. Naruto knows. He knows exactly, and not even letting them kind of get away from that parapet wall there. Unlucky.
Yeah, I believe CMF also one of the teams that is towards the bottom half outside the cutoff in our standing, so a crucial squad elimination likely to be picked up by them. But on the other side, talking about the bottom half, I set on Retaliation X. Actually, no, scratch that, as Jimmy has decided to make his stand. He finds a double, shuts down Deathstorm and Dictator off. Jimmy now able to heal himself back up, and with his teammate, he will push back. CMF, they had it in their hands. It was their moment. They had a chance to pull it all off, but they are denied, and now Retaliation X on the other side, trying their best to fight back strong.
Wow, how everything changed there. CMF, if you look right now onto your stats, CMF is only left with just one, with one being eliminated right now. And that was a 2v4, which Noob Alliance, and it is a squad elimination right now. CMF has been eliminated by Astra Esports, and at the same time, ISSL with 4 eliminations, still with the two of them holding on. How things really changed. BITX also seems like they're in a fair bit of trouble as well. BITX eliminated, and so has Retaliation X. They have also gotten eliminated.
Yeah.
My prediction is
resting in peace. Yeah, exactly, right? And Surprisingly so, in Miramar, it all pops heck off for Retaliation X and CMF. That's going to hurt. There are two bottom teams and they're just not able to make it happen. But Astra Esports, absolutely crucial. And look at Victory Gaming, meanwhile, man. What looked like it could turn out disaster for them in Miramar has now been turned around. They're at 7 eliminations and they've really picked up the pace. Similarly, so for ISSL, Jimmy making his stand, able to somehow claw it back in like what, a 1v4, maybe a 2v4 with a little help from Touter. Jimmy just pulled off a miracle for ISSL.
That was, without a doubt, thus far the play of this match. ISSL did not look like they were going to survive that. And what a way that they managed to turn things around. And SITM this time around, not really making a lot of noise as we are looking at them, who were at the second place in the first match. B Esports seems to have gotten an eye on them, and they're trying to probably avoid this Desert. Desert does feel like in trouble, and he is not.
Oh, but one of the star players for SITM shut down Soulless. He's able to spot that one now. Oh, okay. Funnily, so this is the circle I was talking about earlier. It's that Shivasera circle now coming out, and look at Equinox. It was your prediction, Equinox. They got off to a bad start, but they've found themselves smack bang in the middle of the circle, now in a great position to make something happen. Meanwhile, SITM, they're in a bit of trouble, and Stronger, they probably smell that blood in the water. If B and SITM engage in a fight, Stronger likely to look for that third party.
Yeah, and again, it is about making use of that advantage. You know what they say, right? You can take the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink it. And if Equinox right now lose out with that positioning as well, that would be very unfortunate on their part. And right now, we're looking at this OPX with 2 eliminations, still having that full squad. Overall, 13 teams still remaining. A lot of skirmishes taking place. I'm still having chills for the play by Jimmy from just earlier on, and we're probably now seeing Stronger Esports in a bit of trouble. The top seed with a quick retreat by Sensor. Roller in some trouble. B Esports turning up the heat.
Oh, Stronger. They step in too early to that engagement and be able to hold on to that high ground. Shut them down. Senor taken away now, and Stronger in more than a spot of trouble. Their teammates quite isolated. 7 gives his life away as well, and our winner chicken dinner team from the first map now completely split apart. Soulless really stepping up for B, and he needs to do that. Again, this is one of the team in our bottom 5 right now. They're a team that really needs that win as much as they can. Can they close it out though? Because Fahad is making his way out. They haven't yet finished off the couple they knocked as well. B, they need to ensure they secure those points in the bag.
I feel that B doesn't want to overcommit on the push because they have a very good vantage point. Top of the hill is where you always want it, and it looks like we have a squad elimination. BITX has taken out Stronger Esports. Looks like BITX kind of came into take up the rest of the scrap there. B, probably a good move by them with getting just a few of those eliminations in. ISSL in a bit of trouble. One more eliminated. I believe we still have Jimmy who is surviving.
Yeah, 7A just trying their best to hold on. High ground for Equinox really paying off there. Right where they need themselves to be, near Chimasera on that mountain, and those long range shots pay off. They find XD, and now Cynics. It feels like a matter of time before he is finished off. Equinox able to pick up some crucial kills. More importantly, hold on to their spot. They're so spread apart though here, Chase. It could be disaster if someone decides to aggress, but while being the advantage of being spread out is they get to take many a fight at the same time. Now piling on the pressure onto Domi for Astra.
Yeah, and Equinox now just need to just there we finish it off there, because they just got the knocks, but they didn't get the eliminations in. So that factors in. I think, and we did see their Inertia Esports kind of capitalizing on Equinox's knocks and getting the elimination in. So that's important. And we're seeing VG Warzone at the same time having gotten eliminated there. Kage with the
Riley.
nades. Riley
Knows where Riley
has just
is.
been taken out.
Easily able to finish that one off, but Equinox now in a great spot. Finally, the bullets slow down. It seems like the fireworks have come to an halt as Astra Esports now eliminated. B once again looking to take that fight. They found a crucial knock, but it's just time for them to push it all the way in. Victory Gaming, meanwhile, facing some damage. The circle closing in. The team's trying to make those rotations come through. It is B this time facing off. And Classic eliminated by Mark Penn. Again, a crucial one. We're seeing our underdogs fight back, but it's B looking to make it happen. Pushing in on call right here and trying to cut them off. But Solis, he's been down. B still have the man advantage. You need to push in before the revives come through.
Yeah, and what you just saw there was Ryuk from B. He is one who have some amazing players who has just been knocked. Team Classic 922.
Ooh.
It's just Illusio left. Can he hold on? Probably now going to go for placement. Maybe try to get a few eliminations in, but B is now reviving their ranks. So they'll be back into that 4 squads, for 4 in that team. Equinox, besides that early loss of their team member, have been able to hold on to the remaining 3. We're also seeing Jimmy there. Again, the only one representing for ISSL. I think Equinox may... I'm not sure if they realize that he's... I think they realize that he's in the building. Yep, they do.
But Jimmy's pulled off the impossible before. It was against CMF before when he was able to make it happen. And Jimmy, he does it once again. This player just feeling himself, man. Now again in a 1vx position. This time finally gets straight out. Jimmy, he tried his very best. And to that, I'll tip my hat. But with that, ISSL have been eliminated. 7 AKS with picking up those elimination points. Again, crucial for them because this is a team very close to that cutoff. They're in the safe spot for now, but they need to solidify it more so, and they're doing that with this map. Equinox though, with the circle shifting away from them, more towards the urban area. Now trying to make the moves, make these rotations happen, and I love this position for B. They're in a very, very safe spot on the edge of the circle, and with no one behind them, they can just play it safe, play it slow. Make sure nobody catches them out. Wait for those engagements to kick off and look for the third party instead. And they might just get rewarded because look at the way OpenX are situated. While they have cover in their house, they're stuck between multiple teams almost in no man's land. OpenX. They've got to play it safe. They're being targeted by almost every single team in this land. Each team picking up that tiny compound for themselves. Is next circle going to be absolutely crucial. Jiro trying to pop some shots off though. Not able to land much as every team just now in a bit of a stalemate. Waiting for that next circle shift to find out where they'll have to ply their trades. Heck, still off, and this is why, like, when you look at it from that eagle eye view, Chase, you notice B, they have the highest of grounds, they have the best position. Hey. X still holding on. SITM trying their very best. It is just bullets being exchanged as teams try to strike fear into their respective hearts. But finally that circle shift has happened. We see it go towards the northern side.
And we still see SITM through all of this being very quiet and in the top 6.
Oh, but
B
is trying
pushing.
to shut them out.
But SITM is holding out strong. B, I believe it was blah. In a bit of trouble there.
Soulless though still managed to push out a player from SITM, and it's all down to QB to hold this down. QB now in an impossible position, decides to get aggressive though and finds a crucial one. The backup now coming through, Soulless taken away, and QB trying his best to keep SITM alive. Luke chunked out as well, but QB, he's still very much alive and he stays so as Dobu comes in for the backup, and SITM, they stand strong. Eliminate B Esports out. The proactive play by B Esports denied. SITM, they will not move. They're like a mountain range, man. Just cannot be denied.
It is crazy how SITM always manages to be in the action right at the end of when it comes to towards the end of this circles in these maps. And like right now we have these 4 teams again. VG has been proving to be quite quite the contenders, and we have MB Esports QB been eliminated.
I think that's the end of SITM.
SITM,
yeah, they have been eliminated.
A moment of silence.
Beautiful nades by OPX though, and just like that, I love this because we're down to our top 3 and every single one of them not in that top 3 in our leaderboards as well. So it's that resurgence of the teams in the middle of our brackets now. Victory Gaming, OPX and B Esports, they're sure to now play that stalemate game that we've seen many a times before. It's all about that next circle shift, and I think it might take a northeastern look right here. Shift away from most of these teams and likely put mostly, I think, OPX in the best spot.
I think over there we saw that emote where MB was praying that the high ground is still theirs from the looks of it. Because if by any chance...
nice shot.
Fantastic with those shots. I feel like NB has the advantage right now with the circle. They have that high ground. They might well be able to hold on to it.
But
OPX
Victory
losing.
Gaming here. Victory Gaming chase. They're coming through on the flag. OPX, they thought they could move in and focus their fights on NB, but Victory Gaming left for too long. They managed to deal a ton of damage. The nade's still raining down. They're trying to finish off that player, but he should be brought back to his feet instead now. With that northeastern shift, like I was talking about, it does mean that none of these teams in the circle, but like you said, NB Esports, they have the high ground. So currently, they have the best spot, but Victory Gaming trying to sneak their way in. They're in the toughest of positions, sandwiched between both OPX and NB, so they've got to play it smart. They've got to make sure that NB and OPX are fighting when they make their move, and that's why they're playing it slow.
This is the best view for us to see how everyone is positioned. OPX Fira has just been knocked. NB seems to be trying to do a rotation sec, though he is a little low. Mondo maybe trying to get damage out. VG seems to be splitting it each to themselves. It's just the 2 of them. OPX unknown being spotted there.
Oh, and Mondo gets taken out.
And Mondo too. Yes, Mondo has been eliminated. So has Fistboy. I don't think things are going the way that NB planned.
NB Esports. Yeah, exactly, but OPX, they just played it smart. Those shots coming through. Now Victory Gaming, they're trying to be the sly ones though. They were the team with the lowest number of members alive in this final circle, and they managed, with the help of OPX, eliminate out NB Esports. And now Victor Gaming, they need to pile on the pressure. OPX with a couple of mans down. It is effectively a 2v2 right now, and Victory Gaming, from where they might have been the first team to get caught out in this map, might be in that position to close out the winner chicken dinner. But no, Naeem brought back to his feet, and suddenly that man advantage flips around. OPX, they've got it back. They're going to slow it down.
Yeah, and if you look at this, the next circle is going to be out in the open. So that advantage which OPX has there, and that advantage being taken away. Nam being knocked again. VG is not letting it out. They are putting grenade after grenade, trying to get that advantage, which now they seem to clearly have. It is a 2v2. Gone in a bit of trouble. What can Damage do? It is all up to probably Damage to be changing things up.
Victory Gaming happy to wait for the circle, though. They know that OPX is on the very edge and that the circle will force them out and flush them into the open. And Victory Gaming ready to pounce. Now the circle coming through. Open next, they've got to make their move. And Damage waiting for exactly that. Slowly, in that prone position, trying to make their way in, set up the smokes, but eventually they'll have to take their fights, and that's where Damage's position will be crucial. Spots unknown out, the spray comes through, but he is able to find the down, and just like that, Victory Gaming will try to collapse with the trade on gone. And I'm not sure who was able to win it out. I think it was Damage, and there we go. 23 eliminations, man. This team was the team that started off in a position where Inertia might have just wiped them out, but it's Damage where he was the one caught out to finish off the game. 38 points picked up for Victor Gaming. I think that might be the biggest one we've yet seen.
Yeah, and kudos to Victor Gaming. They have had so many of those instances which looked like they were going to come up on top and they've missed out on it, but this time around, wow, it is most definitely, you know what, take a bow, Victor Gaming, because you guys outdid yourselves and outsmarted the teams in a positions when it looked as though it was anybody's game. They managed to turn the tide in their favor. Looking at Victor Gaming's Damage with 11 eliminations, Gone with 7, Warzone with 3, and Earthfast, I sometimes get caught up with those IGNs. With those are 2 eliminations there. Kudos, Victor Gaming right here. As those coming up on top. That Damage, indeed.
Yeah, no, for Damage to be the one in that bad position so early into the map. Victor Gaming, this win is huge, but the way they won it is so damn special. Rallying back and making sure they had Damage's back. Damage delivers, where he put the faith in his team to get him out of that tight spot. The team put their faith in him to close out this map, get that winner chicken dinner, and secure 23 eliminations in the bag. In fact, so much so that I think Victor Gaming might just leapfrog their way from the 7th position on the leaderboard to the 2nd position on the leaderboard.
Yeah. And we're going to see that in just a moment. And in the moment we look at this quick head-to-head with OPX and VG, 11-2, and Damage dealt. You can see the vast differences here, and the overall time, which, rather the knockouts, VG Damage, in fact, was able to do. And we'll just take a quick look now at our match summary. Here we have our highest eliminations by VG Damage. The highest damage, it's VG Gone, who's also claiming both, additionally, the assists, heals as well. It's all VG, and it has been their game. They have been the star of this match. Kudos to everything which these guys have managed to do and come up on top.
Yeah, I also believe it's that first chicken dinner across this week, so it's a big one, man, to get 38 points on your chicken dinner. That's truly making it count, and there's no question who the MVP could be. Damage just absolutely pulled a nutty one off. 11 eliminations, 1120 damage, and really playing beautifully with his comrade in arms. Playing with Gone, right? While Gone was dishing out that damage, playing the long range fights, it was Damage taking the charge, going in for the finishers and making sure that he was corralling them into a bad position. Victor Gaming, even in those last 3 teams where OPX had 4 members standing, where NB Esports had 4 members standing, all they had was Damage and Gone, and these two, the absolute dream team, they make it work, they find the winner chicken dinner.
And then we are looking at the top player, Damage. And Damage, you can see the difference between the top player and the remaining Again, some amazing work there, even by Jimmy as well. Even though we were just 3 eliminations, and again, VG being in some difficult positions, which they were earlier on, managed to come up on top with those 7 eliminations with 1,183 damage there, and overall, it's also an interesting comparison there with the amount of damage which Gone managed to put versus the top player being damaged himself. I feel like I'm saying damage multiple times. But you get what I'm trying to say here. That's a very interesting contrast there. And it just goes to show that it's not just about that one person. It is those assists in being able to get those eliminations and helping each other out. And that is really what matters at the end of the day in coming up on top. And this is that moment which you were talking about with looking here. VG seemed like they were going to be out of it as Inertia was trying to make that push. But that was the moment for VG. That moment itself, it set how they were going to end this game. That no one was going to be messing with them. And over here we had Jimmy from Noob Alliance as well, getting that team out of a very precarious situation. Equinox too. They seem to have those a few instances where they may have come up on top. They had some good positioning, even though they had a early elimination in their squad. And just here is when Jimmy was, pushed against the wall, trying to make that push. SITM this time around, who is the top seed in the overall standings, had a relatively early exit because they went in the top 3 as opposed to what they were in the previous round. It's just like one of their star player was eliminated early on. But then again, we're back at VG. How about this? They had just 2 players left, and they managed to turn things around when it seemed that they were the ones who may well have gotten eliminated when they were just the 3 teams there. There was some terrific work, damage with those pushes and ending things off to get the victory. And with that, here is our match standings.
Yeah, exactly. Victor Gaming, 38 points off the bat, double that of their second place player opposition in OPX. That's absolutely insane, man. But I think for me, the biggest winners in this match have to be Esports and Astra Esports, because these are teams in the bottom half of our standings, now getting 9 points in Astra. While they don't get a lot, they're staying consistent, getting 5 to 6 points every single match, so able to slowly but surely push their way into that top 11 mark.
Yeah, and 2 of the top 3 from the previous game were in fact the first 2 teams eliminated when we look at this particular match. It's turning out to be a very, very, very interesting way that things are playing out. And here are the overall rankings. So we have Retaliation still in that 16th seed, CMF IPG in at the 15th position, MacPain at 14, Astra Esports at 13, B Esports. Some of them are pushing a bit more, trying to get those extra points in at that 12th position, 7AKS in at 11, Inertia in at 10, ISSL Noob Alliance in the 9th position. And with that, we're looking at our top 8 Stronger Esports in that 8th position. I'm sorry, Nikhil, you were saying. I think I just interrupted you there.
No, I was just saying, it's really interesting, that fight between B, Astra and 7AKS, who is in that 11th spot, because both B and Astra hunting them down. And so far, 7AKS, they haven't had the greatest of maps, but Victor Gaming propelling themselves to that top 5 spot, just 5 points away from Equinox now.
Yeah, indeed. And it is an opportunity for them to even come up to that second position by the end of today, depending on how they can keep that momentum going. And we're looking at our overall top performers. We have BIT Matt with those 34 eliminations gone. Look at him. He's now in 30. And it definitely does seem that things are going to be changing up as this goes. So, Matt is in a bit of trouble if he wants to be that top performer position. He needs to get those a few extra eliminations in. and SITM still having two of their members in the top 5 of the top performers.
Absolutely, man. What a
Yeah,
phenomenal set
this
of maps.
was, and this was definitely a very, things just changed from what we actually expected there. And with that, Nikhil, thank you so much for being with me to these two games. We're probably going to be seeing Nikhil back in just a little bit. But in the meantime, we're going to be having joining us right now in the shoutcasting is RZ. He's going to be in with me for the third match. So things are definitely changing up. Things are getting hotter and hotter here at the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022. And again, as you saw in this so far, it is without a doubt, predictions are one thing, but what actually is happening is mind-blowing. And there is $30,000 on the line and $10,000 for the top performer. And of course, the PMNC is in broadcast to you in multiple languages, including Bengali, Mongolian, Sinhala, Jonka, and of course, you are here on the English stream. So make sure that you share this stream with your friends. Make sure that you also hit those reactions, hit the like buttons, put those reactions in. Maybe if it is a fun moment that you're seeing, you can always go with the haha, or those moments that are just like awe-inspiring. The wow is there for you. So make sure that you are smashing those reactions, because it does also mean that we can put this out to more people for them to be able to witness this. And RZ, how have you been liking these last two games? Have you? I hope that you're ready for this. You're ready for today.
I mean, it was absolutely wonderful, Chase. The way this matches have turned out to be, didn't expect at all. I didn't expect this to happen at all. Obviously, with VG getting performing the way they performed, especially looking at the last day, it was totally out of the box. I mean, I was expecting SITM, Team Classics, and these play teams to perform, but VG coming in and performing like that was absolutely wonderful to see, and hopeful that going into the games ahead as well, like game number 3, 4, 5, and 6, we can see more of VG performing. At the same time, Stronger Esports, didn't expect them to perform at all, but the way they got the chicken in the first game, great game. But we're gonna have a match of Sanhok as match number 3, and it's gonna be a very interesting match. Some close range fights. You have to prioritize circle, and in the end, it can be anybody's game.
Indeed, it can most definitely be anybody's game. So Sanhok is what we have coming up, and then afterwards we have Erangel all over again. And it is also a good thing to see, being the third day, that we are seeing other teams than the big guns right now kind of stepping it up, especially in the second, the top 5. That seems to now be the fight. We have SITM, which is right on top. They have a relatively good lead, which means that they don't necessarily need to overcommit with their plays. So long as they can work on their placements, give them those extra points in, they're relatively comfortable right now. But then the second, third, fourth, and the 5th position, now those right now is anybody's game.
Obviously, at the same time, we see Team Classic coming up in the last day and taking that position away. Didn't see them perform much in the game on the day number 1. So that position number 2, 3, 4, 5 was being contested again and again and again. And obviously, as you mentioned, that what did SITM has to do during the day or the next day as well. This is exactly what they did in yesterday. They were absolutely consistent in getting those placement points and those elimination points. So not too much, not too less. They were just being above average, and this is what giving them allowing them to maintain that specific lead going ahead into the today as well, going into the semi-finals. So I feel like they're very comfortable, they know what they do, and they are exactly doing that. Comes to the part of the second, third, and fourth, 5th position. Obviously it's being contested, but one thing is that we are almost done with the semi-finals, only maybe 9 to 10 games left. Still a good amount of games left, not too much. Teams have very less chance of coming back. So anybody who's on the page number 2, this is the moment, or this is a time where you start stepping up your game, stepping up your strategy, because if you want to come back and make sure you qualify into the finals, and after that you qualify to the PMPL, things need to be changed, and this is the time. Sanhok obviously is a bit difficult of a map chase. It's very difficult to predict where the circle is going to be, and if you let the circle get away, it will be very difficult for you to win the game. We have always seen some new team come up and perform in the map of Sanhok. Not even the Giants can perform. SITM was finding it very difficult to get the chicken in the last game, and 7KS took it away from them. So I feel like this could be a difficult match in general. But going at the match number 4, 5, 6, Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok again, the rotations coming up again. That will be the chance where you can come back. We have seen SSL Noble Lions as well yesterday. The way they jumped up from like 16th or 15th position to 12th or 11th, that was quite impressive of a journey.
And that's exactly what it is. Like right now, even though if you are watching, if you just tuned in and you just saw those overall standings, just keep in mind that things have really just only gotten started, and there's still so much of opportunity. Do not let those standings mislead you into thinking that there are going to be, those in the bottom 8 are going to stay there, because we are seeing little by little them also trying to get those extra eliminations in to get closer and closer. Because the top 8, just have a look at that. Just from 2nd to 5, there is barely any difference. And you heard RZ just there going, "Oh God," out loud. That is exactly what it is. Overall rankings.
I mean, SITM, they are in a different league of their own, right? 215 points of total, and the way they're playing, they are definitely qualifying for the finals. Then the competitions goes ahead from 2nd to 5th position of like 132 to 120 points. Anybody can jump from 6th to 5th or 2nd position very easily. So I feel like that's going to be very easy. But I'm going to go with, I feel like 7AKS. They have been wonderful in the last Sanhok as well. They got the chicken dinner. They were very good in predicting the circle. Chase, what about you? Who do you think is going to win?
NB Esports is someone who I've been expecting to fire. They've gotten a bit close. You know what? I'm going to give it to them this time around. Maybe they might be able to capitalize a bit more. And again,
I like you playing it safe. I like NBS actually got a chicken dinner on a map of Sanhok. You're like, "Oh guys, maybe they will get it." Chase, I know what you're doing. They will probably gonna get it. They like got a chicken dinner like yesterday as well on the map of Sanhok. They're particularly a wonderful bunch. So yeah, guys, don't like get fooled by Chase. That he knows what he's doing right now. He knows his job perfectly, by the way.
Well, with that, we're now actually just about to jump into that third game, and I'm excited. I'm honestly excited to see how this plays out, because again, this is a tournament where everyone is coming out a winner. That's something that's very important for those who are us watching, and those who are the teams themselves know that coming to the semifinals, just because you haven't gone to the next stage of the finals rounds, it doesn't mean that they've lost, because they have won so much through this. The experience that you get from playing with other teams that are better than you, that no one can teach you. And that is an experience in itself. And here we are right now in our third match for the day of the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022. It is Sanhok.
And we have a very fair playing path as well. I feel like any part of the map is accessible, except maybe towards the north side. Khao and Mongnai is a bit of inaccessible, but if you want to glide to that area, you can easily access it. And very few teams like to play the exact very extreme north side, but looking towards the center of the map, Bootcamp, Bhan, Lakavi, Kampong, these areas are very easily accessible. Team SITM, they've already taken a drop going towards the Camp Alpha side. Team 7 AKS moving towards Hatin side. There's a very minute chance that these teams might just get into an engagement with each other, but they did not get into an engagement in the last Sanhok, so I feel like that's what's going to happen in this game as well. Team Equinox is going towards the boot camp, and we have a first circle which is probably going to be closing towards the areas of Rune or Painan, so those areas will be majorly contested going to the later part of the game. But for now, I feel like the major portion of the teams are already within the circle. Team Stronger Esports, they're outside the circle, but nothing to concern in the distance from Kampong to the center of to the side of the circle. That's not really too much. And looking at that, BIT is in Paina. They're going to be looting those areas, and they are in a very good spot. Bad intention, and I feel like they could capitalize on this center point of the circle really well. And if I feel like they have a great position, they could gonna get to good loot as well. And probably the circle is gonna go away from the boot camp area, Camp Alpha side, towards the center of the ruins, maybe towards this area. So bad intention by their position of like dropping onto the Pioneer has already given them a place where they could actually capitalize on that, get like 10 to 12 points as well. I'm quite sure we'd be seeing some of the heal battles going in as well in this map, because Sanhok generally, when you feel like you cannot catch the circle and it's a bit far away, you have no option other than to go for heal battles. And I feel like we have seen a lot of the teams to do that. That ISSL in a really close proximity to the ESPORT. Mamatha going ahead with Soulless, but Soulless gets him down with a beautiful gun shot coming with that shotgun. He gets him down. Soulless also is very low on HP, especially due to the Jimmy in front of him, but he will pull off that first aid kit. Mamatha trying to crawl back into the safety, and he has to make sure that he survives, but Soulless trying to make sure that he gets that kill as somehow is going to be very difficult. Jimmy throws some kind of utility, trying to provide some kind of cover to his teammate, and it is pulling off to some extent, but it's up to Jimmy whether he can provide a good cover fire to his teammate or not.
And it does feel like ISSL seems to have gotten themselves into these sort of little tough positions, especially when you reflect back in the previous game. Hopefully they'll be able to still hold on to the full ranks. But B has shown that they are also willing to take some of those risks, get a few eliminations, and then they do a very quick withdraw so that they don't get caught, especially to a third party. And that's something which we always have to keep in mind, because it's never one team versus another. There's always someone else who will hear these shots, and then they'll try to make their way towards it and try to get a few of those eliminations in. And right now you can see ISSL, they're in two separate positions, quite spread out at the moment. And the plus side which they have is at least they're in pairs, as opposed to being isolated from one another. As to how this one's going to continue to play out, I think B is now going for a very slow rotation, trying to maybe gauge it. And from what I'm seeing, I think they might just not overcommit to this. But again, they're in a very comfortable position. They're in the circle, so nothing for them to really worry about, at least for the time being. And even SITM, they seem to have that entire area all for themselves, as 7AKS seem to be moving southbound in the map. Equinox 2 in a very comfortable position. As per NB Esports, well, I feel like they're exploring a bit. I think they're looking for maybe a better vantage point as to what worked out for them earlier on in the previous game. So it's anyone's game right now. It's all spread wide open, but Painan looks like that area might be the eye of the storm, because you have the bridges over there, and maybe a little bit of gatekeeping could take place as the match progresses.
Obviously, and we talk about as the match progresses, the first circle, the second or third circle, that's not going to be a major concern. The fourth, fifth circle, when the circle have decided which island to be included, which only one island to engulf, that's going to be a major concern going to be. SITM, they have to come back to the main island, to the island, but for now, ISSL and B squad going up against one another, and B blah 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 got his kill on Razor, they got his elimination on Razor. That's first person down in the match. The fight is still going on. Jimmy spots Soulless again, takes him down, and that's obviously a wonderful trade coming in. He's trying to make sure that he secures that elimination, and obviously it's going to be very easy to do so, because the rest of the team members are absolutely nowhere near him. Jimmy got himself a great knock, absolutely will try to capitalize on that. Blah blah coming from the other angle, it's up to him to save his teammate, but it's going to be very difficult as the distance between him and Soulless is immaculate right now. Lucifer is very close proximity to blah blah and you, also trying to provide some kind of resistance in forms of like you not allowing to his teammates to help someone who's down. But it's gonna be a 3v3. Nades being coming up from left and right. Duke chasing on. It's a 1v2. Lucifer tries a nade to be on the defensive side. One coming from the right, one coming from the left side. One plays down, but okay, it did a lot of damage to one person. That's gonna be Duke. But blah blah coming from the right side dealt a lot of damage, and Duke was the one that delivered the final shot. So I feel like that engagement that B took, wonderful performance.
Yeah, I think they got a little overzealous there with that nade. Maybe should have just held that position and instead maybe sprayed with the assault rifle, because I don't think the B knew that he was in that position. It was an opportunity for even a flank, but those sort of things do happen. And ISSL, unfortunately, now down two. Jimmy being knocked. And looks like they seem to be in a bit of trouble. And B Soul has been taken down, and it looks like Jimmy has been eliminated, leaving them with just one member of that team to hold on and maybe hopefully go for a placement if they can. But all teams still there. B with those 3 eliminations of ISSL. The Monta needs to figure out how he's going to be going about this.
Exactly, it's going to be very difficult for him, especially Mamatha is the only one left right now. B was one of those players down, might just try to revive at the same time. INES was a bad intention going on. That's a very important fight, especially for INES. They have taken 3 eliminations for themselves. Alpha goes down, but in PUBG will have no problem reviving him. So that's going to be 4 players back on their foot really soon. At the same time, team bad
it's
intention.
another knock.
Oh, you're right. That's another knock coming in. Or at the same time, blah blah coming in from right side, uses that nade and take out the first team of the game. And it's going to be ISSL. That's not gonna. They're not gonna be happy with this outcome. Dexter taking a lot of damage. He's going to be bleeding out, but blah blah using that smoke. I feel like you should just run to your teammate and try to revive him because he's very very low on HP. Absolutely making it at the nick of time. On this side, B Esports, they got themselves on like 4 elimination points. So that's a good trade out in. I feel like in this engagement overall.
Well, that was actually good timing for that res. A split second late, that would have been far worse than having your teammate throw daggers at you right next to you for not coming in time to get that res in. And right now, when you look at the overall eliminations, B having those 4 in, wiping out ISSL, and we have. In fact, it is Inertia Esports with those other 3 eliminations. So 56 of the players remaining, 15 teams left. And, we just got started. The first ring is just coming in. Again, a lot of instances where we'll see repositioning, a bit of regrouping also taking place around this juncture. And I think the most important thing is getting that extra ammo, getting the extra utilities in, and at the same time, maybe and as we just saw there, RX now seem to have one of their team members knocked. That was by CMF.
Exactly, and I feel like there's a lot of fights happening, obviously, because a lot of teams are trying to rotate from the main island of the North Island to the South Island, from the Query Camp Alpha towards the Rune or Camp Charlie side, and that's a lot of fight happening. And generally, we have seen Team Equinox fighting out with NBS. There's 2A also fighting with Equinox. There's Team Bad Intention, very close proximity on the CSC, Team Team CMF. At the same time, INES towards the north side of Team Bad Intention. So I feel like there's a lot of fights that is generally happening, because a lot of teams are trying to rotate. SITM, they've done a wonderful job, but okay, this cycle makes it much more confusing for everyone out there. You cannot decide whether you want to be on the right side of the circle or the left side of the circle. Everyone was like sure that the circle is going to close in towards the Rune side. I was sure as that as well, but this shift had made it much more confusing to everyone out there. Bad Intention just need to go back towards the Pyran. They have to play that area because that's going to be the center, and as Chase was discussing a bit earlier as well, that's going to be Eye of the Storm. So I feel like Bad Intention was already in a great position. On the other side, 2A loses one of their players. Nothing concerning for them, as he will be revived really quickly.
Yeah, and it does feel like that circle change. It is going to shift a lot of momentum, and it's going to create those skirmishes which you weren't expecting to take place. And we are seeing on the feed itself a few eliminations, and also at the same time quite a few knocks. But the fact that you're able to get those reses in and quickly, and you can even see over here, like Equinox having that advantage over here, but it doesn't mean that Astra Esports is going to say make it easy for them. Equinox still not being able to open up their account. CMF have managed to get 2 eliminations in. BITX in a bit of trouble as we see that they only have 2 who are okay with one already been knocked out. RX is having a really tough run in these games as we're seeing only one who is still standing. Hopefully that risk can come in. CSC also losing that Steam Classic, just losing a member there as well. And
Obviously,
ND
I feel like
Esports-
a lot of knocks are happening left and right from either side. 15 teams are alive, 52 players, 12 have lost us. So in general, there's like mid to long range fights happening. NBS in general in a good position towards the Pina, and as we were talking about that, they have nothing to do except to make like to land this shot to hold that position and to make sure that 4 of those players are still alive. So generally, Chase's prediction are doing relatively wonderful in this game, and they are in a very great position to secure even the chicken dinner. At the same time, Team Stronger Esports and VG, the winners of the last 2 games, they are going up against one another. At the same time, it's going to the side of Team Stronger Esports, where they got 1 player down. At the same time, they
they've got
secure that elimination.
the top player there that was gone, who was just eliminated. Gone and Damage are definitely the 2 who have been making the bigger impact for Victor Gaming. So losing one of them means that things are definitely going to be changing up for them. And who's going to be coming up on top between the last 2 winners? That is yet to be seen. Again, Stronger Esports was also eliminated a little earlier on in the previous game. That confrontation, we will soon know how it's going to be playing out. SITM, on the other hand, every time I look at SITM, I feel like their strategy is, because I've been trying to understand what their strategy is, and what I feel is they play a very relaxed start and they get some good positioning, and then afterwards they go in for the eliminations.
And I feel like they don't just force things out as well. You could see right now them being on the far edge of the circle. They're not just trying to push in that much. They understand that it will be very difficult to even go to the areas of ruins. So they're just praying towards the area of Tambang and Nakham. They're like, these areas are relatively empty. Let's just not push into the circle or try to take those unnecessary fights that we have to. So they're just calming, chilling out, and at the same time figuring out where the circle is going to make the shift and then make a decisive move. I feel like a lot of the teams, and that's a good strategy as well, but it depends on how you play it. A lot of teams make some early moves that gets them punished. Even 7AKS, they were the same side as like team on the side of Camp Alpha. They try to rotate, and on that angle, they got 2 of their players caught out, and now there are only 2 players left. So even if they're in a really great position, that position is absolutely nothing with 2 players just being alive. So I feel like this is what SI team is generally doing. They're just letting the circle take shifts before they make a move. But as we are talking about circle shift, it's going towards the side of Painan and Runes again, leaving the main island a bit out. And I feel like that will answer a lot of questions for these teams, whether which side to go or which side to avoid.
It looks like that they're going to be on both sides of the river. Situation, I feel, is what's going to be happening. There might well be more action on the river banks as this match continues, if the circle continues to focus on Painam. And that is when the fact of your marksmanship will really come into play, because you can't really be just spraying. You need to kind of like get a bit more accurate, especially with the distance. And you can see here Dobu having eyes on Dexter. I think Dexter may have actually had a bit of clip damage because he is taking cover, has not peaked yet, but Dobu is waiting for that peak. But they seem to be very well concealed there. And just to the left, we see Inertia Esports not that far away. And SITM, again, holding on to just the edge of the circle, not overcommitting.
Exactly, and Dobu is trying to spot any play as he can, and at the same time B Esport, they realize that somebody is on the other side of mountain. Dexter trying to give a bit of peek, trying to play with that angle, and at the same time baiting out any shots as he can. SITM realizes this as well. Both of those teams are in very close proximity with one another, and B Dexter, he might not have an idea that QB is very close to
I
him.
don't
QB
think
has to
so.
be realized, and QB has to be
I
careful
don't
about the
think
top
so.
angle because Yuk might just spot him if he tries to get up. So he's coming off from the right side, and Dexter has absolutely no idea. Okay, so that's a given that Dexter has absolutely no idea QB is coming from right side. QB has to be careful of someone from the top side. There, he shouldn't make himself vulnerable. So if he comes back from that angle, that could be a good start. And obviously he comes from that angle, spots Dexter, he deals a lot of damage, but
Dexter's-
unfortunately, he misses some shots, but nothing can any because Geo spots him from other side, takes him down, and we have a bit of advantage for the side of SITM, and it all goes down for the credits of just QB, the way he played this.
Okay, that was big brain play by them. We saw and they're finishing off Dexter. That is it for Dexter, and and if we just saw that, even at that instance, even though they had Ryu who was in, he did not engage, and those cheeky shots, which we saw there by SITM. And then the immediate retreat from the knock. He didn't try to go in and try to get that elimination straight off the bat. And instead, it's B Esports eliminated. Completely wiped out.
And I feel like all that started with the QB coming in, trying to get that knock, obviously with the Giro and Dobu following up everything. So we already had that advantage going in, and it was very easy for them to secure the rest of the kills. Obviously, because one thing is that they secured the first kill, and it was a 3-4 at the start. So they got themselves into a 2v4, which was quite easy to get it. And SITM, they got themselves to the northwest side of the map, where they got 3 elimination, 4 players are still alive, got themselves some great loot. QB has like 4 first aid kits, some good utility. So I feel like they're really far away from all of the action. But on the other side, Team Classic, they're not going to be happy with this outcome. 370 meters away from the circle, 2 players are still alive, and on the other side is Call up against them, who has like 3 players alive. 1 is down, is also being revived, and Hopeless and Kenny Oxy is the only one left. They're trying to go back into the circle, but I feel like this is just a bit of stretch, a bit things difficult for themselves. But Kenny Oxy, at the same time, Momo gets revived. A nade coming from side of Team Classics will put him down again, and Team Call have to, again, we're gonna make sure that they revive their player and then go for that engagement. 1 minute 56 seconds before the circle start pushing in, or circle moves in, but Kenny Oxy spot the second play, takes him down. It's a 2v2. Kenny Oxy is very low on HP, but at the same time Valeska goes down, and we're down to a 1v2. How did the Team Classic pull this off? And Kenny Oxy just trying to secure those kills, secure those elimination. Pelzang is just trying to crawl back to his teammate. It's just gonna be a 1v2. A wonderful performance coming in from the side of Team Classic. Didn't expect that to happen at all. It was a 4v2, but Kenny Oxy with that utility coming in with those wonderful display of mechanical skills, I feel like it was absolutely immaculate.
Yeah, like MacPen, in fact, were having the advantage there, and the Team Classic seemed like they were being taken completely off guard, and that's how they managed to, in fact, and Desert has also been eliminated right now with SITM as we speak, and that was an opportunity for MacBen to maybe because Team Classic has not really been performing that great, and it felt like, a quick fumble happened there, and Team Classic managed to change things. But it looks like it is a squad elimination, as much as Team Classic 922 tried to change things. About MacPen at the end of the day managed to come out on top. There was some exciting plays which took place there. And SITM, which we're looking at right now, in with that molly. Oh no, he walked into his own molly. That is unfortunate. Jiro is being eliminated by Astra Esports. And it's just Kyubi who's left. 3 of his mates eliminated. This is something which we have not seen so far. SITM may not even be in the top 10 at this rate. But, when it's only 1 person left, it normally means that you are going to retreat a little bit, try to play for a more passive approach. But let's see what he's going to do there, because SITM, they're very passive aggressive. I think that is the word for their strategy. They're very passive aggressive, and even though it's just 1 person left, things may change up for them. OPX is who we are looking at right now. Stronger Esports, Again, holding all of their ranks in with 3 eliminations. And again, high ground provided for OPX. And looks like Roll-Up may not really push in there. I think they want to maybe like regroup a bit more before they continue on.
Obviously, and I feel like this is a bit of a sad outcome for both of those teams the way it turned out, but we have much more important things to talk about at the same time. 7A KL, they spotted one player, takes him down, and that's the first elimination on their side. Mehraj is using some defensive utility. Power will not get it connected on the other side. There are still 2 players live, 31 meters outside the circle. It's not going to be an easy journey towards the circle and making sure you get yourselves into the top 4 or 5. The chicken is almost out of your hand. Macman gets eliminated, number 12, and we have 11 teams alive with 30 players. Farhad spotting and 1 player from INES Alpha deals a bit of damage but couldn't get the job done. On the other side, Bid Intention loses Mehdi. INES are losing players down. One by one, we are seeing players going down, and we, as I started speaking, there were 30 players alive, and as I'm like finishing what I wanted to say, we have like 22 players alive. So within that few seconds, we've lost 8 players all across the map, and that is just OPFX just wiping out from the map of Sanhok in the blink of an eye.
Honestly, I think you need to start talking a little faster because things are getting absolutely crazy right now. Look at this. We have VG, who are the winners of the last game, who may well have just been eliminated, or it looks like that. Yep, VG is eliminated. They've been taken out. It looks like things are in the favor of Stronger, and CMF with 8 frags this time around. Again, we're seeing different teams coming up on top. Inertia Esports taken out by Stronger. 7AKS with only those 3 eliminations, but we are in the top 7 teams. We're into the 6th circle now, with another circle going to be pushing in just about 10 seconds. Equinox trying to get into where Astra Esports is. They're trying to use these utilities.
Exactly, but for now 2A, they are trying to go. They are trying to put out some kind of retaliation, but they goes down as well. Equinox Twist, he is bleeding right now. Keg and Ligro, they have to do something about that. At the same time, I feel like it has been the job of Ligro to revive his players. Casino Sports, 1 player tries to find land shots through the smoke, but nothing gets connected. Team Stronger Esports, they're looking relatively very great right now. 4 players alive, 5 eliminations, and they are on the edge of the circle. Not just edge of the circle, they are the only ones that are within the circle right now. 2 players are outside the circle, but I feel like there's nothing much of a concern, as the rest of the 2 players are holding all of the map right now. And I feel like they're punishing everyone that tries to move in. On the other hand, Rola goes down, so something needs to be done about that. 7AK, they're still surviving despite the fact they lost 2 of their players right at the start, but Mehraj goes down. Also takes a lot of damage, and that's a blue zone gonna be coming in, and he has to move out of that cover, otherwise he's just gonna lose his life to the play zone. Tries to pull off those bandages, but I feel like that's just a bit of stretch, and there's nothing that could have been done. 7AKS just loses their life. Another squad being eliminated. Team Stronger Esports, CMF and Team Equinox just being left. At the same time, Equinox is only left with 2 players, Cage and Ligo. Team Stronger Esports still surviving, still thriving with 3 players alive. One is gone, one is like knocked down, and on the other side, I still want to see CMF what they are doing. I feel like he's just 1 player alive in the blue zone and pulling off those first aid kits. So it's just gonna be 3v2, and it's gonna be very difficult for Team Equinox to pull off that winner chicken dinner. It's not impossible.
Yeah, right now, Stronger 1 eliminated right there. So it looks like Equinox might have that opportunity. Oh no, Kage taken down with those nades. Utilities coming in, and we can see how much it makes a difference here. Stronger Esports having some vital cover from the house, and it is now turning into a 3v1v1. CMF again out of the zone. I think it's just placement which CMF is going for there, hoping that Equinox gets eliminated so that they get the 2nd seed and score a bit more on the points. After all, they did get those 8 eliminations in, so they have that opportunity in getting 12 extra points for being 2nd. But it is still anyone's game. We have seen these instances, 1v3 moments where things can change. Is it Equinox Esports time to shine, or is Stronger going to do exactly that. Just go in with an overwhelming amount of force. Looks like 7 is creeping in closer. CMF taken down from the zone itself, and it is Stronger coming up on top.
And that's a wonderful performance from Stronger Esports, getting the second chicken dinner of the day. And I feel like not just that, they got 8 elimination in this game, 1558 damage, a total of 23 points. So didn't expect that at all. And looking at the performance from the last day, I didn't expect them to get 2 chicken dinners in a total of 3 games. At the same time, getting a chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok, which is relatively very difficult as compared to Miramar or Erangel, but they have done wonderfully so. And I feel like the way they got their hand on the circle, the 4 of those players alive in the last 3 circles, that was immaculate. The other thing was that was amazing that they were within the circle. No other team was within the circle when Team Stronger was holding that edge of the map, and not just edge of the map. They had full map control in this game, and they capitalized on that by getting like kills all across the game, all across the map, and at the same time got themselves a wonderful winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and now if you look at the match stats, rather team stats to be more precise, of Stronger Esports, 7 with those 4 eliminations, Roller with 2, Sensor with 1, and Farhad with 1. Overall, if you look at them if you compare their first win for the day, as per this, it is not as many eliminations, but it still doesn't really make a lot of a difference, because when you are getting that top seed position, that is a 15 points which you're getting there. So overall, they actually have come out, doing some amazing work here, and they were in fact taking on CMF there. It's 8 to 8 eliminations, damage. There's barely a difference between the two when you look at head to head at this instance, apart from the assists. But everything else, it's just very marginal with the same amount of eliminations which they have gotten there. Unlucky for CMF, unfortunately, weren't able to maybe capitalize on the top 3 position. Again, that last skirmish which they had to deal with, it kind of put them in on that back foot, and Equinox also not being able to capitalize on that 3v2 there.
Exactly, and I feel like Team Stronger Esports have been doing wonderful, but we have the stats comparison most post-match 15 of players, but we have Dictators on both sides. So let's see how Dictator has been doing like for the past, like against himself. So he got 4 eliminations, damage done to like 582. So I feel like the production is doing this in case generally like, okay guys, how have you done as compared to yourself? You shouldn't be comparing yourself to other people, you should be comparing yourself to yourself. So in terms of your journey, so this is what we have been doing. This is all that philosophical lesson that you guys didn't expect. So we're doing that for you. But we have match summary in front of us in a few seconds, and let's see who has what kind of starts in this game. And I'm expecting probably it's gonna be team not at the same CMF. Oh, okay. I didn't expect CMF player at the top. Like at every place, he's like Dictator, highest knockers 4, highest assists. Highest damage is like a Dictator with 582, highest eliminations with Dictator 4, and highest healing done as well with like 1443. It's just Dictator all over again.
Yeah, and it's good to see, like, again, with every match summary, we are seeing new faces. We are having the opportunity to have other players getting highlighted too. And it has been CMF's game. Yes, they did not come up on the top, but they have been playing a more aggressive game. It felt like this was a map which they were more comfortable with, something which they themselves decided, hey, you know what? We can get a bit more aggressive. We can do a bit more. Let's do this, instead of necessarily taking a more cautious outlook onto the overall match itself.
Exactly, but we have the MVP, and obviously it's going to be Dictator, the way we have seen him being on top of those 4 categories, with him having the highest healing, highest damage, assist as well. So that was particularly impressive on his side. But looking at his most valuable player stats, he has like 4 eliminations, 0 headshots. The longest elimination distance 92 meter, which is quite impressive on the map of Sanhok. He has 582 damage, and look at those survival time is like 24 minutes 30 seconds survival time of the map of Sanhok. But I'm particularly impressed with his damage and his longest elimination distance. Like he probably was doing great. At the same time, he was pulling off those first 8k in the last circle, so that is why his team was on the like top 3.
Indeed, and if we're looking at the top players right now, Dictator taking up that number 1 seed band, not too far behind, especially when it comes to damage. Literally, just 2-point difference between him and Seven, with 4 eliminations for him too, with a 580 damage. We got Jirov with 4 eliminations, 396 damage. And then we have another one of CMF's players, CMF IPG's Faisal 007 with 3 eliminations, and Team Classic, that is Kenoxine 922 with 3 eliminations, with also damage of 380. It's good to see some things being shaken up a little bit and helping each of these players build up a bit more confidence.
But this was at the start, Team ISSL going up against B Esports. With even that, I mean, it was just B Esports absolutely dominating that side. On the other side, INES, they were having a wonderful game in the on the mid side, like after 10 to 12 minutes, where they got a good hang of the circle. But one thing that was quite impressive on this fight was SITM's QB going against, like, finding a flank angle coming from right side, and Dexter didn't expect that at all to happen. But at the same time, right after that fight, the team SITM got themselves eliminated at the end of 2A. On the other side, Team 7AKS, they got themselves into a circle a bit earlier at the loss of cost of 2 players, but fortunately for them, they got themselves into top 4 or 5, so got themselves some sweet survival points, but it's not too much still.
Yeah, and right here, you saw even Equinox having that opportunity to kind of like really capitalize, but it seemed that they may have just lost out at that last bit. And here we are with the match standings. Stronger Esports, so with that winner chicken dinner, and with the total of 23 points. CMF IPG, kudos to them overall with 18 points in the second place. Equinox with 17, 7AKS with those 11 points. Overall, if you look at this, everyone has scored at least a point, and that's something which we haven't seen today as of yet. And here is the bottom 8, which we're looking at right now. We have 7AKS, who seem to have leveled up to the 9th position with 100 points. So with that, we're looking at our top 8. SITM still having the comfortable lead. Equinox in at the second position with 149 points. Stronger Esports with 134 points in the third position. So we can see Bad Intentions, Victor Gaming are exactly the same. So they're both at that 4th position, so to speak. Things are definitely changing up here, and we are in for again the top 5 right now. It looks like from 2 to 5, we're going to continue to see that that competition as teams come in and out of those points. So
we have top perform. Yeah, top performers. I bet Math is still at the top. Obviously, he couldn't do much in this game, but Desert on the number 2 position, which has 32 elimination. VG gone with 31 elimination. Is Geo with 27 elimination. Equinox Twist here, he got himself like 1 or 2 kills, 1 or 2 elimination in this game, and he's like 26 total. But he still has to get 8 more elimination if he wants to make sure that he can find himself at the top. But in all of this, it's like SITM has more survival time than anybody else. It's like 1 more hour, maybe, or like that's like 1 more minute. I have no idea.
A minute.
That's like,
a minute.
It's like 1 hour. No, that's an hour. I think that's an hour. Yeah.
Hour, right? Yeah, it's an hour. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a wonderful
also because SITM overall have been in the top 5 to top 3 more often than not. And I think we're looking at, if we had like a specific stat for that, I probably would say at least 75 to 80% of the time itself. And judging by this, it's probably a bit more than that. But yeah, that is a very interesting stat that you highlighted.
And not just that, I mean, look at Team Stronger Esports right now, Team SITM. Team SITM is like 4 winner chicken dinners, and they have got themselves like 230 or 240 points right now, or maybe 223. I'm not wrong, yeah. And on the other hand, we have Team Stronger Esports with 3 chicken dinners, only 1 behind, but they got themselves like 140 or 150 points generally. Even if they get themselves like 4 chicken dinners, that's like 170 or 180. They're still 40 to 50 points behind. That's the consistency I was talking about on the side of Team SITM. Back-to-back performances, not just 2 winner chicken dinners. They are getting themselves in the top 2 or 3, and we saw that in their stats of the like top performers as well. But we have the schedule for the semi-finals, day number 3. We are done with the half of the games, only left with 3 games behind, and we're gonna have the same rotation again as like first 3 games. We have Erangel as the 16th match, Miramar as 17th match, and Sanhok as 18th match, and it's gonna come back to the All Classic. And I feel like there's already been a lot of research that exists on the map now. The teams have been played, so there's literally that is no excuse left that we don't know what's happening. You have everything figured out, and I feel like it's just, if you are really good at it, this should be your game, or this things should start turning around for you now.
Yeah, and Erangel is a map which is anybody's game. You know, it is a very well balanced map. It is a fast-paced map too, and it has a map. It is a map rather which you have a lot of buildings, which means that you have ample cover. And even if you look at the overall fields itself, there are places which you can actually surprise and try to get like a few eliminations in. But it also has, it's a double-edged sword. It is also a map which if you don't position yourself right, you can get caught out in the open and get eliminated, and not just yourself, but maybe even the entire team. So Erangel it's going to be again that fast-paced one. And if you take anything from like Sanhok being a map which we would see a bit more caution, it felt like caution was thrown to the wind by everyone.
I mean, yeah, even a map of Sanhok, it has been a bit difficult to get ahead of the circle. The way the circle has taken its shift in the last games, I feel like that was a bit more of a question, where do you exactly want to play? SITM tried their best to come in from the west side. They couldn't exactly do so. They lost their lives at the hand of 2A, but it was somebody who was at the center, and how they exactly were playing out, that was needs to be done. But at the map of Erangel, it's a bit fast-paced as well. At the same time, I feel like it's a bit of slow-paced map. It's a bit of both. Turns out how the circle is going to be. If it's towards the side of Gatka, Puchinki, or towards the Milta, it's a slow-paced game. But if it goes towards the either island, towards the north side or towards the south side, then we might see a bit of fast pace coming up, with teams trying to rotate, trying to cross those risky bridges. So that's like a fast pace. But in generally, I feel like you can have a good game on Erangel. You could get themselves even good elimination. I have seen teams getting 19 to 20 eliminations on the map of Erangel. Whether I don't see a lot of teams getting like even 9 to 10 eliminations on the map of Sanhok. So this could be a fast-paced game, and you could get a lot of elimination, depend on how you play this game. But I am a lot hopeful for Stronger Esports. The way they're playing today is absolutely wonderful to see. Their momentum, the like train, it's like not just a momentum, it's a train of momentum that is just keep going, and nobody seems to stopping it. Yeah. Even SITM as themselves.
Yeah, like I think now it is. We've definitely established that SITM has a certain strategy which works for them, and it's fine. Then we have, of course, our 2 to 5, which we're not really sure which way it's moving. But we have now seen Victor Gaming and Stronger Esports as the 2 dominant teams thus far, which means, what is everyone else's strategy? Because you've had teams that have been performing well in one game and then not all that well in the next one. So what would be the headspace that they're going to be in is the question. Is this where they're going to really change things up for themselves so that they're able to not I would feel that there are some times where they're just being careless decisions, a bit too overzealous in trying to get an elimination just because there was a knock, because you're trying to follow through with it, when maybe it was just that knock where you should probably reposition before you decide to commit into and getting that elimination. So things like that, I feel are certain things which some of the teams need to look at and think about. It's, I think, more of like a mindset thing, and the mind games, and try to put all of those things away so that they can really focus on at least getting into the top 5.
And I feel like when you are at this stage, obviously we had a long journey to with 256, 128, 32, 64, 32, and now we're down to 16 teams again. And I feel like in this journey, you still have, like, the mechanical skills are out of the question right now. Everybody is really good with their aims. Everybody is really good with those sprays coming out. The utility usage is particularly very impressive. It all comes down to the strategy. It all comes down to the mind game you have, the confidence you have right now. So it depends on all of those things and how you exactly play it. So if some teams we have seen that turn things around. I was talking about ISSL Noble Alliance, so we can talk about Team Stronger Esports as well. The way they have just started to jump up on those ranks. We have seen the performance coming in from even VG as well. VG yesterday was absolutely irrelevant. I'm sorry, but they couldn't do anything throughout the whole day. Even the player that has been done the most damage, he couldn't do anything throughout the whole day. He maybe got 1 or 2 eliminations in those 6 matches. So that was a bit of a sad thing. But today they seem to be doing a much better thing. I feel like they learned a lot. They look at their mistakes, even Stronger Esports as well, and they are taking the shift away. They're taking the spotlight away from those teams that perform really well, or some teams that we consider giants, or some teams better teams. No, they're like, hey, if we are here, we deserve to be here, and let us show you why exactly we can perform. And look at that right now. Team Stronger Esports not on the second page. Even 7AKS, they're on the number 9. ISSL Noble Alliance, we saw them at number 15 or 16, or they're at number 11. They were at number 9 yesterday, but I feel like they dropped on 2 positions. On this side, look at Team Classics. They were at number 3 yesterday, and now they're at number 7. So it's, as you mentioned in the top performance, well, it's very great to see some new faces coming up and performing.
Yeah, and RGC OPEX, I feel like that is another team which has had those good moments, but again, if you look at today, they're right at the number 8 position right now. And when we do look at the overall standings, there's really not much of a difference. It's the top 5, rather the second to 5th position is anybody's game, and it's wide open, because that lead, again, we're going into that, and those the fact that Stronger Esports, if you look at the difference between them and SITM, it is only 1 chicken dinner less is what Stronger Esports has. But what SITM has done better is the fact of their placement points. If they were able to rank up a bit more on the placement points over there, yes, eliminations are also a very big gap, but the placement points there would have been something which could have helped them a bit more to get a bit closer to and hold on to that second position. Because right now, number 2, no one knows who it's going to be. No one has solidified it for themselves. I think it has come to that place where if SITM is spotted, I think teams would try to eliminate them to kind of get them out, so that then eventually you can get closer to them, so that they don't necessarily add on. But the way that they have been playing, it just shows that they know that they have been hunted, and they ensure that they're still the predator as opposed to being the prey. And it's not. And obviously I feel like it's gonna be difficult to exactly do that. Obviously it's like SITM, you can't exactly predict where they're going to be coming from. They try to avoid any kind of engagements going into the first part of the game. So let's see what is going to be. But I'm gonna go with Team Equinox in this map of Erangel. I feel like they have been getting very close to a chicken dinner as well, and they have been doing particularly well in the last 2 days. So let's see, they're number 2 right now. So any team that is coming close to SITM, I feel like this is one of those teams that could do some kind of damage, or to provide some kind of hope to the teams as well. Oh, don't worry, we are still there in the competition. Yeah, I'm still wondering as to who I'll be backing in this one, because it's a bit difficult. I think for me, I feel like Bad Intentions may actually have a good opportunity, but only one way to find out, and that is, of course, so when we jump into our 4th match of the day. And If you just tuned in, yes, we've completed our first 3 matches of the 6, and we are going to be hopping on to our 4th one shortly. So welcome to the stream. This is, of course, the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022. It is broadcast and coming to you live in multiple languages, and yes, you are, of course, on the English stream here. But yes, if this is not the one that you wanted to be in, make sure that you check the page for the right language that you like, and make sure that you send everyone else here. Because we're the fun casters.
Yeah, like we could talk about literally everything other than game as well. If you want us to talk about anything other than game, we like talk about maybe the weather today, maybe how the situation it is, and how you should like maybe travel as well if you want to talk about. But we have the game as well in front of us. Let's just talk about that. It's like the semifinals, day number 3, match 16, the 4th game of the day of PMNC wildcard. The plane is going to from the side of Ferry Pierce towards the shooting range. We have Gatka Hospital ruins, Georgia Pool, Rozok School, Puchinki right underneath it. At the same time, we have the military base right next to the plane path. On the side, if we look up towards the Novre Pinoy Milta Power, I feel like that's out of range. I don't know. I feel like that's a very strong feeling I have. Definitely out of range, and probably not a lot of teams going towards that area. But team Stronger Esports taking an early exit going towards the military base. There's a decent chance that team Equinox, they're also towards that angle and might just take a fight. But I feel like due to this plane path, we might just see a southern circle as well.
If that happens and it goes in towards like farm or to like military base, we've not seen, I think, in Erangel so far. More often than not, it tends to kind of like stay a bit center and just move just a little bit to the left or right, and we've not really seen that much there. So now, as we just said, this is the the 4th match of the day, 16th match in total in our semifinals here in the PMNC, and this is the moment where, this is interesting. I feel like we have a few who've gotten in a little late, and maybe ISSL, and they do. In fact, yes, there is one. The first elimination is by ISSL, and that is near Pochinki. It is Inertia Esports who got in a little late from the plane, and these vehicles here. They most definitely are extremely dangerous in this map.
Exactly, and they got themselves a really great elimination right at the start, and now they're on a move with 3 different buggies, and they're trying to move on the side of Farm Milta, and I feel like that's a great thing. We were discussing right at the start of the game that map of that area of the map might have been inaccessible. So I feel like Team ISL is on a war path to trying to prove me wrong that if we will access that area just because RCF said so that you shouldn't access those areas. But Team RX right now, they are just looting, and Team Retaliation in generally they haven't been able to do much. But on the other side, it's towards the school areas, and they are very, very close proximity to NBS. 4 players in 4 different compounds. So for NVES and Team RX, they have 2 players in 1 single compound. Fardi is a bit ahead, so he has to be careful. And same goes for Khazani. He has been like on the front foot, like he might just get spotted by Zolex and Adia. So something needs to be done about that. At the same time, they got multiple perspectives on different buildings, so NBS has greater hold of this map. Monda tries to get out of his compound, rejoin his player, so it's like a 1-1-2 split. So, but still worried about Khazani as he is in a bit of ahead rather than his team. Oh, you were right. He's going in from that angle.
To the compound. And also, the question is, where is the 4th player of RX? On the bird's eye view, we're not seeing the 4th person. Yep, I feel like one flex. We have... I feel like this is a 4v3 with one of RX's players not here. Yeah, Sek is missing.
You're right. I feel like he's been missing from this fight in generally, and we have 3v4. Also, at the same time, one of his player flex takes on a lot of damage, and it's such like Team NPS, a bit of advantage to nades are being thrown. It's just, I think it gets connected. It's just deals a bit of damage. Fist boy landing, trying to land shots through the smoke. It didn't get connected. One more utility coming from his side, but I feel like that's going to be difficult. Oh, he's trying to deflect that
That was a
nade.
bounce.
I don't know exactly with that, did that get connected or not, but on the other side, Team B still has the advantage in terms of number. I don't know exactly where the last player is. Further tries to throw that flash,
Oh, there's
and
Zek.
Sek coming in
Oh,
from
sorry,
the other angle, trying to
yeah.
spot anyone as he can, but it's still like 3v2 where 1 or 2 players from RX is still on the behind side and they're not doing much from this angle. Sek is trying to provide any kind of cover to his team, but I'm still surprised that in such a close proximity there's not been a single knock.
Yeah, and it's like I think it's also because it is very early in the game and no one wants to get eliminated. So like the worst thing you can be is the first person get eliminated early on. Well, that already happened with Inertia Esports, and just having to like sit and just watch and not being able to contribute. And if you would just look at overall, if you look at even Fistboy, he has no vest, he has no helmet. All he has for him is a backpack and a weapon, which probably might not even be what he would opt for wanting at this time. So because of those sort of things, you would see, especially in close quarter combat, they might want to opt out a little bit until they can get. And Zolex has been taken down by Mondo. That's a knock there. He's not committed for the elimination as of yet. Sek keeping a bird's eye view, trying to see if he can get the next RX player on that cross. But the smoke there proving to make it a bit difficult to spot where he is. I feel like RX now might actually being in the compound is making things worse for them because they can't seem to. Mondo taken down by Farid. Well played
Exactly.
there. That heavy machine gun. Fistboy also been knocked.
Oh, Mondo is very low on
Tight.
HP right now. One player coming
Oh,
from the
it
other
is
side.
just
He
a
gets
second that's left.
spotted.
Maybe this might be what RX has been looking for all this time, taking out NB Esports, who have been playing pretty well. And it's just Sek remaining. Mondo has been eliminated. It is a 1v4 right now. I think they've realized where Sek is. Sek now has to hold these stairs as he's going to get pushed. And he pops his first nade. Don't think there's chip damage there. They are probably going to rush him. And you hear the footsteps getting closer, and that Solex taken down. Sek holding on. Farid with the push.
Okay, he tries to
Oh,
go
and
for that
that
drop
is an
shot.
first
Nothing
squad
gets
elimination.
connected. Yeah, nothing gets connected on the side of Team NBS and Team RX. They have been wonderful in this fight. Team VG, they are trying to third parties, trying to spot out any person, any player that they can. But unfortunately, Team RX, after taking the damage as well, they are back to 4 players. Zolex is low on HP, but I feel like he will pull off that first aid kit really quickly. And we are back to a 4v4. But we're trying to talk about how just RX and how wonderful they were in this particular fight. 4 players still alive. At the same time, they have gotten for those elimination, not lost one of their players as well, and taken a team like NBS out of the game. So this might be a start of a comeback that we were hoping to do so from teams like maybe on the second page to like second page in generally, or like top, not in the top 12. So let's see whether they can keep this going. They're in a great position within the circles at school. They are almost to the center. We did try to poach out and take out any elimination as he can, but exactly is not able to do so.
Yeah, and this is something which retaliation really needed, because they have been at the bottom. They've always been the first to be eliminated, and it came to that position where NB Esports was kind of making it a choke situation, surrounding the building, making sure that RX was not able to exit. But holding that ground actually worked for them at the end of it, and even the fact that the fact that they found a heavy machine gun when they did that, I think too helped in changing the tide. And kudos for them right now, having the highest amount of eliminations in this round. Still very early on. We've got 15 teams in, still 53 remaining in full, and RX with the 4 eliminations at this juncture. And right now we're seeing Team Classic 922, and this is Astra Esports. Hopeless, unfortunate, they're caught behind that rock, but being taken out quite easily there, and that's an elimination there. Classic Team Classic losing their first member, and of course the airdrop is now out for anyone's taking. Let us go to the airdrop first.
Okay, Team 11 to air right in front of Team Classic Esports, and this is a fight that's a very long distance fight. The knocks might just happen, but it will be very difficult for to get the elimination or to eliminate the knockdown player. To air, all of those players are still alive. This is toward the side of Pochinki. Riley just going towards the ahead, use a bit of smoke and try to loot any one of these players as he can, but as soon as the smokes might just fade away, he needs to be careful. Team Classic on the other side, they are going out towards the back foot, going to use their vehicles to get out. Domi coming in with that buggy, trying to spot player as he can, but nothing else connected on the same side. Team or VG spots players from call. One player goes down, but it won't be at the hand of the team VG. 7 AKS from the other side spots him, takes him down, but we still haven't gotten the confirmation from either side. So 7 AKS, they have to be very careful as their team call has to be very careful as they have been surrounded left and right for 2 or 3 different teams. Obviously, this is a circle that will cause like teams to have a long range engagements. Knocks will be coming off. It will be very difficult to get those knocks into a elimination point, but let's see if it can pull off. We have still 15 teams alive. Team NBS has been lost really quickly in the school, and after that we haven't seen much of engagement on the other side of the map. It has been pretty calm and pretty chill, I feel like, on the 80 to 90% of the map.
Yeah, it's just that little hotspot there. Oh, this is MacPen. MacPen again was a bit unfortunate in their earlier rendezvous with other team members, especially that one which they were taking on Team Classic, losing members. But they did, of course, manage finally to turn the tide back in their favor. But overall, it feels like MacPen is one of those teams that has some really good players. But just hasn't seemed to have found the luck there. And the 7 AKS down to its final 2 players, with one already being knocked.
Exactly, but BIT, they are on very close proximity. 7 AKS, Mehdi goes down, but in the end, in the trade, they have taken all of the teams from 7 AKX out of the game, and the second team being eliminated, Mehdi is going to get revived really quickly at the same time. Cravens is going like, oh, while you revive my teammate, I'm just gonna loot everything possible. On the other side, Math outside those compound, he takes a lot of damage. He has to pull off those first aid kit, uses the utility, and might just use the buggy to get out of that. Obviously, he's gonna do that, and needs to be careful. Or tries to reverse and may try like, oh, he's not just gonna go away from this situation. He will gonna go back loot, and he was trying to just make sure that his buggy doesn't get spotted or doesn't get shot. He was trying to park his buggy in a safer condition, and now gonna go for that energy drink. He's also getting shot from the other angle, so something needs to be done about that. But rest of the teammates, his team to be passing by, and Matt is just gonna, I feel like, reunite with his team on the other angle towards the east side of the map while avoiding any team call from the other angle that they were trying to shot him. But I feel like that's a fight that could have been like taken at the other time. But on the other side, ISSL also doing a pass by, trying to find a good position within the circle, and let's see if they are able to do that or not.
Yeah, like right now when you look at this, it's like BITX with those 3 eliminations, and right now it looks like Nubalance is in a bit of trouble with one already being eliminated, with some beautiful shots coming in from BIT. Those were nasty, absolutely nasty shots there, and what a good point position that he found there. You know, it was just it wasn't the tallest of houses, and still getting those shots in with accuracy. It just goes to show how well there. And there's a third party situation here with damage spotting. Matt being eliminated. BIT down a player right now. VG with all of their players in the ranks still in the squad. And we are seeing that those picks, you know, it's not necessarily close encounters. They are getting those picks from afar, and it is proving to work very well for some of these teams at the moment.
Okay, this is side looking in the circle. It has like 10% of the water area, but we have elimination leader on the right side. Obviously, it is going to be bit math at number 2. I'm still surprised that this guy always get himself into the top 4 or 5, but we have Ferdi from RX at number 1 with 3 eliminations. And looking at the circle, we're going to talk about that. We have very huge number of teams, very close proximity with each other towards the south, center to the south side as well. But Team ISSL, 2 of those players goes down. Equinox, Ligro, absolutely dominating. They got secure themselves some great elimination points. Razor and Mammoth is the only one left. Razor also gets spotted. It might just be a few seconds or a few moments before these players goes down as well, because Equinox might just be looking to take the rest of these players. But one thing that is concerning on the side of Equinox, they have lost Kage, so only Kasek, Twist and Ligro is left, and it's going to be difficult to rush any team as they want to. One of his buggy is also very low on HP right now, but Ligro tries to move ahead, and they are going to make sure that they get this easy kill as well.
Yeah, right now this is pretty much just Razor trying to like hold off all of these nades which are coming in, and I don't think that she has any sort of escape. If you would look at this, it matters are worse that the circle's coming in, and there we go, that nade. Oh, that was nasty. That was a very nasty nade. And that is ISSL New Balance being eliminated from this round. A stronger sensor being spotted by B. Also, beautiful shots. That sensor has been taken down and eliminated, and that is another member of actually one of the first members of Stronger Esports being eliminated there.
Exactly, and I feel like this was bound to happen as these teams are trying to rotate towards the center of the circle. Team CM on the other side gets the title of Grenadier. He got 2 total eliminations. Blah blah. Also, Sports Team Stronger moving towards the cover. They might just not be able to do anything. Okay, blah blah. I'm sorry, tries to land that sniper shot, and he got troll out with that. Trying to make sure that he gets that knock as like confirmation elimination, but he has to go back at as he's taking a lot of damage. What a wonderful shot coming from his side. He was being calm throughout those times. Like he might just be trying to like going with the trigger discipline, but no, he was just waiting for the right moment to land that shot, and he has absolutely done so. But on the other side, B to revise their player, and they have to go into the circle again, 150 meters away. On the other side of the map, something needs to be done because teams are just fighting right now, and 13 teams are still alive in the 5th circle, and the 5th circle might not just have enough capacity to hold these many teams, so a lot of fights might just erupt out on the all the edges of the map, and it will be very difficult to pin down. The major thing that's going to be concerning is towards the east side, where it's like bad intention team called SITM, CMF. They are trying to rotate in from right side. It's going to be very difficult for them to find any kind of safe spot for themselves. Obviously, shots are being fired their way. Team BG spotting out Equinox Twist coming in, but Twist got himself in a bit of twisty angle, and he has not been able to spot. Obviously, he's going down towards the lower side of the Rage War Zone, moving ahead. Possibly, he's trying to get that vehicle out of that risky situation. VG Gone gets spotted. He has to go back into the safety, but no, he will not be allowed to do so. Gets spotted on the side of Kesek. 7x 7k goes down, and probably he will get eliminated right there and then, and that's a big yes.
Oh, it looks like even Warzone is going to be in trouble, getting damage not only from a few shots there, some heavy sprays, also at the same time with the zone damage. And SITM also has lost a player, Team Classic losing a few themselves. But how about that Team Classic now? Just down to 1. We have ISSL 7 AKS and NB Esports are the only 3 teams that have been eliminated thus far. And it does seem like things are the 12 teams left. Looks like Equinox just got eliminated as well. A very unfortunate there. SITM's Desert always out for the hunt, and there we go with another team elimination taking place there. I feel like sometimes some of these teams are getting a bit caught up with the skirmishes, and they're not looking at exits and forget that there is a zone behind them that also inflicts damage and does not care who they are. So oh no, unfortunate RX, Retaliation X not being able to get any additional eliminations prior to them being wiped out from that early exchange which they had with NB Esports, now joining the benches there. And here is a CMF.
I mean, team, they are trying to spot out any players they can, but on the other side, OPX, they are in a bit of distress as one of the player goes down. Anil also takes a lot of damage. He has been knocked down. 2 players just left. Okay, and Munsip goes down, and they had a wonderful nade coming. Team SITM coming from the other angle. 2A coming on the right side. It's just gonna be a game over. Team OPX and OPX in really quickly, as they have been chased down left and right by 2 different teams. 2A on right in front of them. Team SITM on the left side. At the same time, Team 2A needs to be careful because this was the same angle that from where Team OPX also got punished from SITM, so they need to be careful of that angle. Obviously, Team Riley has understanding that SITM is pushing from that angle, as Desert is in a really close angle from with the Riley. Shots are being fired between Dobu and Billy. Both takes a lot of damage. Dobu is really low in HP. He gets up, takes him down, and with that Dobu goes away and gets eliminated from this lobby. We have 3 players on the side of SITM. Team 2A looking really good with those 5 elimination, 4 players still alive. And on the other side, BIT also makes quick work of Maxman. They got eliminated. QB coming in with that bug. He takes a lot of damage. Riley, he gets up, but doesn't get that much punished. On the other side, Desert gets a bit aggressive. Billy punish him as well. Team SITM losing their players one by one. Riley comes in with a nade, spots QB. Something gets connected. He gets up, takes him down, and we have Team 2A completely wiping out Team SITM, the giant from the game, and with that they will have 7 to 8 eliminations for themselves.
It does look like the momentum is changing to the teams that we've been hoping that would fire up. And look at this, we got BITX, we got along with them Astra Esports, CMF, P Esports, and Inertia Gaming. These are the top 5 right now. It is an open field is what we are looking at, and right now the high ground is in fact it does most definitely seem that it is Astra who have gotten the high ground, and Inertia in trouble. B Ryu getting a elimination in there, and it is B with 5 of its players still holding in, and Blah Blah seems to have been eliminated as well to a explosion. It is Astra Esports right now in the top of the hill. They have the advantage. BITX, what is their play which is going to be?
Exactly. I feel like Team CMF, they are also taking a lot of damage. Obviously, smokes have been deployed from their side, and they are trying to revive their player. 5 teams alive, 14 players. B Esports, they have been wonderful throughout the game. Really lost Duke a bit earlier. Blah Blah takes a bit of damage. He has to go back into the safety. Smokes are being used right to create a fake cover. We're gonna use that time to pull off that first hit. K2A on the side. They're gonna create angle in this game. Look at the high count angle they have. They can spot anyone as they can. 4 players alive, 10 eliminations for the side of on their side, and they're spotting trying to spot anyone as they can. They have got B Esports pinned down behind that rock. They got Team Bad Intention in their cross angle. They have to go 20 meters into the circle, so unfortunately for them, they have to leave this wonderful high ground that they got themselves in and try to find some sweet spot within the center of the circle. But at the same time, for now, nobody is exactly within the circle. Everybody is trying to play the edges, and anybody that's trying to rotate within the circle might just get punished. On the other side, Team B Solus will be the first one to move inside, takes a lot of damage, but fortunately for him, he's still surviving.
Not
but as I was saying, that's not long.
It seemed like a very risky move. I'm not sure what was B. Okay, I'm a bit confused as to what the play there was by B Esports, because they rushed into the center and they just got caught from both sides. And now we have BITX, CMF, and Astra Esports.
Exactly, but
I'm a little lost for words as to what happened with B.
I mean, I feel like they tried to rush a bit inside the within really quickly while everybody was waiting for another one to make a move. But to A Domi, he tries to go in within the circle, so he tries to get spotted, gets knocked down as well. CMF on the other side, they got themselves at the a bit outside the circle, 6 meters, so they have to lose that cover. CMF, other player Naruto, he is also 7 meters away from the circle. Utility being used left and right. Two-way on the other side. They are very much dispersed, trying to spot on any player as they can. Before they make a move into the center of the circle, they're trying to knock out all the kind of competition. Naruto spots one player from 2A, takes him down. Sam spots Riley, and 2 players down on the side of 2A as well, and they have lost all they wanted. They wanted to, and it's team BIT Esports with the numbers advantage as well, but Sam gets spotted from the side. They goes down, and I feel like he might just get revived, but on the other side, 2A Billy eliminates the squad of the CMF, and we are down to 2 squad. That might just give a bit of room to breathe for 2A to breathe. Riley still needs to be revived, and Billy makes a move for that, uses the buggy to go near him. Sai might just use this angle, use his time to provide some kind of cover. Domi needed to exactly do that. Bad intention. Unfortunately for them, they also have the job of reviving of one of their players, so it's down to a 3v4, but Domi going a bit of ahead, needs to be careful. He might just get spotted, but okay, he's being a lot of risky right now. He's being a whole bottle of risky. Needs to sit down and hold that angle, but no, he's just gonna use those nades towards that angle. He's like, might just gets connected 1 or 2, but unfortunately nothing gets connected. Oh, he spots one of those players through the smoke, takes him down, and that's what 2v4 in that angle. And I feel like 2A have all the advantage that they need, and we are down to just 1 player on the side of bad intention, and it's gonna be an easy winner chicken dinner for 2A unless something gets changed really quickly. Craven is pinned down from right and left. Nades coming in. 2A Riley rushing, coming from behind, takes him down. We have a winner chicken dinner for the 17, or maybe it's 18 elimination points, 33 total points, 3032 damage for team Astra Esports.
Well, look at that. Astra Esports coming up on top there, and things really changed up for them. And what a play there, using that airdrop as a cover, because that was all that it was. You know, that airdrop being there allowed him to make that advance and then throw in those nades, and it was one after the other. There was no chance for bad intentions there to make a push, because they kept getting pushed back by those frags, getting that damage in, and that was heroic gameplay which we saw there.
Obviously, and I feel like in between, 2A might have a bit of grip on the winner chicken dinner when they lost 2 of their players in the last circle, one to the bad intention, one to the CMF. But the way they pulled back and they revived 2 of those players, especially Billy going in, reviving Riley, Domi, and pushing in, and at the same time Cyril providing a bit of cover from behind. So that was a wonderful coordination on the side of Astra Esports. But look at the team stats post match 16: 8 elimination for Billy, 5 for Domi, 5 for Trilly, none for Cyril, and that's a bit of strange. As they call themselves 18 elimination, we haven't got a single elimination on the side of Cyril, and he only got 1 knockout as well. So in terms of damage, he has done some kind of damage, like 42 damage. That means he should have gotten at least 3 to 4 knocks, maybe elimination. But all he was able to do was deal good amount of damage. So he wasn't exactly out of those fights. He was still being a part of it.
And look at this head-to-head. Astra with 18 eliminations to 8 by bad intentions. It is us comparing black and white right now in this particular head-to-head of the first and the second seeds, with 3,232 damage for Astra Esports and 1,488 for bad intentions. 17 assists for Astra Esports, along with only just 2 assists. It just goes to show that with 17 assists out of 18 eliminations, it was them constantly covering each other and helping each other out when it came to taking those eliminations in. So that itself shows how much each of them have covered each other's back. And here we have our post-match head-to-head. It is BITX with Siam with the 5 eliminations to Billy's 8. If you look at even the overall damage as well, it is quite a contrasting one, with over 400 damage difference between the two, and 7 knockouts which Billy got in this case.
obviously, and I feel like Billy has a bit of bit of more stats, but we have match some in front of us in terms of like after match number 16 or for the match number 16, with the Billy having the most eliminations, most damage as well, but it is 2A Domi having most assist. Highest sailing is gonna be done by Naruto, but highest knockout is again by Billy. So we have Billy in like leading in 3 of those categories. Then we have Domi in the 4th one, and let's not forget Billy is still also there as like number 2. He has like 4 highest like 4 assists as well. So one more and he might have like leading those 4 categories. So Billy was particularly very impressive in this game. But looking at those healing, he might not just have gotten down for him to like pull off those healings. But Naruto, he was also in a very difficult spots again and again and again. I can understand why he was going for those first stage killing. But look at that MVP. It is Billy, obviously. But look at that graph. 8 eliminations, 3 headshots, 332 meters, longest elimination headshot, a total of 1235 damage. The survival time is almost the same, but everything is absolutely off the charts right now. And if it wasn't for like look at the longest elimination distance, like it might just like go off the chart, like literally go off the charts.
RC, not only that, I think he's the only MVP so far today who actually had headshots, if I'm not mistaken.
Might be. I remember like last
had any eliminations have maybe 1 headshot, if at all. But this is the most amount of headshots for an MVP today, as we can even see with the overall average map there. But this is crazy, like 332 meter long shot elimination. I think that was something which we were witness to as well. Some terrific stuff here by the MVP.
Exactly, but we have the top players for the game number 6 of the game. Sorry, not game number 6 exactly. Game number 4 of the day. We have Billy at number 1, obviously. Then we have Siam on number 2. We have Domi at number 3 with 5 eliminations. Then we have Riley at number 4 with 5 eliminations as well. Then we have Warzone at number 5 with 4 eliminations. And out of these 5 players, we have 3 players from Astra Esports dominating top players. So I feel like obviously there exist all other teams as well that have done wonderfully in this game. We had bad intentions. We have CMF as well. They have got themselves in the top 2, but the top 3. But it was Astra Esports game all along the way. They got 18 elimination. That's like 4 to 5 scores completely wiped out on their own. At the same time, they got really great damage done. Even not a single team might have 8 eliminations. Billy himself is responsible for those 8 eliminations. So that in itself has been a wonderful performance. But we have our highlights in front of us, and this was right at the start. ISSL getting that first vehicle elimination. RX also completely wiping out Team NBS at the start of the game. So that was a bit of a something that I didn't expect, but was quite happy to see it.
Yeah, like overall, it was a interesting start, and then from there on, we did see B also trying to make that push in, and even BIT there early on. BG too seemed to have gotten like a few eliminations, but it all came down to SITM being who they are, but getting an early exit for them. Now that was something which came as a bit of a shocker, but here we are looking at Astra Esports, and what some amazing plays with Billy and the co were doing, including them being those that brought the end of SITM in this match relatively early on. And here we are, Billy again taking the game to CMF at this point with CMF BIT. And B Esports was eliminated early on, and again that airdrop where it fell, that really made things change. And there we have it, Astra Esports with 32 points in at the number 1 spot with the winner chicken dinner. Bad Intentions in at number 2 with the 20 points, and CMF with IPG at the 3rd place with those 14 points. So if you go a little lower down, you see that SITM this time around is in the top 6. Retaliation X has come to the top 10, and that is an improvement on their part. And overall, when it comes to the to the lower parts of the match standings, unfortunately 7AKS and NBE Sports, both of them were not able to capitalize and get any points in this match number 16.
obviously, but we have overall ranking right in front. So in front of us, after 16 matches, we have Retaliation at the bottom, MacPad number 15. We have a jump from Astra Esports towards the number 9. They have done a wonderful job. SSL Noble Lion still trying to find any kind of grip in today, but unfortunately hasn't been able to do so, losing their position one after every single game. 7 AKS couldn't perform as well. Inertia Esports at 10 with 106 points at number 10, and obviously Astra Esports at number 9 with 114 points. So that was a wonderful performance coming from their side. But look at page number 1. We have team SITM at 230. Then after like almost 77 points, we have Equinox with 153 points. And I feel like within like we have between like from 2nd to 8th positions, like 2 games back to back, and you can get yourself in the top 2. But I feel like you cannot do anything to catch up to SITM now.
Yeah, that is indeed true. But overall, it is number 2, 3, and 4, especially 2 and 3 right now. They're practically neighbors with a boundary wall which they can see into each other's houses. That is how much that they're close by. And even the 4 and 5, it is honestly just wide open right now. Even though this is still the 3rd day, we have the 4th day coming in as well. And overall, when you look at the top 8, it is anybody's game. And it's been something that's been a little repetitively said, but it is because there's a lot of emphasis on that. There aren't any clear top 5. That is the important thing. Yes, there is one in at the number 1 seed, but besides that, everyone else is battling it out. It is an actual fight, and that is what it is. It is, after all, player unknown battlegrounds, right? That is what we're talking about. Of course, mobile edition here. It is the PMNC South Asia Wildcard 2022.
Obviously, and this is the semi-finals that has been going on, obviously going to the last part of the day 3, number 3. But we have top performers in front of us. Obviously, Math, after that performance in the last game, he got himself, he's still at the number 1 with 36 eliminations, 16 matches. The world time is 4 hours 32 minutes. Then we have SITM Desert. Nothing has been done on their side as well. 35 eliminations. Obviously, his elimination has gone a bit up, 1 or 2 more, and he might just be number 1. VG Gone didn't get any in the last game. Is still at like 27. Then we have even Equinox Twix at number 5 for 26 points, for 26 eliminations, 16 matches. So in generally, we have like great performances from all 5 of these players, and these are like consistent performances. There's not a single player that has been coming like other than them and taking these top performers. But yeah, I feel like that has been wonderful on our side for like first 4 these games. But Chase, thank you for like being a wonderful co-caster. It has been a great job, and I hope to see you tomorrow as well. But we have we have to say our goodbyes to Chase. Do you, Chase, any final note, any something that you want to say?
I think really the next 2 games are just going to be absolutely fun. And I hope that everyone just has fun, and make sure that you guys, smash those reactions. That's the most important thing, and share the love on your networks.
Obviously, thank you, Chase, for like being a part of all of this journey as well. And we hope to see you tomorrow. But don't miss those miss those matches as well. I hope you could be like going back and like opening that YouTube and watching, and also giving your reaction as well to which team is gonna be winning. I'm gonna be opening the YouTube on my 3rd screen. I'm gonna looking forward to your comment as well, whether you have been smashing that reaction button or not. But we'll be having Terror for the game number 5. He's gonna be casting the Miramar map, and I am hopeful. Like I'm a bit excited to cast with him. I'm kind of missed him. So Chase, don't get me wrong, it was wonderful to be casting with you, but I kind of missed my boy. It has been wonderful casting with him the last yesterday as well. I like he was with me for the last 6 matches. So let's see. Like I'm a bit excited. Like production already gave me terror. I'm longing for him now. But yes, all in all, talking about the game, longing for this. Talking about these 4 games, they have been wonderful. Stronger esports out of these 4 games. They got 2 of them. Like got 2 chicken in this 4 games. I didn't expect them to have that kind of a performance, especially after yesterday. But going ahead into the like semi-final last day and into the final, I feel like stronger esports could be the one that can perform great. Obviously got themselves in the top 4 or top 5. Let's see what happens and even what Terror has to say about that as well, because I want Terror's opinion exactly what he thinks about stronger esports rise to glory and fame, and obviously their hard work coming in. But we have 2 games left. Obviously we're gonna see a Miramar coming up on the game number 5, then a map of Sanhok at the game number 6, and here we are. We have Terror again once again, but we'll forget his handle because that's not his handle slide, ladies and gentlemen. That's his cast handle, and we'll come back to him later. But Terror, how do you feel? What do you think about the last games as well?
Hi, man. I mean, it is absolutely great to be back. It has been, insane, right? We have had so many teams coming back, especially in the lower end, coming back up and, really performing. And Astra Esports' performance last game, 18 eliminations. They have been silent. We have had, moments of brilliance coming out from them, but for the majority of the part, they have been quite silent throughout the last couple of days. But today, they come up, they say, we are here, we came to play. And 18 eliminations with the chicken dinner in the bag as well. Absolutely insane. And something that I'm really happy about is the chicken dinner that was won by Victor Gaming as well. Because we spoke about this yesterday as well. They have had so many moments where they could have won, or they could have performed, and they kind of did not live up to the expectation. But today was completely different. That map 2 on Miramar was absolutely bonkers. I saw it was a 2v3 in the end, and the fight that was taken with damage and gone, both the last 2 left surviving. I think that was absolutely insane. And then Stronger Esports with 2 chicken dinners in the bag. We saw them perform in day number 1. Didn't see the same performance in day number 3, and now day number 3 has come and they have stepped up their game. But I think I was looking at the overall scoreboard as well. I think what is interesting is that bottom 8 teams can swap around very, very fast. I think a couple of teams have 1 or 2 good games, and it completely shuffles over. So everyone is fighting to be in that top 11. I'm really excited to see the next couple of games.
Obviously, I feel like the top 8 is difficult. Not top 8, top 4 is difficult to change right now. Difficult to move it. They got like the momentum of they got a huge amount of those points right now. But the bottom 8, it is so volatile. It is so risky that anybody can qualify, anybody can not qualify. We have seen ISSL Noob Alliance being in the top number 12 now, and they are being pushed to number 13. Not top 11. I thought 11 at number 9. Now they're at number 13. Obviously after today. So even CMF can qualify after 1 good game. MacPen qualify after 2 good games. Retaliation is it's a little difficult, but I feel like this bottom 8. This is a risky business, Tyler.
Yeah, indeed. I think the bottom. I think Retaliation does have a tough job. They might need around 3 really good games to be solidifying their position. But without doing so, they're going to have a tough job qualifying into that top level. But SITM Esports, their performance has been so consistent. Having almost a 70-point lead, almost an 80-point lead here over everyone else below them is just absolutely insane. Equinox obviously coming in and performing. They dropped down a couple of places yesterday, but now they are in 2nd place. What is kind of disappointing is for Team Classic, they were holding the number 2 spot throughout almost yesterday, and they have kind of dropped down. But obviously, you don't need to be top of the leaderboard. You just need to qualify within the top 11 to get into the grand finals, and that's what they're looking to do. As long as you're within the top 11, you don't need to be worried. But obviously, with the way that these teams on the lower end of the bracket has been performing, I feel like they need to be a little bit worried if you are below the top 5 places, and especially if you're not above 130 total points. I feel like you need to be a little bit worried. But as long as you have a consistent performance, this top 8, they should be safe, right? I think as long as they perform consistently and don't, completely go out in the next couple of maps with just 0 points, they should be fairly okay, and they have kind of solidified their position in the grand finals. Obviously, SITM Esports uncontested right now. Equinox in very good position, and so is Bad Intention X.
But for now, I feel like this is gonna get very surprising. Maybe it will be surprising for some teams. Some things will be ordinary as well. Obviously, SITM qualifying, Team Equinox qualifying, teams that are already performing, we'll see them performing. But something that will be heartbreaking as well, that we have seen teams perform in the some of the teams perform and they couldn't qualify. It will come down to those 1 or 2 points as well. We have seen them in other tournaments as well. That 1 or 2 elimination point, 1 or 2 placement point, and you couldn't qualify. So I feel like any team, if they're trying, they are trying. They should try their utmost best to do so, because obviously I have this is the biggest regret right now, that if one team is qualifying at 130 points and you are like 129 or 128 and you go like, yeah, okay, we could have tried a bit harder in one of those maybe like 24 games that we have played in the semi-finals. We could have gone for this one elimination that we had, and that regret is the biggest to have. So I feel like that could have been like that could be changed.
Indeed, and of course, either way, I feel like these teams should feel really good about themselves. They had to get through 256 total teams to get here. They were, dropping down to 128, then 64 and 32, and then to the 16 that we have in the semi-final. 6 of them coming from PMCO Spring as well as Fall there, but overall, I feel like these 16 should be very proud of what they have achieved so far in the region. They just need to, take that next leap and get into the global series here. And of course, there's a lot of prize money to be had go around as well. $30,000 is no small amount for the region and for the wildcards as well. So there is a lot of incentive for these players to perform, but at the end of the day, they shouldn't feel too disappointed regardless of whether they make it into the grand finals or not, because of how far they have come. And I think it doesn't end here. They obviously will have more and more tournaments, probably try again next year. There is this opportunity. It is the platform where you showcase your skills and then build upon it. But obviously you want to try and make it to the global series and get a big chunk of that prize money, because once you start going down the places, the prize money reduces significantly. First place taking home $10,000 and then it drops down to 5,000, and then afterwards it just kind of drops to the level between 4 players. It's not it is still good money, but you want to get that big chunk of money that is there. But going into this game, what do you think? Do you expect a completely new team to come out with the chicken dinner, or do you think it's going to be, or are we going to have a repeat telecast of one of these teams perform?
It's a bit of a risky pick that I'm gonna go with. At the same time, not exactly very risky. I'm gonna go with VG, as they have got themselves a chicken dinner in the last Miramar as well. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? Because I feel like Miramar is one of these maps where chaos can break away, especially with the zone. I feel like the circle, and this is going to be a tough one, right? Because it's right on the southern part, so there isn't going to be a lot of teams on the northern part of the map, and they are going to be clustered together, right? Because there isn't a big spread that you can have with this drop coming out from the western side towards this from the eastern side towards the southwestern side. And there isn't a lot that you can do, but it's going to be interesting to see what the circle is going to look like and where these players are going to be heading out to, and these early engagements that we will be taking.
Obviously, there is going to be a very huge cluster toward the center side of the map, as Saint Martin, Graveyard, this Power Grid, Pocado area, these areas will be contested. But for now, looking towards the Los Leonos side, that area will also be hit by multiple teams, but northern part of the map, that's going to be a very almost like that will not be touched by any of those teams. So let's see what's going to happen. Team Stronger Esports, they got the earliest exit and got themselves towards the area of Impala, and they are routing towards the east side of the map. Then we have Team OPX moving towards Junkyard and Al-Azhar, and they will have a wide range of loot and vehicles and generally map control as well while looting. They have to be careful, but fortunately for every one of these teams, the way the plane path has situated in the circle has situated himself as underneath that plane path it's like we are gonna like the circle includes St. Martin, Graveyard, Los Leonos, Junkyard as well. The plane path was towards that. Every team is moving towards those areas, so there will not be much of those rotations coming in from that side. So I feel like we will have a bit of passive start, but I could see some clash landings coming in as well. Team RX might just get into a fight with Team CMF. Team at the same time NBS might just get into clash with ISSL or Team 7 AKS. Team Call might just get their hands on some good elimination as well. So I feel like the rotation might not be risky, but obviously, as we were talking about, Call has spotted Jimmy trying to land shots while he's in the air. Might be able to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, right? Because we do see the teams clustered together. So we are going to see a lot of these early engagements and a lot of these early fights. Like you said, I think ISSL, NB, and I think MacPen were very close to each other. So the loot is going to be very scarce. So they need to be very careful with these early fights that they take. And they need to. The only good part about it is, like you said, they're all within the first zone, right? So you don't have a lot of rotations that they need to make. They just need to make a decision of or predict where the next ring is going to be at, and make a move and make that call, and make the move ever so carefully, because especially for teams like ISSL, they need to get points here. They cannot afford to not score any points and get eliminated too early on. They are below that top 11, and they want to get as many points as possible in these next couple of games. But I think we do have another day of semifinals, so there is a chance again tomorrow, but you don't want to put it all on just one day. You want to make the maximum out of any given map. But right now we are just looking at MacPen. I think they did have overall a decent performance today. Not the best they could have done, but I think overall I think they had a decent day. But again, the teams at the bottom like Retaliation next, they need a really a good couple of games, just not one game. They need a couple of really good games to be able to come back into this. But right now, looking at the spread, we will have ISSL might be running into NB. OPX completely left alone towards El Azhar. They are going to be completely safe there. SITM right in smack that in the center with MacPen, and then be pushing from the southeastern side of the map as well. Then we have RX all the way in the south. Completely left alone is going to be VG. VG had a really good second game there, and hopefully looking to repeat their performance as well. But the teams to watch out for is obviously going to be SITM. We have Equinox, we have BIT. These are the teams that have been consistently performing, and these are the teams to look out for as well, I feel like. But I really do want one of these bottom teams to come up and make a statement, and that they are still in the fight, and they make things interesting for this bottom 8, where it is anyone's game come day 4, that it's anyone's game where who the top 11 is going to be, basically. But right now I expected a lot of fighting early on, but strangely enough we haven't had a clash yet. But the closest I feel like is going to be NB and ISSL here, who might be running into each other. I think that is going to be the fight. But in the meantime, we do have RX and B in close quarters as well on the southern side of the map. So I feel like a couple of fights might break out sometime soon here, and we will have some action on screen. But overall, it's a decent spread to start things off.
Obviously, I feel like the way the plane path has situated itself, with the circle is also very near the plane path. It has been a very decent dispersion. There's not a lot of cluster that exists within the map. Might just have some long range fights happening in the right in front of his 2A, trying to land some shots on INES. So that might not pull off at the same time because the distance is almost too much. But for Faisal, he's a bit of a risky situation, because if 2A chooses to rush onto Faisal right now, there will not be any kind of support coming from his teammate. But luckily for him, he has the chance to go back to reunite with his team, and probably will get back on that loot, because I feel like we will have a bit of passive start to the game, since the already major part of the team is within the circles. There is not much of rotation that to be expected from either side. We're gonna have just all teams making sure that they get themselves their hand on good loot, good armor, those first aid kits, some utility. I feel like some great utility is needed in this game. I'm not talking about nades, I'm talking about that's smokes as well, because these smokes come really into play in those last cycles, so that whenever you're trying to rotate, when you're trying to looking for those fake covers, that smokes are also being used. But for now, team NBES is looking really good and really calm in the area of St. Martin. They are looting as well, they are moving at the same time, and they got themselves a hand on a couple of vehicles as well. I feel like that's a great thing. While you're looting, one or two of your players should at the same time look for those vehicles, so that when you're trying to rotate, you got your hands on those vehicles and shouldn't waste time. Because I feel like a lot of teams have done that they have responded, they've given the responsibility to one of those players that he should look for one or two at least vehicle, so that they can have the rotation very easily.
Indeed, and I think the vehicles come into play a lot in Miramar, because the cover is going to be scarce when it comes to the last couple of zones there. So I think having a couple of vehicles just as cover itself is going to be so important. So like we saw in the previous Miramar maps as well, we did see a lot of these teams, bringing in the vehicles, making sure to use them as cover. And like you said, in a map like Miramar, I think more than grenades, I think smokes are going to be so vital because there is so little cover. Other than unless if you are on top of a hill, there isn't going to be a lot of cover to work with. There isn't a lot of buildings, a lot of open space map. So I feel like having vehicles, having those smokes for these rotations to get out of a sticky situation is going to be very vital. But meanwhile, we do have ISL Jimmy in a fight with NB here. Shots being fired, not landing anything. I don't think there was any shots landed, but no, they do get a knock onto one of the players on NB. Meanwhile, taking a little bit of damage here. Can they get the elimination is going to be the question. ISL desperately need these elimination and placement points both to stay alive in this tournament. But we are having a clash. It is a very long range clash, so I might not expect any eliminations to come through. But again, just early scraps are happening across the map.
Exactly, but INV has spotted Jimmy out. Jimmy takes a bit of damage, but he's still surviving. Lucifer also gets spotted, but something needs to be done about, as I was pointing his diet out, Muhammad takes his shot or from Mini 14 and got the first elimination of the game, and we got one player down on the side near the Hassan Petron. At the same time, NBS, after losing that player, they're on the move again, couldn't do much about that right now, so they're trying to find themselves a good spot within the circle and gonna make sure that they take a game as 3 players. I feel like losing one player is bad, but losing 2 players is absolutely bonkers, as like to point that out, because you can still go ahead with 3 games. You can secure chicken dinner with the 3 games, like SITM did with the yesterday as well. They got a wonderful chicken dinner with 3 players alive, but I have seen very few teams get a chicken dinner with 2 games. So even if you lose 1 player, you shouldn't commit yourself to those risky situations. At the same time, Hopeless with that car 98 trying to deal some kind of damage, but hasn't been able to do so. And with those shots coming in, I think Team Call absolutely have an idea that there's some kind of player on the other side. Hopeless, I feel like he's trying to burst the tires of their vehicles, and Pelzang is like, okay, I might just get my car back to the safety.
Yeah, and I think rightly so, right? I think having numbers advantage is going to be key. I think the only team that managed to pull off a chicken dinner with just 2 players remaining was in a disadvantageous situation was Victor Gaming there in that second map today on Miramar itself. So it is a tough job for sure to try and clutch things out with just 2 players. I think we did see stronger esports, if I'm not mistaken, on day number 1 on map 1. I think on Erangel pulled that off with they were with the disadvantaged numbers, but they had really good positioning and they were able to clutch things out. But again, winning with numbers down is going to be a really tough job. MacPen, a team that has been, all over the place. I feel like they have had good performances, but we haven't seen them on top of the board. But they have been able to maintain their position in the overall rankings with the performances that they have been putting out. But obviously, they would like to, go forward, get those chicken dinners, and get those placement points, at first or second place, which they haven't been able to convert. I was saying the same thing about VG until they did manage to convert, because they had some really good plays coming out throughout the last couple of days, and it was just sad that they weren't able to convert it, and today they made sure that they did. In the meantime, we have a bit of a stuff happening here yet again. It is ISSL in a bit of trouble. There is a knock. That is Jimmy getting knocked down there. So needs to be recovered there from the rest of his team. Meanwhile,
I feel like we are facing a bit of technical issues from his side, from Terry's side. It might be just be me, but we might just have get him back shortly. On the other side, we see a big cluster forming towards Los Leones and La Bandita side. We have 7 AKS, SITM, BIT making up a huge form of that cluster. We have a lot of teams moving from the south side as well. A lot of teams coming in from that angle. So there's a very decent chance of a fight happening on those areas. Call is in front of 7 AKS. 7 AKS are one of those players that take a lot of damage. He was, I think, knocked down as well, but fortunately for him, he got revived, and he's pulling out those first aid kit as well at the same time. for now, I feel like team for call he's got like 0 elimination, but they are in a good spot. They got themselves in a great compound as well, and then knock coming in on the side. ISSL, they're on a very close fight with the 2A. Got then one knock, but at the same time, Jimmy's able to trade him out. He didn't get spotted. Might is able to land some few shots. Another player goes on the high on the second floor. Jimmy goes try to go ahead, but he gets spotted. Takes a bit of damage trying to go for that drop shot, but exactly isn't gonna work out for him. And 2A will get the better of him on the other side now. Lucifer is standing behind on the only one player alive. Throws that nade, and that nade might just cause him damage. Is gonna go back into the safety. Might trying to make sure he lands some kind of utility, but okay, the Molotov gets in. Dodges that very crucially, but Lucifer nades gets connected to Mammoth, and Mammoth goes down with the like team nade. Riley spots Lucifer and takes him down, and that will be end of ISSL again in the game, in the second last game of the day. And they will not be happy with this outcome because they are not having a very fun day. On the other side, 2A revives their player, and they are back to 4 players alive. On the other side, team 2A, they got 4 elimination, not lost a single player, and they are off to a wonderful start. Astra Esports have absolutely done done great, but let's see if they can keep the momentum going, because the game has just started and we have 15 teams alive, 52 players. But as we were talking about this team, there are a lot of other teams that are fighting. Team Equinox Twist also taking a lot of damage, like dealing a lot of damage to B as well. Dexter goes down. KSX Sports, one of those players, has to go back into the safety as takes a bit of damage. Twist gets knocked down, and something has to be done about that. Somebody needs to go and revive him. At the same time, Kesek needs to keep pressurizing. B is using that time to revive one of those players. Twist is really off in a front angle right now, and it's very difficult for him to survive. Soulless trying to get a bit aggressive, and obviously him getting aggressive spots Twist, takes him down, and Team Equinox will not be happy about that outcome because they were looking to save their player but weren't able to do so. On the other side, we have Ligro trying to push in from the right side. Kesek is very low on HP, has to go back. Cage trying to get a bit ahead. Spots these players as well. Spots Dexter, spots Ryuk. Ryuk goes down. Dexter jiggling left and right. And Equinox suddenly has a bit of advantage on the B side as well. Ryuk is bleeding out. He gets spotted again. Kage tries to deal a bit of damage. Blah blah on the right side. He also gets spotted. And now Kage tries to make sure that he deals some kind of damage. One player comes in. So let's try to go for that drop shot as well. And absolutely deals it, takes him down, and finally Equinox is gonna be going down and gonna go down. Only I feel like one player is left on their side, but let's see if he can pull it off or not. B on the other side, they're gonna revive the player that they lost. Dexter is going and went for that revive. He is and B Esports is up by 4 players, and we have like 15 teams still alive for 49 players. INES still moving ahead. NBS has lost 1 player. On the other side, we have lost a lot of players on the side of Equinox. But for now, Team Call Esports, they are looking super good. As we were talking about, they got themselves 1 elimination, but they're not looking for any kind of engagement, and they got themselves comfortable in the 3rd circle. They got a great compound. All 4 there's a player alive, so they're playing a bit defensively, and they have no reason to get aggressive or to go out of their way to get those knocks or to get those eliminations, as they're looking to go for those survival points first, and maybe the elimination points will fall later. SITM on the other side spots 1 player from INES, gets every shot connected, takes him down, but the distance is too much, and he falls on the other side of the game, other side of that little ridge or little compound as well. And he's gonna, after bursting that vehicle, might be going in for that confirmation kill, but has to be careful as that he's surrounded left and right with a lot of those players, and 7 AKS is also right next to him. On the other side, Mehraz goes down at the hand of SITM players. Blah blah spots some players from VG, but even after spotting that, he's not been able to do much. But finally blah blah shots gets connected along with his teammates, and 1 player from the side of VG goes down. Blah blah trying to make sure he gets the confirmation kill, but it goes on the hand of Yug. And Team B Esport, they're looking super good right now. 8 eliminations, 4 players alive, and it's gonna be a very good game for Team B Esports. Until up now, all they have to do is keep the momentum going. They got themselves comfortable on the south part of the circle, and they're gonna slowly and steadily pushing in, but their mechanical skills are looking really good. Even Dexter talked about this a bit before as well, that Team team B Esports, the mechanical skills, it can't be matched. It's unparalleled. But their team coordination, if it gets on point, they might be just challenging the top teams of the PMNC South Asia wildcard. And this is what exactly happening right now. 8 elimination at the first 15 minutes of the game, and they have 4 players alive when even when the game has still not even started, when the major part of the game is still alive. They've completely wiped out 2 squads. But for now, Social spots one player from SITM, takes him down, takes him down out of the car, and now he's knocked. Desert is a bit far away from Zero, and I feel like it's going to be very difficult for Revive. At the same time, Social spots him and confirms his kill. 7 AKS, they are happy with that engagement. Unfortunately, SITM, they were looking to rotate into the circle calmly, but they will not be allowed to do so. Desert also gets spotted. Phoenix might just try to take a shot at Desert as well. Shots are being landed onto him, but luckily he gets into. Oh, did he get into? Yes, he did get into the safety. And now 7 AKS. After that, they are also looking to rotate because they're also taking a lot of damage from the 5th circle. If they don't rotate right now, they might just go out at the hand of play zone. And even if they don't, they have taken already a lot of damage. And looking at the circle, they will not be happy where they find themselves a position. On the other side, 2A squad loses one of the key players, Billy, trying to come in from the northwest side, and at the same time, 2A, they are going to not be happy as they are being surrounded left and right by a lot of Team B Esports, still trying to push in slowly and steadily. Team SITM is right in front of him. On this side, CSC versus 2A, very close proximity with each other, and CSC has a bit of advantage as they are within the circle. At the same time, they have 4 players alive, so it's a 3v4. On the other side of the map, B Dexter, B blah blah goes down at the hand of Team Strong and SITM, and Team B, who are looking super good right now, are being punished left and right by 2 different teams. Blah blah bleeding out right in front of Soulless, and there's nothing much he can do about that. Dobu using that vehicle to go move right in front of it, and Dobu gets spotted, takes a lot of damage from light and left, and he goes down. At the same time, Dexter and blah blah has lost their lives, leaving Soulless and Duke behind. Desert cannot do anything about Dobu right now. Smokes are being thrown to try to create a fake cover, but that's just a lot of being risky. Utilities being thrown on the side of Soulless as well. That Desert got himself to the 2nd smoke, and that's going to be a 3rd smoke. But on the other side of the map, coming towards the north part of the angle, we have Team 2A and CSC fighting it out. And even Team CSC, they are like got retreated a bit back. They're trying to prefer circle a bit much, but bad intention. Still towards the Impala side, got the best of VG. Gone has been gone right now. The other players also get spotted. So let's see whether they're able to continue this or not. But VG, the rush gonna come in from 3 players and spotted the last player from VG. Takes him down, and we have VG being eliminated from the game, and they're not gonna be happy with this Miramar.
While they are trying to rotate into the ring, they have a decent amount of high ground here. To looking down here, 3 players left on Astra Esports. Actually, they have all 4, right? If I'm not mistaken, they do have all 4. I can only see 3 for the time being, but 1 player already getting out of dodge here, but he's going to be running into the hands of another team here. They need to be really careful. Hopeless still holding off Domi here, who is stuck inside. A nade gets thrown out, trying to look for a pick here. He's going to be able to cross, takes a little bit of chip damage while he was rotating out. In the meantime, Alpha Esports is trying to keep them at bay. In the other side of the map, we have B Esports taking out a Desert there on SITM. That's a massive kill, and they find QB as well. SITM in trouble very early on in this game, losing 2 players out already, and SITM needs to be very careful with this. Taking a little bit of damage is going to be Riley. Riley gets chipped a little bit. They do have multiple players on CSC holding them down. We have Stronger Esports putting the pressure onto B as well. In the meantime, Dobu also gets eliminated by B Esports. So SITM in a whole lot of trouble. And meantime, CSC is going to get pushed by MB as well. Fights breaking out across the map here, and CSC will find that kill onto Fistboy on the side of NB as well. They are taking 2 different fights here. They are holding off Astra Esports as well as taking a fight against NB as well, and CSC trying to back off, trying to get this res off as well, and they will be able to do this in the safety of the house. But multiple fights breaking out across the map so far. Stronger Esports fighting up against B as well. They will get an elimination. I think that was an elimination on B as well.
spraying down RX as well. So all the teams are fighting out against multiple teams right now. They will get a knock onto one of the players on RX. In the meantime, we did lose another player on the side of NB as well, and ISSL has been eliminated in 16th place by the looks of it. Not too happy about that. We do have CMF going out at 13 as well. Multiple teams that have already been eliminated on screen right now. Just unfortunate situation, especially if you are in the bottom of the game, and multiple grenade kills coming out from Stronger Esports there. NB also getting a grenade kill. We do have Strong Esports, the Grenadier there. One of the players getting that Grenadier tag as well. We do have Retaliation going out in 8th place. Unfortunate yet again for them. Disappointing day at the office overall for them as well. CSC in the meantime trying to push out Alpha Esports, but RZ multiple fights across the map. This is absolutely insane on Miramar.
Exactly, I feel like the passive start of the game has caused this massive aggressiveness towards the end of the this particular game. Right now, we have 6 teams alive, 20 players, and not easy to find themselves into the circle at the same time. 2 Domi gets eliminated from the game. Farhad using his mini 14 to land some shot on players of CSC, but unfortunately he's not been able to do so. Farhad is going to use smokes to try to create some kind of fake cover. At the same time, Team Stronger Esports also looking very strong right now. Just one concern for them is they are a bit far away from the circle, like 40 to 50 meters, and they have to leave that cover that they've created for themselves to go into the cover, to go into the circle. But for now, Fantastic tries to push in towards one of their teams, but has to be careful as he has a lot of barrel land in front of him. There's no cover that is this, so he has to do something about that. Takes a bit of damage, but on the side, STR's Team Stronger Esports deals whole lot of damage to Team Bad Intention, and one of those players goes down. 7 also goes down. Something needs to be done about that. Somebody needs to go revive him. Sino uses the smoke, try to create some kind of cover for him. Rolla, what will you do? Will you just push into the circle and circle is pushing in, or will you revive your play? At the same time, CSC Vandli goes down at the hand of Nai, and with that, Hopeless starts to retaliate and trades him out as well. So one of those, like each and every time part of the map, there's a lot of fights that is going on. OP Unknown also gets knocked on, and Eligio might just make a quick work of him in terms of elimination. And now we have only 13 players alive.
I mean, Miramar is absolutely chaos here. Multiple players knocked right now. They have not been revived yet, and in the meantime, we are going to be losing RGC OPEX here in 5th place. We do have 4 teams remaining with 11 players alive. Stronger Esports with the better positioning here, and the numbers here. BIG is in a tough spot. In the meantime, we have MacPen also trying to do as much damage as possible. Did get a knock there. They are pushing forward here. CSC needs to be careful. MacPen is going to be able to get that knock. That is going to be BIT eliminated, leaving 3 teams alive. Stronger Esports in a really good position to take this. They do have the numbers to take another chicken dinner here today. It will be an absolutely great day for them if they can manage this. It will be their 3rd chicken dinner for the day if they do pull it off. MacPen taking a little bit of damage there, a little bit of chip damage, but has not gone down. They do have 4 players alive. Stronger Esports, they do only have 3. In the meantime, we have a player from CSC as well. On to a couple of players on the side of CSC to the left-hand side, actually right in the smack that in the middle of the 2 teams. So they are in a really tough situation here to try and fight this out. And MacPen, if you see, they are doing the correct decision here. They are rotating around. They don't want to get caught in the middle. They're trying to be get into a position that they can third party the Stronger Esports side here. And Stronger Esports are moving little by little. We do have Wanzi here moving forward, trying to get a line of sight, getting a little bit of cover here, trying to crawl his way in, where he does get the drop on one of these players on the side of Stronger Esports, because they know that they have to take this fight, and they do have the ring pushing from behind. But right now, MacPen in a really good position to win this game. Can they pull it off is going to be the question. This is a team that had really good potential, but they haven't been able to convert that into a chicken dinner. I did mention it at the start, but it looks like they might actually be able to do this if they do keep this up. In the meantime, Wanzi is going to be forced to move here. The ring, the zone is going to be pushing him forward. He does have a couple of medkits. He moves out late. He shoots at the vehicle. Not going to be able to land a shot, and he will get knocked. So CSC losing out on a player. Stronger will get the elimination as well, leaving 1 player alive on the side of CSC. In the meantime, we do have MacPen still looking at the chaos right now. Hasn't made a move. Hasn't really done anything. In the meantime, CSC will find the knock on the roller. This is going to be favoring even more towards the MacPen side. CSC trying to fight up against all three players left. They will get the elimination on roller there, so that's going to leave two players alive on the side of Stronger Esports. And now smack that in the middle of CSC as well as MacPen. MacPen meanwhile will get the grenade coming in onto Farhad. That's going to be another elimination, and that's going to be Stronger Esports taken out. MacPen in a 1v4 here. Can he do it? He might get a knock. And with that, he will claim the chicken dinner. Was it MacPen? Yes, it is. MacPen will claim the chicken dinner here. Was an interesting one for them and a desperately needed one. They were struggling for that chicken dinner, and finally they do make it happen, RZ, and one performance coming out from them with 8 eliminations.
Obviously 16, 10 damage, total 23 points. That's a very beautiful game for them. But other than that, other than the obvious thing that they performed really crazily, that they got the chicken dinner, it was a most awaited chicken dinner as well from the side of MacPen. They were trying their best to make sure that they get themselves a chicken dinner, they get themselves a good game. They haven't been able to do so in a very long time. A lot of people are waiting. We were waiting as well, whether they can do it or not. But this could be a start of something great going ahead. And I feel like MacPen is a great team. Obviously they came close a bit with like a couple of times before as well, but wasn't able to exactly put a nail on that coffin. But fortunately for them, they did wonderfully in this game of Miramar. Didn't expect that at all. That they will able to get the chicken dinner. But we have match stats right in front of us in a couple of seconds, so let's see which one of those players did exactly what. But it's gonna be Call Mac Mo, who's like 4 elimination at number 1. He got like 389 damage received is like 100. At the same time, he got 2 knockouts. Then we have that's like very difficult names to pronounce, guys, like Karl Macpal Zhang at number 1. At number, like, he got 1 kill. Then we have Lucio at number 4 with like 1 elimination as well. He also dealt a lot of damage. Then we have Valseka with 2 elimination with 533 damage. Although he didn't get much of those eliminations, but he dealt the most damage in the game, and he also saved the most damage as well. So I feel like he should be my MVP.
Indeed, and but the thing here is MacPen did manage to get the most amount of placement points, but I'm kind of wondering what's going to happen in the overall scoreboard for this. But looking at the head-to-head here, Stronger Esports with 11 eliminations coming out against the 8 of MacPen, and considering the kind of placement points that you have, Strong Esports did go out in 3rd place. So taking into consideration the placement points and elimination, whether Stronger Esports have edged them out is going to be the question. We will have it on screen shortly as well. But overall, look at the damage that has come out from Stronger Esports. They have been having a really good day. They were in an unfortunate situation, and CSC kind of put them in a really tough situation as well. They baited out one of those players and pushed in from behind to grab that 2nd place placement points as well. But overall, I think they should be very happy with their performance. But let's take a look at the overall points as well. But right now we do have the head-to-head between the players here. We have Velasca head-to-head against Senna here. 5 eliminations against the 2. Damage did it also. Senna edging him out with 755 damage received also overall, and 6 knockouts coming out from Senna with a survival time of 25 minutes. But overall, I feel like MacPen did the best that they could. They didn't. They were looking for those placement points, and they got exactly what they came looking for. They wanted the chicken dinner, and they managed to make it happen. They didn't take any unnecessary risks. They realized that they had the best position, made the rotation when there were only 4 teams remaining. They did the correct rotation. I would feel like going across, making sure they did not get caught out in the middle. But in the meantime, we do have the match summary for match number 17 here. We have Senna with the highest number of elimination, highest number of damage coming in from solos with 837. If I'm not mistaken, B Esports had like 11 elimination, which is absolutely insane. Roller coming in with the highest assist with 5. Tommy with the most amount of healing done from Astra Esports, with Senna having the highest number of knockouts. Who is going to be the MVP? I feel like it might either be Senna or one of the players coming out from the side of MacPen as well. But let's have a look at who the MVP for match number 17 is going to be. And yes, it is going to be Senna from Stronger Esports with that 755 damage, 5 eliminations, and a 132 meter shot coming out as well. I think we saw something like a 300 meter shot coming out today as well, which is absolutely insane. Some really good games happening on day number 3, because the things have shuffled around quite a bit while this while the days have been going on, with the top 8 kind of stabilizing, but that bottom 8, kind of rotating around each other. In the meantime, we do have the top players for match number 17 as well. We have Senna taking the top spot, followed closely behind by Solus with 4 elimination, with 837 damage coming out from him. Hopeless also up there with 4 elims coming out, getting 4 elims. Then we have Ryuk with 4 as well, and Bitman also, again, always in these stats that we see, he has got 4 elimination. This is going to help him in the overall standings of top players, because he has been leading the chart since day number 2. At the beginning of day number 2, he got that spot and he has been holding on to it. He had a really good day number 2, and he is looking to continue this across the semi-finals.
Obviously, I feel like Math in general is somebody that is very consistent, as much as SITMs being on the top spot right now. But we have match highlights in front of him. This was Solus taking Dictator out, trying to at the same time using smoke to loot anyone. But 2A going up against ISSL, and this was a wonderful performance by 2A. They completely wiped out ISSL from the whole game without losing a single player. One of them got knocked down, but he was revived right after then. At the same time, NBS lost a Khazaika right at the start. B had a wonderful start to the game. They couldn't keep the exact momentum going. Right, like 15 to 16 minutes, they got 8 eliminations for themselves. But obviously, they got caught out by SITM and Team Stronger Esports at the same time. Geo, this was unfortunate for him, as though he was being caught out while he was trying to get into the circle. And 7 AKS who were waiting outside the circle, they got better. That team bad intention, just rushing VG, just rushing towards the end of rushing towards the VG, taking every one of those players down. CSC spotting spotting Sile, taking him down, eliminating from the game as well. But Team Call, I mean, they were also looking super good as in this game. The way they would made sure that the 4 of those players survived and got themselves into the circle. I feel like this is what got them into a really great position and got themselves also a chicken dinner as well.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we do have a match 17 standing. MacPen does take the number 1 spot with 23 total points, with the 15 placement points coming in from the chicken dinner. Strong Esports very close behind. This is what I was, kind of worried, because they did have a lot of eliminations, and we do see them edging out Team Classic for that 2nd place spot. Even though overall in the game, Team Classics was the last team to go out and grabbing that 2nd place placement points with 19 overall points. Bad Intention next again, getting a couple of points here and there. B Esports, I think RJ spoke about it. It's a team that has a lot of potential with 11 eliminations coming out. They had a really good start. We spoke about how good these individual skills coming out from B Esports players are. I think yesterday as well, while I was there and I was watching them, they have a lot of individual mechanical skills. They haven't been able to convert it into a win or consistent performance across the board. But I think looking at this board, I feel like this shouldn't have changed the overall standings too much. We are looking at the bottom 8 right now. Retaliation next, still sitting at the bottom. They have a really tough road ahead of them. We have CMF with 91, ISL Noob Alliance with 95, dropping down another place. MacPen with that win, edging out Noob Alliance into 97. So they need a couple of more games like this to get into that top 11. 7AKS coming in as 2nd seed from quarterfinals has not been having a really good time with only 102 points here. Inertia Esports and B Esports at 10th place. Astra Esports at 9th place. They did get a chicken dinner as well. And overall, the top 8 here, SITM again, extending their lead a little bit, but they did go out quite early in this match number 17, but they did get a couple of points. And Bad Intention next, in the meantime, is getting ever so close to SITM Esports. They have been having a very consistent performance. Stronger Esports are the team to watch out for now. They have 3 chicken dinners under their bag, with 75 eliminations coming out, and with overall 159 points. The Equinox Team Classic, they're still holding on to position. Victor Gaming as well with 137. So these, after the number 1 spot, I think these also can switch around very fast, especially 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and also 5th. They can switch around really fast. And then you have the next 3. You have Victor Gaming, NB Esports, and RGC OPEX are fighting for the next couple of places as well. Again, this all depends on how today the last match for the day goes, as well as tomorrow we do have another 6 maps again as well. So there's a lot more gaming left for these players to try and make a stand. But looking at the overall top performance, we have 40 elimination again. Big Matt extending that lead, getting 40 eliminations overall. We have Justin also with 37 gone. Has been one of these top players across the board, I feel like, for Victor Gaming as well. 31 eliminations under his belt. Jiro with 28, and Ryuk coming into the board with 26 eliminations after that last last game that he just had. So overall, I feel like things are changing, not things are not changing too much unless one of these teams from the bottom 8, kind of makes a stand and takes it to the next level. But RZ, overall, what are you expecting for the the last game of the day? What are your predictions for the last game of the day?
I feel like it could be a very new team that can just come up and play, but I feel like SITM in generally they haven't been able to do a lot as compared to what they usually do. So I expect that they can come up and perform with this one. But it's the map of Sanhok. I feel like any team I pick isn't that much relevant. The uncertainty that exists in the map has always been a huge factor. In the last game, I thought it was bad intention going to win, but somehow it didn't come out to be some other team just taking everything away from them. So that was quite impressive of them. But let's see who's going to be.
Indeed, and thank you so much, RZ, for casting the game with me. It has been an absolute pleasure having you on board, and hope to see more of you as the tournament goes on as well. Thank you so much, RZ. And so for next game, we do have Nikhil joining us as well. I still haven't got the chance to cast with him, so I'm really looking forward to this last game where I do get to cast with Nikhil as well. But this last game is going to be an interesting one. It is going to be on Sanhok, and this has been a map where chaos kind of brews up, and everything goes to hell kind of thing. We have a lot of early engagements. We did see yesterday and day before both. We have these a lot of these early engagements, especially between ISSL, Noob Alliance, as well as B Esports, where they do land in the same spot and they do try to contest the same area. So we do have these two teams fighting a lot on Sanhok just right off the get-go as well. So I'm expecting these early engagements to happen in Sanhok. It is a bit chaotic on Sanhok, so it's anyone's game right now, and I really do want to see one of these teams from the bottom 8, making a statement and saying that we are as good as everyone else here, because I'm definitely sure that they do have the potential, right? Because they came to this top 16 beating out 255 teams that were there. It was an absolutely insane road that they had to go through to get here, and they just need to climb this next obviously, at the end of the day, we will only have 11 teams moving forward, and like I said before, we just need to be happy about it. And with that, we have Nikhil joining us. Hi man, what's up, and are you excited for the last game of the day?
Oh, 100%, man. You said it perfectly. Sanhok, all of those early fights, the early engagements between the teams makes it so damn exciting. And I also think it's the most random map in terms of the circles, right? So it could literally go anywhere. I want to see some rotations, maybe. The rotations with the boat is what I mean. And really see some teams try to pull off something impossible. But I 100% agree with what you said. I think MacPen proved that, right? Where they weren't necessarily a team who had the greatest of the last 2 days, but they found the chicken dinner here. Astra Esports found the chicken dinner in Erangel. So now maybe like a retaliation Nexus CMF can bounce back and close all Sanhok for us.
Indeed, I want to see one of these teams that have not got a chicken dinner so far to get it. ISSL Noob Alliance, we did see them get one yesterday, so maybe it is time for retaliation to step up, because they haven't been having a great time overall, and they really need to step up their game, especially in the last match today as well as tomorrow, if they want to qualify for that top 11, because they have a long road ahead. The disparity between the number 16th place and number 15th is quite massive, so they do have their work cut out for them. But it is not an impossible task. I think me, RZ, as well as Chase, we were all talking about within the last couple of days. I casted with both of them, and what we were talking about is it is anyone's game. Yes, SITM has taken the top number 1 spot, and it's very unlikely that anyone will knock them off that place, but everything else is kind of open, right? I feel like everything else is fightable right now, and obviously there's a lot for these teams at stake as well. $30,000 at stake, first place taking home 10,000 in the grand finals as well, and the chance to go into the global series. The top 5 teams are going into the global series as well, so a lot is at stake. They need to make a standard. They stand here and to prove that they are one of the best teams in the region, or one of the best 5 teams in the region. That's what they're looking to prove, and I feel like we have found talent, especially in the hands of SITM. Then we had from Victor Gaming, we had players like Gon. I think he had such an amazing performance throughout the entire 3 days. Then from B Esports, we have had a stand-up performance from all 4 players from B Esports. I feel like their mechanical skills have been next level. It's just that they haven't really combined really well as a team to try and take it over the line, and that's what B Esports has been lacking. Hopefully they will make it happen. But Nikhil, we are looking at this overall standings right now. What do you think?
I have my eyes on 7 AKS and MacPen especially, because MacPen, they picked up the chicken dinner, right? They're so close to that top 11 mark, which I think a lot of teams will be focusing on as we get close towards the end, the last day of our semi-finals. So I wonder if 7 AKS or MacPen can somehow find a chicken dinner again and try to make their way into the top 11. But if you look towards the first 8 teams right here, I think all eyes on that fight for the top 2, top 3 right here, where at the start of the day Equinox was able to make it, but Stronger has really caught my eye, man. With the chicken dinner in the first match, they've been really pushing back. They were, I believe, 7th or 8th to start off the day, and they've come out already in the top 3. So I think this team is quite literally living up to the name and getting stronger as we move out throughout the days.
Indeed, and Strong Esports did actually have a really good day number 1 as well, and they did had a bit of a lackluster performance with day number 2 that was yesterday, but they were still consistently getting points, so they were able to keep up. And today they just came out and just outperformed the entire competition. I feel like they were the team to look out for today. But this was post match 17 here again. Stronger Esports edging out Team Classic, even though they did only get the 3rd place placement points. They did have 11 eliminations, and if you look at the elimination chart here, we do see B Esports, right? They are a team to be reckoned with. They have 11 eliminations under their belt. It's just that as a team they haven't been able to get into those placement points, because if you check the placement points that they only have 1 placement point for those 11 eliminations. If they had a little bit of more placement points, they're going to be edging out a lot of these teams, and a little bit more points here, and they would have 1 more placement points, and they would have edged out Bad Intentions X, and a couple of more placement points, and they would have edged out Team Classic as well, because they are a mechanically skilled team. B Esports is a team that I really loved watching throughout these couple of days, and I feel like they have so much of potential. They just haven't been able to convert that. I said the same thing about Astra Esports, and they did make it happen. And Victor Gaming was another team that I really loved watching, especially this guy Gone from Victor Gaming. He had such a great performance across the 3 days. It was not just the first day or the second day. Overall, I think he has been one of the players to watch out for, and I really wanted them to get a chicken dinner, and they did manage to make it happen. But I think you mentioned it right, 7AKS is going to be the team that is going to be very much disappointed with their performance coming into the semi-finals, because they were 2nd seed coming in after the quarterfinal. It was SITM at number 1 spot, and then it was 7AKS at that number 2 spot, and then Stronger Esports coming in at the 3rd place from the quarterfinals. If you all did keep up with everything, you would have seen this. And 7AKS has not lived up to expectation that we were all expecting from them. They are in the bottom 8, and this is a team that came in as 2nd seed from the quarterfinals. So there's definitely potential that this team can take it all the way, but right now they are fighting for tournament life. They need to make it to that top 11, and they really need a couple of good game performance to come out for them. Maybe this is going to be their time. Maybe Sanhok is going to be this time that they do shine. We will have to wait and see, but I'm definitely hoping, really hoping one of these top 8 bottom 8 teams will come up and take this chicken dinner. Give us that excitement, give us that open-ended 4th day, like the last day of semi-final, but it's all open and anything can happen. And that's exactly what I want from the tournament. And I feel like wildcards is where something that this can happen, right? Because you have a lot of these teams coming out. A lot of people have not seen these teams, and teams also do not know each other as well, right? They haven't had the chance to play against each other, and now they have 4 days of intense back-to-back games that are happening, and they do have the chance to play against each other, and this is going to leave a lot of open room for someone to come and outperform everyone.
Yeah, definitely, and no better map to do it than Sanhok, because it's where everything truly goes ham, where Miramar, I'd say, is the most macro dependent map. Erangel most likely our most balanced one. I think Sanhok has the room for these individual plays for really insane adaptations, right? It's all about how spontaneous you can be on the fly and how you can come up on the win. So maybe 7AKs can do exactly that. Maybe MacPen, maybe even Retaliation X. I think they have been our most underwhelming team, right? But if you have to pick one of the top 8 teams here, Terror, to take that chicken dinner that you think has that ability to do it right now, who will it be?
I want to go with Victor Gaming, man. I've been a fan since day 1 of that squad. I want Victor Gaming to take it. But with that, we have match number 18, the last one for the day. It's going to be on Sanhok, and it is going to be looking like an even split on the map.
Yeah, looks like we're going to get a very standard Sanhok flight path right here. And I'm curious to see if any team actually decides to target each other, especially nearing day 4, right? You want to target those teams that are closer to you in that top 11 mark. Because even if you don't have a good game, as long as you're able to eliminate your immediate opposition early, that sets you up very well on that point table. But hey, I think right now teams just focused in on themselves may not necessarily want to just focus in on anti-stratting or necessarily beating their opposition altogether, and nicely spread out. Doesn't look like we're going to get any drop contest at this point. Very standard circle as well here, Tara.
Indeed, it is very standard, and this is the same drop pattern that we have been seeing throughout throughout Sanhok. And again, we have ISSL and B fighting for ruins. This has been the name of the game on Sanhok, and again, we do see both teams landing next to each other and fighting for position here. This is going to be a tough one yet again. ISL can't afford to go down here. They really need these placement points, and we do have ISSL fighting up against and taking a little bit of damage. Jimmy is the one in the first engagement here, but all 8 players from both the sides are like stacked up against each other. This is going to be a fight. Who is going to come out on top? I really don't mind either one of them coming out. I just want, this intense plays coming out from one of these teams. But in the meantime, Mamata does have the high ground here, looking down. So ISSL has 2 players on top here. They are fighting against B Esports, and they did get 1 elimination here, so they are looking for more.
Yeah,
So
B not in the
3v4.
greatest of spots. They are likely gonna get surrounded. And like you said, the man advantage right now for ISSL, but the fight's already breaking out on different sides of the map as Astra Esports are picking off OPEX as well. So ISSL, they gotta play this smart. Just because they have a man advantage doesn't mean they necessarily get that free fight, right? They gotta make sure they utilize that man advantage appropriately, and doing exactly that. Making sure they stay together, the spacing done right, checking every single angle per B, holding their positions, they're waiting for the peek in, and it's just about to happen. B, they gotta play this smart, and we've seen this before from B. They've been able to pull themselves out of impossible situations, but right now, this stalemate might just be the end of them. Can we pull
It's
this
going
off?
to be a
Tara?
tough one. Yeah, I mean, I really don't mind either team pulling this off. B Esports playing this very, very safe. They haven't made any sound whatsoever and forcing ISSL to look for them. And ISSL does not want to give up these elimination points as well because they know they have the advantage. But B is a team that is very highly mechanically skilled, even though they don't have the best of teamwork coming out. But these 1v1 fights or 1v2 fights that they will be forced to take, majority of the time B is going to come on top, and like you said, they have been able to pull themselves out of really, really bad situation. A player to look out for is again B Ryuk, who has had a really good time, and he's among the top 5 players as well. Ryuk got multiple eliminations. He has been making the plays for his team as well, and it is a player to watch out for. And right now ISSL edging close. Dexter is on top. It does not have an angle on Lucifer, who is moving below him. Ryuk also watching this angle again. ISSL moving together as a squad very carefully. They don't want to get any one of them eliminated as well, because they want to have all 4 players going in to the rest of the map. But this is such a massive standoff. We have been watching this for some time. No one has really made a move. B has been dead silent. Solus did spot out one. Will he peak at the right moment is going to be the question. He has not been spotted out by ISSL so far.
I don't think he's gonna look to give away the fight.
Dexter,
He is giving the information to his teammates. Dexter slowly sneaking in. They're setting up that trap. But can they pounce? Because Dexter is going to leap up. No, doesn't go for the fight just yet though. They're taking their time, corralling them almost towards that star player like you mentioned. Corralling them towards Ryuk, waiting for Ryuk to pick up that first contact. ISSL still happy to take it slow. We're at the biggest Mexican standoff we've seen, and Dexter finally takes the fight. Jimmy instantly shuts him down, but Jimmy taken quite low. The opportunity there still for B to try and get their teammate back, but ISSL again just playing it smart, playing it safe. They heal Jimmy off, and now off the audio cue on that revive, they might just look to pounce.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tough one for me to take now with only 2 players alive. A shot in hands of one of the players here. They are trying to push forward. They are going to be going in. They might take this fight. They are going to be going in. They will get another knock. Last player alive. He will knock Razor there, but it is going to be a tough one for him. He's in a 1v3. Can they make it happen? In the meantime, SITM will get an elimination here. And oh no, he's going to punched him for the elimination, and they will get the result of leaving BIT in a way. B Esports in a very bad spot here with just the one player remaining in a 1v4. There, Solus still holding here. He is trying to get some damage down. A grenade is going to get thrown out. He's going to get pushed. He managed to get one knock, but he's going to get pushed. And is he still surviving? No, he will get eliminated by Razor. They don't get the elimination through. ISSL coming out on top in that massive Mexican type of standoff there. But in the end, ISSL with that 4 eliminations will be very happy with themselves as to how they did play it. And the Esports and another disappointing finish for them.
Yeah, but talking about disappointing, 7AKS, a team that we thought, or at least we wanted to see really step up, right? Just they run into the titan that is SITM. That's not the kind of team you want to find when you're trying to just claw out points. And Desert, he's already, with the help of his team, downed a couple of their players. Finishes one off, and last man standing now for 7AKS as Cynics is went down as well. 7AKS, they're collapsing, they're falling apart. They might just be our second squad eliminated right here. But it's all about those early engagements, man, because Inertia have found Bitex as well. It doesn't seem like this map is going to be one where we slow down. It's quite literally the opposite of what we get to see on Miramar.
Indeed, I think this is Sanhok is definitely one of these maps where chaos is all over the place. And 7AKS has been landing next to SITM on Sanhok. Oh, a lovely nade coming out from team Astra there, and they will get a knock on to NB. NB again in a tough situation now. They might not be able to get the result, but then the cover fire coming out still goes down to one of the players from NB. They are fighting back. Billy in the meantime will knock Fitzboy, and they will get the elimination as well onto the player on NB. They are fighting strong. One player left getting surrounded here. He will get.
Whoa!
What a nade! No way!
Oi!
Multiple knocks.
Mondo just absolutely ended their lives, their dreams. Astra Esports, for a second I thought they were winning that fight, but Mondo comes up huge. That was like an atom bomb, man.
They get absolutely wiped by just one grenade. And meanwhile, we do have another fight happening. SITM fighting up against the last man on the side of 7AKS, and that's another disappointing finish for them. They will be going out on 14th place with just the elimination onto one of the players on the side of SITM, and SITM will recover the player that was knocked. So they have 3 alive with 4 eliminations for them, and we are going to be looking at this replay here. The grenade coming in, and 3 dead down. Mondo, my man, you saved NB there. You saved your team. It was looking like an impossible fight, but 3 players clumped up and a perfect grenade coming out from him. Good God. Holy moly. What a recovery.
Mondo
Mondo.
serving them up like a plate of Nando's at this point. Like, geez Louise, Mondo just popped off. Hey, things have slowed down for a second. I think now teams focus in on the rotations. As I say that though, Inertia pops up on the kill feed. Never mind, things are never slowing down on Sanhok as we're gonna get engagements on every single side.
Yeah, and I really want ISSL to pull out ahead this time around. They got a really good start here. They haven't been having the best of situations in Sanhok, especially taking that early fight against B. I really thought they might have switched out to a different landing spot, but they decided to contest it yet again, and they did manage to come out on top without losing a single play. In the meantime, Killfeed is going crazy here. Multiple knocks happening. Equinox losing a couple of players here. They are fighting up against INES here. Inertia Esports is going to be the one pressuring Equinox here. Equinox has one player down, one player eliminated, leaving 2 players alive to try and take this fight. INAS does have 1 player eliminated as well. A nice net coming through just off the mark. They might have got an elimination there if that happened. Spraying down so close, but behind cover, Equinox will be able to get the resurrection off by the looks of it. The tap 5 is not going to come through. But it's going to be a 3v3 fight there. Again, it might be a bit of a standoff here. We do have Evil Lights trying to get a flank in.
I'm surprised with all of these longer fights, longer engagements that we're seeing. We don't get to see any third party, but Kise with a beautiful shot answers back onto all of the pressure. Inertia are able to step up. Now, Inertia still in the better position, right? They have more cover, so they should be able to get their teammate back in hands, but Faisal got through in the rotation from house to house, and Equinox see their chance to pounce. They know they've downed 2 players out, and they look for that last remaining standing. Sharp, he's able to bring his teammate back alive, but Equinox, they moved in, they're getting in, moving in for the kill. Like sharks, they smell blood in the water, but this is the third party I was talking about. Britex coming in from nowhere, and now the third party is nigh. Equinox, they're gonna have to make their work quick. They need to move in, otherwise Britex will make quick work of them coming through. But Equinox, just being held back, those two players back to full HP. INS trying their very best, but a shotgun in his face pumps them twice and sends them home.
Oh, good God. Kage GG going absolutely ham with that shotgun. Getting a quick 1-2 there with the pumps coming out from that shotgun. Will send them packing home. And that's going to be the end of the road for Inertia Esports in this match at least. But things are definitely heating up. BIT did manage to get a knock there. Did only manage to get a knock, but did not get the elimination. But look at this. We are looking at the replay. Kage GG going in 1 pump, 2 pump, and down you go. Inertia sent packing, and meanwhile we do have the fight breaking out again, and we do have another knock coming out. Equinox stepping up here. BIT losing a player in a tough situation. Kage GG taking a lot of damage here. Kage GG really stepping up. Did manage to get himself healed up, taking a little bit of damage, and the nade coming through from Matt there will knock Kage GG down. BIT left with the 3 here against the Equinox. Kesek is alive. He does have a couple of nades he is cooking up. Can he get one here is going to be the question. Equinox down to the last 2, fighting up against the 3 on the side of BIT. Is going to be a tough fight to take. BIT, do they have all 3? I think they have all 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do have.
They have all 3 players standing right here. They can go in for the kill. They know that they've managed to push Equinox back, and they should know that Equinox have only 2 players left standing now. So man advantage right here for BITX, but still respecting their opposition. Acknowledging that maybe they push into a corner, they can't take it slow, they instead use the Molotov to flush Kese out, but he manages to escape. Kese though out of the house now. It's just a matter of time before Matt picks up the pace. And remember, this is one of our top players across the day. He came in today as the top performer altogether, and Matt, he's certainly delivering.
Yeah, he is still holding on to that position as well. Matt has an absolutely wonderful semi-final run so far, and he is delivering for his team. Equinox definitely in a whole lot of trouble here. They are trying to take this fight. Matt does spot him out, but here a nade in hand. He does take a little bit of damage here. Throws out, looking to throw the counter nade, the Molotov to try and delay the push coming out, and they are trying to retreat and heal up, and a lovely nade coming out from Matt yet again. Kasek goes down, leaving the last man surviving on the side of Equinox. Equinox in a lot of trouble, and now the push is going to come through from BIT, hunting for the last player, and he will get taken down. That is going to be Equinox eliminated in 12th place, and that's going to be an unfortunate one for them. They have had a decent run today, and they have been in that top 3 position, and it's an early exit for them with only 3 eliminations coming in favor of them. But BIT is going to be very happy with their performance, and they did have a very slow day today, but they are looking to pick things up with the 4 eliminations coming out. They did lose one of the players in this engagement, but they're still in quite a dominating position to take this. Equinox, look at the damage so far in this game, even though they did get eliminated. 1,036 damage dealt in the span of a couple of minutes. Good God.
I mean, they took 2 big fights, right? Especially repeatedly trading blows where they had to come back alive and make it happen. But lovely shift from the circle, gets the river involved, and suddenly Painan so crucial. Almost no team in the circle with the exception of BITX will be able to comfortably hold on. But I wonder if now we see a scramble towards Painan. Looks like one of the best spots in the circle. And not just Painan, right? Like around that bridge, you see all of those tiny compounds. I think those compounds are going to be crucial going into the later circle. So for any team to pick up those compounds nice and early, it could really help them out. And look, BITX actually making the move. So are CSC, Retaliation X as well. I think BITX should make their way first to Painan.
Yeah, this is going to be a fight for those compounds as well. BIT is going to be probably the first team to get here as well. ISSL is going to get pushed by SITM from the backline. They're not a position that you want to be in, but ISSL has taken out SITM on multiple occasions. But that fight is definitely going to be an interesting one. ISSL is going to be holding this off though. They want to hold the ring. They want to force SITM to fight them with the zone closing out in the back. In the meantime, CMF manages to stroll through into the zone, and SITM going in for the rotation. Manta is going to be taking, Mamata going to be taking a little bit of damage here, and the knock comes through. Desert getting the shot, they're getting the angle, and that puts one down and going to leave ISSL with in a 3v3 right now. They don't have any support coming through. In the meantime, Lucifer taking so much of damage, with some really good shots coming out from him, and Mamata will get knocked yet again. SITM in the meantime did manage to get an airdrop, if I'm not mistaken. Desert in the meantime peeking through, and they will get a vehicle elimination, SITM, with that. And Desert goes down to it.
Yeah, they don't give up. They're still fighting back, trying their very best to push off SITM now. They lost Mamata to the vehicle, but they managed to regroup with the rest of their team, and they'll give up that fight. They acknowledge that at this point they don't necessarily want to push back against SITM, but they won't completely give up on it. They'll just move into the circle, take a different position, and once again look for that fight. But what that does is give SITM access to that hill, where it was a high ground versus a low ground fight before. Now both of these teams on equal ground should be able to make something happen. But look at Lucifer, may just be in a crucial position to pull off a flank.
Yeah, his position is going to be absolutely key here. He is looking for the players rotating on the side of SITM, and ISSL needs to be careful of the fight that they take. They need to be sure that they can win the fight before they take it as well, because these placement points are going to be crucial for them as the fourth day comes around the corner tomorrow as well. So ISSL definitely needs to be very careful. SITM, they don't really care. They're in the top of the leaderboard. They're like set for the grand finals at this point, so they're not too bothered. So they will be looking to play a little bit aggressive, but this is a team that I haven't seen the fact that they are on top get to their head as well, because their performance, if you look throughout the couple of days that we have had, has been very consistent. They haven't let that massive lead get to their head, where they haven't taken any unnecessary fight, and their mechanical skills and placement and teamwork has been absolutely insane. In the meantime, ISSL manages to get out of the scrap, and SITM has moved on, and they're going to be flanking behind CMF at this point. CMF has two players dropping behind, so they are kind of divided right now. CMF, they are one before last right now in the overall scoreboard, so they also need to be really careful in taking this fight. They have to look for these placement points. Eliminations alone is not going to help them to get ahead, so they need to be careful in the fights that they take. In the meantime, we are looking at BIT Matt here. I mean, this guy has been absolutely insane. It's very little to say about this guy. Absolutely dominant performance throughout the last couple of days, and he's just on the high ground, having a bird's eye view of exactly what is happening. And BIT has got themselves into a really good position. They were the first team to be inside the ring as well, and they are the first team to get a really good position on this high ground with a decent amount of rock cover coming through, or with a couple of grass blades to cover themselves as well. We have VG rotating out of Warzone, Trigger Discipline coming out from match, taking a little bit of spot shots. They're not really landing anything, and now in the meantime they might get a knock here, and some really good shots coming out from Bid Matt. They're almost getting the knock. He managed to crawl behind. In the meantime, we have VG gone, getting a kill onto RX there. So VG is taking two different fights here. RX Flex also goes down. They do get the elimination as well. BIT in the meantime will get the elimination onto Icarus as well. So BIT putting the pressure on either side. VG taking two different fights while all this is happening, and looking for more here. But the question here is what is happening with the rest of the teams as well. BIT, they do have MacPen below them. Not too bothered about this. They are not going to be able to pressure them, but Mehdi is going to be keeping an eye out as to what is happening below them. We do have MacPen and NB moving close to each other. NB does have a couple of players down, if I'm not mistaken. In the meantime, Stronger Esports, who had such a dominant day, is going to be moving in to this as well. And RG Zolex goes down to the squad from VG as well. So VG is ramping up those eliminations as well.
Yeah, exactly, Victor Gaming. A great day it has been today for them. Picked up one of the highest point tallies I've seen so far with that chicken dinner in the earlier game already, and already setting themselves up for more. But hey, look, at this point, all of the teams quite chunked out. So teams like CSC with their 4-man stronger, MacPen, even though they don't have much eliminations, being 4-man strong is crucial, and Victor Gaming is one such team. Now Call trying to make their way through as Desert shuts down, gone. Those are two star players fighting off against each other, and SITM able to find a crucial one. But Victor Gaming should be able to bring him back. This fight though for the edge of the circle Both teams willing to take their time. I don't think they're going to force it out, at least for the next 20 seconds. Rather wait for how the circle shifts and see how it pans out.
Meanwhile, VG taking multiple fights. They are fighting up against the SITM as well as OPX. OPX gets a knock onto Warzone here and the elimination onto Actros as well. And BIT will get the elimination onto Gone as well. So a massive scrap happening on the other side of the map. And that's going to be OPX going to be eliminated, leaving RX is just down to this single man. So Retaliation needs to, this player needs to get as many placement points as possible. In the meantime, Stronger Esports and MacPen in a really good position here. CSC as well. We have BITX also, who is a very talented squad. In the meantime, Matt takes out Warzone as well, and that might actually be VG getting eliminated. A disappointing game for them, with only just the 5 eliminations and going out in 10th place. In the meantime, we are finding MacPen taking a fight against the NB as well. Multiple players getting knocked. MacPen pushing forward. They will trade off the knocks for the time being. CSC in the meantime fighting on the other side of the map. They will get the elimination on to Sec. They are hopeless in the meantime. Will get eliminated, and Monda will get taken out as well. BIT again with the shotgun there, making sure he secures that elimination onto CSC. CSC losing all 4 players in the span of a couple of seconds there, and CSC is going to be knocked out with just 2 eliminations, leaving just the 8 teams remaining with a lot to fight for, and only one squad with full 4-man. That is going to be Stronger Eastwood. MacPen with 2 down. Can they get the revives off is the question. They are fighting up against NB. They should be able to get the revives off because NB was down to their last man. In the meantime, we do have one of the players on MacPen dying to the zone. So he's going to get eliminated and back to lobby here, and Matt is trying to heal off in the zone. They are forced to move with the current ring coming out. MacPen is going to get eliminated with that, with NB taking out the last man, and that was not something that we were expecting. In the meantime, Mehdi takes so much of damage from ISSL Razor there. I'm not sure where he came out of. ISSL did manage to get through, and he might get the elimination as well. And yes, he does get the elimination. These are crucial elimination points coming for them. With the 5th elimination coming out, they have already all 3 of their players alive among the top 7. These are placement points that they need. So they need to survive. They are in a good position. They need to rotate into the ring. SITM is going to be holding them off for the time being, but you do have ISSL looking for anyone rotating in from outside of zone, but they will have to move very, very fast, and they do have a good position here. They will have a circle here for the time being, at least, if they can get across, but Stronger Esports are going to be looking at them while they come in.
Still playing it safe though right now, ISSL. They started this map off making sure they don't make any mistakes, and they're likely to do that once again here towards the end of this map. 7 teams remaining, but that circle is going to make sure it leaves many teams down to a prey. Now we've got a part of Pinon included, but it's again those crucial compounds alongside in the open era that will really count. NB Esports losing players now to the blue zone. They will be eliminated as well, and that zone really doing a ton of damage. Finally Stronger pick out some shots. 7 is able to take out CMF, and ISSL amongst all this just playing it safe. They know where Stronger is, and they could hit them from the back, but right now Stronger's focus entirely on CMF, and the compounds they've got in Pinon so crucial. They've got almost 80% of Pinon right here, Terror.
Yeah, the positioning is absolutely insane. This is definitely going to be their game to lose with only 5 squads remaining, and they do have all 4 players on their side remaining. ISSL probably the only squad that can contest this. SITM also coming in from the other side. We do have them still alive, at least one of the players. In the meantime, ISSL pushing from behind, and look at the ring. Oh my God, it's out in the open. This is going to be a really tough one to take. Smokes are going to be crucial. Who is going to be getting in to the zone first? Might be a late rotation coming out, and meanwhile the Molotov coming out. Lucifer will get eliminated. This is going to be a tough one for ISSL, and Stronger pushing back hard. This was the only squad that could contest them, and in the meantime QB will get taken out. That is going to be SITM eliminated from this, leaving 4 teams alive, and Stronger is in a real good position here. And good God, the spray coming through,
and we have teams that are ranked number 14 and number 16, and just like that the match is over as well. Stronger, they eliminate Bad Intentions, and I believe just like that, Stronger able to pick up the winner chicken dinner. That circle did a ton of damage, caught a lot of teams off guard, but I think both Retaliation X and ISSL will be happy with the top 4 finish.
Yeah, definitely they are going to be happy, and ISSM managed to get a couple of elimination points there as well. Going to be interesting to see how it has affected, but the story of today has been this squad stronger esports, multiple chicken dinners under their belt, 8 eliminations from this with an overall 1794 damage, played it to absolute perfection. Very rarely did they make a mistake. They had all 4 players alive coming into the ring as well, coming into that zone. And when that weird zone came out, which caught everyone by surprise, it was stronger esports game to lose, because they had all 4 players. They had open grounds. They had the compounds that were necessary, and they held it very, very well. They knew that ISS were behind them, and they took that fight. Got a couple of pickoffs, realized that there was another squad pushing. Just a really good spread among the 4 players, really good teamwork coming out from them to close out the game. And it just happened in the blink of an eye, and it was all over. But looking at the team stats here, we do have 4 eliminations coming out from Farhad. We have 7 getting 3 eliminations. We have Rola getting 1, and Senna was the player who was kind of doing a lot in the previous games, but has not been really effective in this one. But the rest of the team, stepping up and taking up that role, and especially Farhad with 939 damage coming out with those 4 eliminations, 4 knocks as well. Had a really, really good game for their team. But stronger esports, solid performance coming out from them.
Poor Senor, man, didn't even get to play the game. But I think he'll be happy that his team able to get the winner chicken dinner. Bad intention, of course, took a lot more fights. They were in the better position, but that circle just didn't work out. So while they don't get the chicken dinner with 12 eliminations, they will get just enough points. And both of these teams now really solidifying their spot in the top 2 to 3. They're definitely guaranteed to continue on from the semi-final stage. And what that means is now they can focus in on just improving their game, finding those mistakes, refining it all together, how their teamwork comes through, and at the end of the day work towards that final stage where they want to play for that $30,000 per. If you look at the stats comparison, Raven had an amazing game this time around, and for her it's no surprise. He did it as the MVP the last time stronger one, which was in map 1 Erangel today, and he does it once again. So really a standout player he's been for stronger today.
Indeed, he has been a really, really good addition. I mean, in the sense, a really good player for the team. Definitely one of these players to watch out for as the days go on. And Raven here for BIT. BIT has been a really aggressive squad. I think at the start of day number 1, they weren't as aggressive, but their confidence and their players have been building up quietly, and they have been going for these aggressive fights, making it work. They're mechanically skilled. Their positioning is really great. Unfortunate wing placement. Certain times I feel like BIT got really unfortunate with certain circle placements, but they have come out on top. And look at this again, big match in this scoreboard with 7 eliminations, getting the highest elimination. Raven coming in at second there with 5, and then we have the highest damage coming in from Raven as well with 1031. Sek there from NB getting 3 assists. We have Fadi there with 1734 healing done. My good God, this man has been here twice now, if I can remember right. And then the highest knocks coming out from Raven as well. But if you take the overall, we can see these BIT players popping up here and there across these stats here, and BIT has been having a really good couple of days.
Yeah, exactly. Bad
And
intention has been
really
they
do have we do have the MVP. It is going to be Raven, the most valuable player for match number 18 with 1031 damage, and the long distance shot of 150 meters coming out as well with 5 eliminations. And absolute stand-up performance from this man, and he definitely deserves it.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about deserve it, right? I think Bad Intention was definitely deserving the victory in this game. Raven and Matt, and he has been continuously the most consistent player, not just in his team, but all across the entire semi-final stage. I think he'll, with 7 eliminations, again, just easily make sure that he's top of that top performers table and ensure that he's one of the best players coming out of the semi-final stage, threatening every single team looking to make their mark towards the finals. But I think Stronger is a team that we have to look out for. They had an amazing day today after a lackluster day 2. They were able to bring back the form that we saw on day 1, and it does mean that this team, while they may not necessarily be strong in certain days, it looks like when they are able to push back, when they have the confidence and the momentum in their side, they look way better than you expect.
Indeed, I think definitely a squad to look out for. But the most, I think, overall, I think if you take these top players, if you take what has been happening in the last couple of days, we have kind of solidified who the top teams are right now. We have SITM, we have BIT, we have stronger esports, we have the likes of, Team Classic coming out as well. They had some really good performances, but looking at the highlights, this was the first standoff that we had. We had ISSL taking on Team Esports there. ISSL coming out on top. Jimmy was the only knock that happened, but in the end, ISSL went supreme in that fight. And this was the good God, that nade coming through from Mondo there was absolutely insane. And then Kage GG with the shotgun, with the 2-pump, 2-kill elimination coming out from him as well, has been an insane performance for him as well. And this was SITM just running over SITM running over players there with the vehicle. NB here also he was taking the fight against MacPen there. Fistboy did get a really long range knock, if I'm not mistaken. In the meantime, we did have BIT holding the hill for the longest time, but again the circle working against them, sadly enough. And again, this was Raven there with the shotgun, the 2-pump coming out from him. Razor here with a long range shot onto Mehendi there, did get, but the end was so sudden. Stronger Esports just absolutely ending the game within a matter of 2 seconds. Was not expecting that at all, but Stronger Esports just cleaning things out. It was such a dominant performance coming out from them throughout the entire day. Multiple chicken dinners under the belt, and rightly so, in that number 1 spot with 8 elimination, 15 placement points and 23 overall. Bad Intention next did not get the highest of placement points. They did come in at 3rd, but they did get a 12 eliminations. That's the highest eliminations for them for the game across the board, and with a total of 20 points will take that 2nd place. ISS Noob Alliance, you're going to be really happy. They grabbed 15 points with that 5 eliminations and that 2nd place placement points as well. SITM again in that top 5, yet again having a very consistent performance, grabbing them the 14 points. Retaliation next, they did get 12 placement points, no eliminations under their belts. But they do really need multiple games of this, and they don't want to see teams like ISSL, CMF, or MacPen performing, because these are the teams that they are trying to contest to get to the top or get to that top 11. But the rest of them, I think B Esports are going to be very disappointed with that last game, not getting any points. 7AKS has been very disappointed with their performance overall. But right now we are looking at the overall rankings. It hasn't changed too much. ISS and Noob Alliance now get back into that 11th place, that crucial 11th place that they need to be in to qualify to the grand final. Inertia Esports, they did get a chicken dinner on that day number 1, but haven't been performing since then. Is going to drop down to 12. We are looking at the top 8 right now. SITM just increasing their lead ever so slightly. Game by game, they are just building on that lead. Bad Intention next, coming up behind. Stronger Esports now catching up to them. Equinox also with 158 points at 4th place. Team Classic still holding on strong there. Victor Gaming also not really giving up position here. NB Esports with 140. Then you drop down a little bit after that 7th place to RGC Opex, who is around 12 points behind NB Esports, but the rest of them are quite close to each other. But that dominant performance is going to be SITM.
Exactly, SITM just a cut above the rest of the teams. We're talking about being a cut above. Matt has displayed, he's the exact same, 47 eliminations so far. Matt has been absolutely phenomenal across his performance, but there's a reason SITM are uncontested, and it is their ability to work together, their teamwork, where one may not perform, the other stands up. And in the top 5 performers of our semi-finals, 3 players from SITM take up the spots, and I'm sure the 4th is not too far behind.
Yeah, because I think it was Jirov and Desert amongst them for the longest time, but QB with the last game making a statement and getting into that top 5 as well. And right, like you said, I think there is a reason why this team is so good. It is all 4 players performing very, very evenly, and I think each of them take up the slack. If one player is not performing, the other player picks up the slack, and that is exactly what needs to happen in a team environment. I think that there is a lot that can be learned from this squad, from SITM, for the rest of them as well, because we did see very good individual talent coming out from a lot of these players, especially BG Gone, Big Matt again, very standout performance, and BIT is performing really well. But other than that, we have seen standout performances coming out from certain players amongst these squads. So they really need to take a leaf out of the book of SITM for the performance that they had, the teamwork that they have come out with, their positioning, their rotations, their overall teamwork, especially how they take a fight. They are not clustered together. They take multiple fights. They look for these third-party engagements, that they do go in and take these eliminations, and they know exactly when to push, exactly when to get these eliminations. It has been a very, very solid day coming out, or a solid semi-final for SITM. Taking that performance from the quarterfinals, coming into that semi-finals, and then performing again and again and again. But the question is, can they keep up the performance? Will they be burnt out by the grand finals is going to be the question, because they are not letting their foot off the pedal, because they are pushing to the maximum. They are fighting strong. I felt like they might have come into that chill mood, after they got so much of a lead, like such a big lead, right? You would expect the team to be like, you know what, we'll have some fun here, go for these early engagements, take these early fights, play the full a little bit, right? But SITM has not let it go. They are fighting for every game, for every chicken dinner. We see SITM fighting. Question is, well, they can keep it going for the grand finals as well.
Well, if they slow down, they might just stop, right? So I can imagine why they don't want to slow down. But hey, now that our schedule, as you can see on the screen, has come up, and really the focus on these next few days is going to be all about how these teams are able to push back and how they're able to find their way. And look, the key factor is, of course, that we've got one last day. Today was day 3. Day 4 coming up tomorrow is what matters the most. All of those teams in the bottom 5 especially need to go back home, go to the drawing board and figure some sort of special thing out, because that's the only way they can push back, otherwise they'll miss the cutoff.
Indeed. Now tomorrow is going to be definitely the day for all these teams, especially like you said, the teams at the bottom. They need to fight back strong. They need to come up with a new strategy. They need to look at where they are weak at, come back in those, especially the maps that they are weak at, to try and look at what they could have done differently. Obviously there is a little bit of luck involved with the ring and the circle, the positioning but it is the ability to make the best out of a bad situation, which we have seen SITM do multiple times. We did see on day number 1, I think it was, when they were in the worst possible position and they came up and they took second place with multiple eliminations to boot as well. So SITM is a squad that can make a bad situation and make the best of it. So I feel like a lot of these teams has that ability to do that. They just need to go forward and grab that opportunity, because there is no better opportunity than the wildcards right here, the South Asian wildcards 2022. If they want to get into those get into the global series, they need to make it work here in the wildcards. But with that, Nikhil, I think we will be wrapping things up for the day. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. I know everyone is watching from different parts of the world. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Make sure to join tomorrow. We have more exciting matches, especially tomorrow. It's the last day of semifinals. We are going to see who is going to be qualifying into the grand final. So make sure to tune in at 6 p.m. EST to watch the action live. And thank you so much for the production team, who has been doing an absolutely brilliant job behind the scenes. Thank you so much. And thank you, Nikhil, as well as Chase and RZ for casting the games today. But until we all see you all again tomorrow, this is it for us. See you guys and have a wonderful night.
Yeah.